Chapter 73. An End. Chapter text Wednesday, 27th of December. It had taken some time to get everything sorted. The kids had all gotten a mug of hot chocolate with cinnamon after Lord Slytherin, and all the auras had gone, and now were up in their rooms. Marley had said for them to sleep, but she was pretty sure they were doing anything but. Next to the kitchen, she could hear Bill and his girlfriend talking in a mixture of rapid French and broken English. The French witch had been with her parents, but had insisted on coming through the flue the moment Bill had called her, so she wouldn't hear about the attack through the papers in the morning. Maybe she was worthy of her son after all, even if she clearly had no concept of how to keep a house in good shape, or how to cook. With a sigh, Marley walked over to the stove to fill another 2 mugs with hot chocolate. Arthur came back into the kitchen, putting his wand away. All the windows are whole again. And I set a few monitoring spells all around the border of the house. Should anyone decide to come back, a chime should alert everyone the moment they step anywhere near the house. With a sigh clearly speaking of how tired he was, Arthur settled down in one of the chairs at the kitchen table, accepting the mug Marley floated over to him with a smile. "Thank you, love. That's just what I need now." Storing her own wand in her apron pocket, Marley sat down next to her husband, sipping on her own hot chocolate. "Do you think those were the last of the rough werewolves? I surely hope they were. But with Fenrir among them, it's likely, isn't it?" She slumped a little to sit more comfortably in her chair and tangled her fingers with Arthur's when he extended his hand in her direction. "Amelia seems convinced that they were the last of them." I agree with her assessment that this had too much desperation in it to be anything other than a last-ditch effort. He smiled at her, squeezing her fingers and taking a good swallow from his hot drink. For a moment they sat there in silence. Only the low talking from the room next door, the creaking of the boards in the upper floors, where their younger children obviously weren't asleep yet, and the sounds of the wind blowing around the house and through the garden could be heard. It was startling to see. "Lord Slytherin so obviously relieved that Harry wasn't harmed," Marley murmured once she had finished her chocolate. She still hadn't really processed that bit of information the evening had brought. It probably would take a few days until she felt at ease again in her own home. Luckily, the children wouldn't have to return to Hogwarts right away. Marley wasn't sure she could let them go right now, not after the attack of this evening. "Do you think he's aware of how that embrace looked?" Arthur asked, sounding pensive. "You think it could be a front?" Marley asked, suddenly alarmed. It would certainly be much more like that man to pretend than to actually care for the boy whose parents he had murdered. For a moment there the world that had been so out of alignment fit again into the well-known shape it had been in for many years. The man that had caused the death of her beloved brothers, just pretending to care for the boy she felt was another of her sons. But then Arthur shook his head. "No. Maybe Lord Slytherin can act that good, but can you see Harry doing the same? I think it's pretty clear by now that the man has truly changed. Maybe Albus was right, and everyone can find redemption." Marley didn't comment on that. Maybe it really was true, all those stories about a curse affecting a young man whose curiosity for all magic got him into a lot of trouble. And maybe he truly had tried to start over. Maybe she could be civil for Harry's sake. But as her brothers would never get a second chance, she wasn't sure that it ever would be more than forced civility. They had apparated home to Griffin House right from the edge of the Weasleys' property, and into the room reserved for travel into the house. Under normal circumstances, Marvolo avoided bending the wards to make this possible, but today he truly wasn't willing to take any chances or stay outdoors longer than necessary. Henry stumbled a little as they landed. "Everything well, Henry?" His son had looked unharmed, but one never knew what shock could do to a system. "Yeah, I think I'm fine," the boy answered, taking a shaky step and raising his hands to open his cloak. Before either of them could decide what to do next, but going to bed probably was high on the list of possibilities, Nagini slithered through the door. "You two were gone long. Why didn't you take me with you?" The snake sounded put out over the fact she had spent the whole day by herself. "I spend the day at the ministry. You would have been bored and cold." Marvolo hissed in answer, starting to get rid of his own cloak and warm winter accessories. Regardless of what he did, Nagini always found a reason to complain. "I smell blood," Nagini stated, starting to move her body to reach higher into the air, swaying her head back and forth as if in search of the source of the smell. With a quick flick of his hand, Marvolo had his pale wand in hand, casting a diagnostic charm at Henry. But it came back green. The boy hadn't sustained any injuries. What happened to your sleeve? Henry wanted to know, pointing at the left sleeve of Marvolo's robe where, clear as day, there was a tear in the fabric. Must have caught it on a branch or something. Marvolo noted, putting his wand back into the holster so he could get out of his robes. Nagini smells blood, so the branch probably injured you. We should call the healer. Henry's hisses turned a bit frantic, and so Marvolo didn't object, but simply nodded. Henry had been good about staying out of the fight. There was no real harm in calling Malcolm in to have a look at a scratch. When he was here, he could check Henry for symptoms of shock as well. As you wish. But then he will have a look at you too. Sit down in the parlor, order some hot chocolate for me, and whatever you wish for you. After you manage to stay out of the fight, you have earned a treat. Henry rolled his eyes, annoyed at the teasing tone, but did as he was told. Nagini followed him, hissing all the while that she very much would like a fire burning in the grate. With a smile on his face, Marvolo walked to the study to use the snake ornament there to summon their healer. Ooh, Thursday, 28th of December. I don't want to stay behind. Nagini hissed for the 5th or 6th time since Harry had come down the stairs. She kept slithering into Marvolo's way while the man dressed to go out. You are too big, Nagini. The children will be scared of a snake as big as you are. Harry never had heard Marvolo explaining something with that much patience to his familiar before. Most of the time, Nagini tired of the game pretty quickly, but not today. Today they were going to visit the school and eat breakfast with Marcus. Nagini wanted to be with them because she obviously thought that she was part of the family. And Harry thought that she was right. Is there a way to shrink her? Professor Snape did shrink Neville's toad, Trevor, back into a tadpole once. She wouldn't be that scary if she would be small enough to curl up in your hand. Harry said, folding his scarf so it wouldn't bunch up uncomfortably under his cloak. Marvolo hummed and then stopped before stepping on Nagini. With a sigh, he got out his wand. You can come if you let me shrink you. Nagini swayed a few moments on her spot, flicking her tongue out again and again. I want to come. A wave of Marvolo's wand, and a hissed incantation later, and Nagini was shrunk to a much more manageable size. Marvolo swooped down to pick the small snake up. No complaining that everything is so big now. Nagini gave a wordless hiss of assent, and Harry laughed. He was terribly nervous, but there was no way he would allow that nervousness to show. Marcus was the one important now. They could give him a family, and Harry truly wanted to do that. With Mrs. Goyle, he had realized that the Dursleys should have been a true family for him, that they were the one at fault for the strain that always had been present in the house. As far as Harry knew, Marcus had never been called a freak, but he had never had a real family, either. Always living in foster families couldn't be good in the long run. Anyway, they would do their best to get Marcus into their family, and Harry would do his best to be a good big brother. Xerxes had expected his lord at the edge of the wards, and the moment he and his son apparated in, he gave the man the smallest bow he could under the present circumstances. It had been getting steadily more normal to interact with the Dark Lord as an equal. The number of meetings where only the Dark Lord's followers were present had sunk to under one in a month, but the high number of social functions the month of December had brought had provided ample opportunity to interact where the whole community was watching. It was only reasonable to expect these changes. Good morning, Marvolo. I've heard about the capture of Fenrir. It made the front page of the Prophet. I'm glad that no one was injured and that this dangerous man is no longer free. Xerxes smiled. It was so good to see these two wizards so at ease with each other. Good morning, Xerxes. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to meet with Marcus. The Dark Lord inclined his head with a smile, guiding his adopted son with a hand on the teenager's shoulder. It's no problem. I'm happy that Marcus will have a family in you and your son. And Xerxes was happy. The school was working out better than he had hoped. There were a few squibs that had been hidden away now getting an education, and many children from old-fashioned families following his lord were now able to make friends and learn together with other children, where before they had been alone, tutored at home, almost without contact with others their age. I learned yesterday that the procedures for adoptions have been changed. It seemed all rather disorganized to me. I think you should look into the changes. Let me know if I can be of assistance." Marvolo had sounded rather nonchalant, but Xerxes recognized an order when it was given. What he found more intriguing was the look his lord's son gave the two of them. It was almost as if the boy had also heard and understood the order. Xerxes remembered at least one time that his lord had reached into a robe pocket during a meeting to take out what looked like a mirror, after which he left the room while hissing in a way that had to be parcel-tongue. Hermione had mentioned that her friend talked with his adoptive father and his godfather every single day. Had that been one of those talks? Did the boy know that the Death Eaters still existed? It would be an interesting conundrum. With a small bow, Xerxes turned to go to his office. He had a ministry problem to research. Marvolo and Henry stepped into the building where the kitchens and the dinner hall were located. Lord Lestrain, talking about the capture of Fenrir the previous night, had brought the happenings back into Harry's mind. He was truly glad that the werewolf who had infected Remus and so many others had finally been caught. And now he was curious what would happen. Would there be another emergency meeting for the whole Wisengamot? Or would the man be kept in custody until the next regular one? While he walked next to Marvolo through the hall, serving as a somewhat overly large dining room, Harry decided that there was no harm in asking. Will there be another emergency meeting of the Wisengamot, now that Fenrir has been caught? With a surprised huff, Marvolo turned his head a little so he could answer, speaking quietly. There isn't any need for a meeting. Fenrir has been sentenced to death for being a rabid werewolf for years, at least well over a decade by now. I expect that the execution will take place in a few days at the latest. Harry was a little surprised by the calm and unemotional delivery of this news. After all, Fenrir had been an ally to the Death Eaters in the last war, and Marvolo had acted as if he cared for those of his old followers who had been captured and thrown into prison. Maybe that right there was the difference. The Death Eaters were special cases, bound by something close to what had been oaths of fealty in the past. Fenrir only ever had been an ally, at most, and had never shown any attempts to adjust his behavior to the changes in the way Marvolo was going about reaching his goals now. When they neared a table where Marcus and an adult were sitting, all thoughts about Fenrir and his likely fate vanished from Harry's mind. They were here to get to know Marcus, and for him to get to know them better. Harry remembered only too well how frightening it had been to be adopted by Marvolo. Even if Marcus didn't know anything about who Marvolo had been, it would be easier for him to adjust if they knew each other before they became a family. "Good morning, Lord Slytherin. Slytherin Potter," the adult man greeted them, waving his hand at the two empty chairs at the table. "Have a seat. I think Marcus and you have already met once." "Yeah, we have." Harry sat with a smile, smoothing his robes down as he sat. "Marcus came to us for help when the school snake was in trouble." Harry smiled what he hoped was a sincere and reassuring smile. "How is she?" The caution vanished from Marcus' face, and he started to talk a mile a minute, clearly excited. "She's fine. Yesterday she told me that she really likes the brown mice more than the white ones, says the white ones aren't fat enough. I told her you would be here today, and slithering darkness wanted me to get you both over to her box because she wants to talk with you too. Can we go over after we have finished with breakfast?" "Mr. London says we have to eat something first. What do you like more, waffles or pancakes?" Harry was taken off guard by the sudden expectant pause in the flow of words, and judging by the slightly dazed look on Marvolo's face, the other wasn't faring any better. Mr. London, if that truly was his name, had an amused look on his face, so this seemed to be pretty normal. Before the situation could turn really awkward, Nagini slid out of the sleeve of Marvolo's robes where she had been hiding, curiously flicking her tongue out to scent the room. "Are you the young one my human said we would meet today?" A much smaller head turned so she could slither her way over the table to where Marcus was sitting. "Who are you? And what is your name? I have a snake friend who lives in the science classroom. Where do you live?" Marcus clearly had no fear interacting with an unknown snake. Harry thought Marcus might not have had any bad experiences with snakes before. "I go where my human goes. That's the big one who carried me through the cold. The young one is my human's child. I like him too, and I think I might like you as well." Nagini slithered the rest of the way, right across the plate that still was empty, onto the small hand Marcus held towards her. "I like both waffles and pancakes." Harry answered one of the earlier questions, starting to fill his own plate with a variety of the offered foods. And I like to eat something different every morning. Today, I would like a bowl of porridge with apple slices, honey, and nuts. Marvolo picked up the line of conversation, doing as he had said in filling a bowl with porridge, and then adding all the other ingredients from smaller bowls sitting around the table. Nagini slithered from Marcus, hand up his arm and around his neck, so she could rest comfortably on his small shoulders. Harry was sure that Marvolo's familiar was heavier than Marcus in a normal state. "I would like a roll with chocolate spread, please," Marcus said, pointing at the jar in question. Without further prompting, Marvolo wandlessly levitated a bread roll from a small, intricately woven basket, then sliced it with a swift movement of his wand right over Marcus' plate. A few more gestures had the chocolate spread evenly distributed on both halves of the roll, and eagerly watching Marcus happily clapping his hands. "That was neat. Thank you." Marvolo accepted the enthusiastic praise with a smile and a regal nod, making Harry fight hard to not snort and embarrass himself. For a moment they ate in silence, Nagini slithering all around Marcus, his plate, and the food near him. She clearly was happy that she had managed to come along. Harry spotted the small snake plushie peeking from a spot on the chair right behind Marcus. "Do you like snakes? Do you have other animals you like?" Harry asked, intent to show his interest in what Marcus liked and disliked. No one had ever asked him what he liked before he had come to Hogwarts. He felt it was important to show Marcus that he cared about stuff like that. "I like snakes a lot," Marcus exclaimed, his eyes shining. "No other animals can talk." The conviction on his tone made clear that this was a pretty important part of why he liked snakes. "But cats are nice too. They are so soft and can run around and jump really high. But I don't like bees and mosquitoes. The stings hurt." And so it went on. They traded their favorite colors, foods, games, and then switched to things they didn't like. Harry listed a few vegetables he didn't really like all that much, but he was aware that there was little food he wouldn't eat, unlike Marcus, who had strong opinions about all kinds of food. Some were too green, or too crisp, or too mushy. At the end, they went over to the science classroom to introduce Nagini to the common adder living there before they said goodbye, promising to be visiting again soon. "I feel that went well," Marvolo commented on their way back to the edge of the wards. "He really doesn't like lots of foods," Harry remarked. That was something that stuck in his head. Maybe because he never really got to choose what to eat, always happy to get something when he was allowed to eat. Then it should be a good sign that Marcus was this picky. "Right. It's good he can choose then, isn't it?" Marvolo answered, and while taking a hold of the offered arm, Harry realized that Marvolo shared his slight, not really confusion, amazement over this. But considering that Marvolo had grown up in an orphanage where everything had always been in short supply, that was not really so unlikely. Bracing for the unpleasantness that was apparition, Harry turned his attention to the gathering they were to attend this evening at Longbottom Manor. It had taken the Mediwitches a lot of work to get the needed potions into their patient. But now they could finally conduct another cleansing ritual for Mr. Dumbledore. Jeremy would have loved to conduct this ritual on the 21st, but it had not been possible as they hadn't known it was even needed. So now was better than never, he would say. After the repeat test had revealed the more severe condition, they had had the leverage to take more serious measures. Measures such as forcing Mr. Dumbledore to take the needed potions, banning his leaving his room on his own, or at all, among other things. This ritual they were conducting today would determine the chances the old man had at recovering. Be certain to not stray from the steps, and take care to execute them in synchrony. Jeremy looked around the group of healers gathered around. This ritual was a complicated one. Several people had to work in concert to make the magic take the right course. Two strong Mediwizards came in carrying a stretcher with a sedated Mr. Dumbledore into the circular stone room. Minimizing the influence of external magic was important, but it made the use of rather unorthodox methods necessary. After their patient, clothed only in linen robes, had been placed on the specially prepared place in the middle of the circle permanently etched into the floor, Jeremy checked one last time that everything had been prepared to his specifications. Even with the order from his lord to do his very best, he wasn't sure this would work out in favor of his patient. They didn't often get to use this ritual, and practicing wasn't something they got to do without a patient. On his signal, he and the other 6 participants in this ritual started to move and chant, creating an interesting effect with their voices sounding as one, rebounding off the stone surfaces where their shadows were cast by several candles, and 7 small fires burning in cauldrons danced to the music. This went on for some time. Then the tempo of their steps and chanting changed, and they drew in the bundle of herbs they had been holding when passing their evenly spaced cauldrons. Magic coursed through the room, around them all and into their patient. If they managed to keep up their harmony for the next 2 hours, the old headmaster might get better after all. Ooh, the gathering at Longbottom Manor traditionally was one of the last of the year, and in the last few decades, one with mostly light-allied families invited to come. The Malfoys, for instance, had made a point of not attending, even when they were invited, for quite some time now. In fact, the gathering had lost a lot of its pull in the years since the last lord had died. This year, Augusta noted with some grim satisfaction the number of people who had agreed to come had grown significantly from last year. She was pretty sure she knew the reason for that change. Being declared regent for the Potter seat on the Wisengamot had given her a lot more influence. Suddenly everyone wanted her ear, so they might manage to exert some influence over how Harry Potter, the boy who lived, developed his political stance. It was disgusting, but at the same time, all too familiar. She stood in the entrance hall greeting their guests with Neville standing at her side, fulfilling his duties to a standard he hadn't managed in the past. Maybe he finally was growing out of his insecurities. "Good evening, Minister. How unusual for you to find the time to be here." Augusta gave her best fake smile and a small bow, which tilted the fox sitting on her pointed hat for the evening forward as if it was about to jump onto the minister's bowler hat. With Fenrir and his last supporters finally apprehended, I thought it only right to take the time to celebrate with some of my dearest friends. Cornelius' smile was oily, and his excuse as flimsy as any in all the other years, with the only difference being that now he was giving one for the reason he was here and not for staying away. That was good thinking on young Harry's part to send a patroness with a message to Lord Slytherin, Augusta said with a smile and a nod that implied her agreement, but the stiffening of Cornelius' posture made it all too clear he had understood her dig at his so-called success. If not for Harry's patroness, Fenrir might have managed to escape again. "He is a bright young wizard," Cornelius agreed with a strained smile. It had to be hard admitting, if only indirectly, that he had been wrong about Harry and his warning of Voldemort's resurrection. It had been swept under the rug quite thoroughly, but as it hadn't been going on long before Lord Slytherin had come back to start over, Augusta really wasn't surprised. No one reached the position of Minister of Magic without a shred of political talent, not even if that person was in the pocket of someone as wealthy as Lucius Malfoy. "Have a nice evening, Minister," Augusta said, not waiting for him to thank her before she turned to the next guests arriving, a slight to Cornelius' pride but still perfectly polite. Xerxes Lestrange walked towards her, a smile on his face, and his heiress, the Gryffindor girl from Neville's year, with Nart's boy on her arm in his wake. "Xerxes, welcome. How are things at your school?" They knew each other from their school days, and had respected each other most of the time. The fact his sons had died in that fire over in France, and that he had taken a muggle-raised girl as his heiress, had smoothed out a few of the grievances between them. His founding a school dedicated to the education of all children connected to the magical world, squibs included, had added to her willingness to give him another chance. "All is going well. The Yule Festival was a big success. The teachers are contemplating to hold another one in the summer." They chatted for a while and finally came to the capture of Fenrir. It was a theme that came up again and again throughout the whole evening. Augusta felt it was so much gossip, but as the man had wreaked so much havoc, it felt like she could not really fault her guests for being eager to talk about the events of the night before. It would be a long evening with a mix of guests she hadn't had in her home for a long time. With a small internal sigh, she straightened her posture and started on her first round of the ballroom. Ooh, they had managed to get out of the mandatory socializing in the stifling company of all the adults who had come to this ball rather fast. So now they all were gathered in a nice parlor a little away from the big ballroom, sitting on the couches with their drinks, chatting. Harry was sitting with Neville and Theo at one of the tables playing a game of exploding snap. The girls, Susan, Hermione, and the Greengrass sisters, sitting over near the fireplace, were talking animatedly. Judging by some words floating over to their game of cards, Harry guessed they were talking about career options and OWL preparation. There were groups of older and younger children, or maybe teenagers for the older kids, at other tables, each sticking to those they knew the best. The adults might use these events to make new connections for their political gain, but the children forced to be here as well used every opportunity to just talk with friends. All in all, it was a little odd. Harry had been invited to the Burrow, of course, and he had spent time with the others from Gryffindor and Slytherin in their respective common rooms. But this was alike and different at the same time. Maybe the closest he could come was comparing it to Draco's birthday party from the past summer. But then again, now he was friends, or at least friendly acquaintances, with the people present here, so it was different again. Say, Neville, I heard that there are great greenhouses here at Longbottom Manor. Do you think we could get a visit in? Father insisted that I study when there's no event I have to attend, so I didn't get many opportunities to go out, Theo said as he had to take another card. Neville blushed a little, nodding. We do have good greenhouses, and if everyone is in agreement, I don't know a reason why we shouldn't go. Then he placed a card on the pile, causing the cards to explode quite spectacularly. Say, Harry, how are things moving with the adoption? Astoria suddenly asked, rolling her eyes. Maybe she didn't approve of them playing a game that some deemed pretty childish. What adoption? Is there something going on with your adoption? Susan asked, curious, turning her attention totally on Harry. It looked like only those closely associated with Marvolo, or rather his close political allies, knew about Marcus. The fact that Susan seemed oblivious spoke quite clearly about how her aunt was handling information from work. No, everything is all right. But well, we have found another Parselmouth. Harry gave Astoria a look, hoping to get the message across that they hadn't wanted to let the information spread just yet. But the girl ignored him, turning to Susan. Harry is to be a big brother. I think it's great. Astoria was almost bouncing in her seat, and Harry shook his head in exasperation, so much for keeping it under wraps. With an exasperated sigh, Harry turned back to the game. I guess after the time Father spent at the ministry yesterday trying to sort out that mess the adoption process has become, it will not take long until it's all over the papers. That comment got nods from everyone. The tendency of the Daily Prophet reporting on Harry's life was well known after the spectacle of the last year. The little boy from the festival, Hermione stated, smiling. Marcus, I hope it won't take too long until he can come live with us. How is Aiden doing, Theo? Harry really wasn't keen to speak about his family, so deflecting the conversation to another topic hopefully would work. Oh, he loved our tree and the fairies, and he really likes the school. Being a big brother is an adjustment, though. Aiden constantly wants to spend time with me, even when I do something really boring. While working on our transfiguration homework, Aiden was constantly asking questions. I'm sure you'll have the same trouble soon. Theo laughed, and the others did as well. That was until Daphne said, I hear you. Hey, Astoria exclaimed in not quite mock outrage, flinging a cushion at her sister. A short pillow fight followed, which quickly involved everyone, until Neville called them all to order, suggesting that they move over to the greenhouses and take a walk through the garden. The house. Elf had quickly fetched their cloaks for them, and they marched out into the cold, chattering on about schoolwork. Uo strolling through the fringes of the gathering, Marvolo spotted Severus standing together with his wife, in a little alcove-like niche, with a window and curtains. Maybe he should use the opportunity presented here to speak with Severus about his own troubles with the expectations of their society. Good evening, Lord Prince, Lady Prince, Marvolo greeted before he stepped through the gap the curtains of heavy velvet left into the space the other two were occupying. Good evening, Lord Slytherin, greeted his potions master, while the wizard's wife offered up the customary courtesy. Of course, they had been officially introduced at the first event they had both attended, so they could skip quite a few of the pleasantries required on a first meeting, but not all of them. After the usual small talk about weather, common acquaintances, and the current company, it took longer than Marvolo would have liked, but being polite was important. If he had wanted to get to the point as quickly as possible, he should have called Severus to a meeting through the mock, and not initiated a talk in such a public place. Even with the voices of the other attendees a murmur in the background, and them mostly shielded from view, this wasn't by any stretch of the imagination a private meeting. "I have to say that I envy you for your state of married bliss," Marvolo stated dryly. "Almost since the day the Wisengamot decided to grant me a second chance based on the law of Haxby, witches and some wizards have been haunting me in a bid to gain my hand in marriage." He sighed over dramatically, gaining an impassive mask from Severus, who certainly had enough practice in keeping his feelings under wraps, and a quirk of her lips from Mrs. Snape. "So not one of those seeking your attention has caught your eye, Lord Slytherin?" The young woman wanted to know, her arm linked with that of her husband. They clearly presented a unified front. "I feel it would be a disaster to marry any of them. I'm pretty sure I couldn't match their needs or expectations of what a marriage entails." Marvolo wanted to scoff at his own evasiveness. He would have thought that it shouldn't be all that hard to admit his own lack of interest to the man who had seen him at his worst, and whom he trusted enough to brew his medicinal potions. Marvolo thought he saw a flicker in Severus' eyes at that, but Mrs. Snape seemed to have a little trouble catching on. "Has anyone made their intentions that clear already? That would be a little forward, wouldn't it? The political gains some might envision are met easily enough. But with marriage comes an intimacy, or maybe I should say an intimacy is expected, that I have no desire for. But I would have trouble turning a blind eye to infidelity, and that combination would probably prove frustrating for those seeking marriage." Hopefully that would be enough to bring the point across. Her eyes widened, her hand going to her stomach, where Marvolo knew a new life was growing. She had understood. "I fear there aren't that many ways to evade the matchmaking. I managed because my occupation as a teacher wasn't glamorous, and my position as heir to the Prince family wasn't even known to myself. It seems impossible to counter the appeal of the Slytherin name." Severus' voice was smooth and hinting at all he didn't voice. The fact he was shrouded in mystery, powerful, knowledgeable, and pretty good-looking was only implied, and Marvolo was thankful for that. Empty flattery in this moment would have been irksome. "Why not search for a marriage of convenience, then?" Mrs. Snape asked, interested and confused. Not many who find themselves in a similar position would admit to not being interested in intimate relations of any kind, and duty might force them to marry anyway. Marvolo shrugged and slightly turned so he would address Severus over his wife. "I would like to find a partner, but I fear my needs and wishes are hard to meet, as infidelity would cast a bad light on any marriage. Despite my lack of interest, any person with need for such would be unhappy in a relationship with me. The fact that most of our population either fears me or loathes me adds to the problem. I would like to be able to speak and debate with a partner, not share my home with someone agreeing in everything or holding my past over my head constantly. Anyone unmarried either is too young or already at the end of their life. I can't see myself with a young partner lacking the experience to keep up." Marvolo trailed off, carding his hand through his hair in a gesture of frustration. It felt highly unlikely that he would be able to find someone. "These certainly are very specific requirements," Mrs. Snape nodded, a contemplative expression on her face, before she turned on her husband. "I know that you are known as a discreet potions master, accepting commissions for complicated potions from individuals who wish to acquire something that they would prefer to get through channels not quite as public as the next apothecary." Severus only looked at her, waiting for her to reach the point she wanted to make, earning himself a huff and an eye roll, which caused him to smirk a little. They clearly were a good match. "I'm not talking anything illegal. There are more than a few potions one might feel embarrassed about needing, like those that force a reaction of a male that might not occur as easily with the wrong kind of partner. You know exactly which potions I'm talking about." Severus nodded, glancing for a moment in Marvolo's direction. Of course he would know which potions were used for that kind of task. Potions combating impotence and other causes leading to a similar effect belong to the oldest known recipes. They usually only are needed, though, when a marriage is already established, and are consumed with the goal to provide a child for the family. So my theoretical knowledge of people using such potions wouldn't be of help here anyway. There is also the fact that my supposed discretion wouldn't be all that good if I would actually speak of my supposedly existing customers. Or am I mistaken? Severus, whole posture and tone of voice was so serious that it was clear he was putting more emphasis on the whole thing than was needed, giving the whole thing an air of levity. It was kind of silly to first compliment Severus on his discretion, just to turn around and practically ask him to reveal who those customers have been. Uo in front of the curtains, or rather more to the side, Amelia stood listening in on the conversation. As not one of the three there had cast any privacy charms, not even the most simple ones, she didn't feel guilty in the least for eavesdropping. And what interesting information she had gathered. So, Lord Marvolo Slytherin thought of himself as asexual. The Dark Lord Voldemort's sexuality never had been on her thoughts during the time they had worked to defeat him and battle his Death Eaters. And why should it have been? But now she was intrigued. She could relate to the desperate need to evade matchmaking mothers. It had taken a long time until the world had accepted that her need for a career was greater than her wish for family. That she just wasn't interested in any of that never even had been considered a possibility. As most of the magical community was obsessed with the need to continue families, admitting to having a sexuality, not going along with the need to produce children, wasn't really the done thing. At least not in the open. In her year, there had been a few that had been forced to marry someone they weren't attracted to for the sake of the family. Susan had told her about the rumors going around the school that there was a potion that would enable two wizards to have a child together with a surrogate mother that would carry the traits of both fathers. If that was truly the case, the current popularity of Lord Marvolo Slytherin might help to break the customs forcing so many people to lead unhappy lives. Because having an affair might be the usual way to handle the respective needs of such a marriage. It being discovered still carried a stigma. But would she be willing to bind herself to the man who had been Voldemort to help in breaking those outdated norms? She certainly didn't know the man well enough to contemplate something like that with any seriousness at the moment. Shaking her head, Amelia walked over to a few of her acquaintances she hadn't spoken to yet this evening. "Ooh, Madame Longbottom," Marvolo greeted their host for the evening, taking a flute of champagne from a floating tray before he stepped over to take a seat near the one she was occupying. "I congratulate you for an evening well organized." Marvolo toasted in her direction before taking a small sip from his glass. Indulging too much wasn't something he could risk. "Thank you, Lord Slytherin. I have heard more than a few versions of an interesting tale this evening. It seems you have once again fought at the side of Auras against an army of transformed werewolves just a few nights after the new moon." There was more than a little sarcasm in her words, and Marvolo couldn't restrain a small chuckle from escaping. Getting more comfortable in the armchair, comfortably upholstered with a fine floral-patterned velvet, Marvolo drawled in a bored tone. "It seems the luck of always getting into dangerous situations my son seems to have is contagious. I was in the ministry trying to sort some things out when Henry's patroness message reached me. Of course, Amelia Bones didn't hesitate to take action. She certainly has earned her spot," Madame Longbottom agreed with a regal nod. "And watching how the simple story evolves in the claws of the rumor mill is quite entertaining. I'm pretty sure that I know the facts of this situation. What I couldn't extract from all those tales was the reason why you were at the ministry." Smiling at the clear, but nicely done, attempt to fish for information, Marvolo decided that it probably would be best to inform his son's regent of the current situation in regards to the adoption procedures. "There is a boy by the name of Marcus who is able to speak with snakes. Both Henry and I are determined to adopt him as soon as possible. There is no reason to not take him in, as he clearly is part of our family. I was at the ministry to arrange everything needed for that." It wasn't as easy a process as I had thought it would be. Clearly surprised and intrigued, Madame Longbottom shifted in her seat, suddenly resembling a lioness about to spring into action. Marvolo went on. "Someone changed the way adoptions are handled, but it looks as if they started and never finished. There are new steps to take, things to prove, without a responsible department named. I'm baffled, not something I'm accustomed to." By now, everyone Marvolo thought might be able to help knew about the changes and had the order to find evidence who had been the one to set this into motion and what might be done to clear up this tangled mess. What an unprofessional way to go about changing such important procedures. That's just not right. Can you give me more details? I'll have to do something about this." all too happy to have someone investigate this who was not so closely linked to himself that it would raise suspicion. Marvolo started to explain what Mrs. Wispy and he had found during their search the previous day. Maybe they would be able to get this sorted before the next regular meeting of the Wisengamot in January. Ooh, Friday. The 29th of December, it was early in the morning, the sun not yet even close to rising, as Walden McNair stood waiting in the cold. He didn't mind the weather or the early hour, because what he was here to do was something he loved to do. He was here to do the job the ministry paid him for, eliminating a dangerous beast by separating the head from the body with his favorite axe. When he had heard that Fenrir Greyback had been caught, a small, evil smirk had taken up permanent residence on his face, and he had started to sharpen his axe. He had used the steel his father had given him for this purpose so many years ago. It just was better done by hand than with a spell. No spell had ever been invented to sharpen an axe the way he wanted it to be done. When the sound of 3 sets of feet on snow reached his ear, Walden turned to watch the 2 Auras bring the beast over to the block. The beast, in the shape of a man, shackled both at hands and feet, didn't fight, but was walking like a drunk, or someone heavily sedated with strong potions. Making a face, Walden shifted the grip on his axe. He would have liked for Fenrir to be aware of what was happening, for him to be struggling and screaming in a fruitless attempt to evade the inevitable. This way it was only half as much fun as it could have been. No way to change the facts now. He should better enjoy this in all the glory there was. The flickering torches illuminated the courtyard used for executions like this, casting their unsteady light over the few officials here to witness the execution of the long-standing death warrant for this feral werewolf. It was obvious that they weren't happy to be here this early, waiting in the snow. But the orders had been clear, after waiting the time it would take for most magical ways of impersonating someone to wear off. The execution had to take place as early as possible to evade the curious masses and the reporters, and most importantly, to make sure there was no chance he could find a way to escape. By now the 3 had reached the block right next to Walden, and the Auras were forcing the beast down to its knees, placing the head down on the big, sturdy piece of wood. A few sloppy wand movements and a murmured incantation later, the shackles were attached to the floor, preventing the beast from escaping. With a happy grin on his face, behind the mask which was part of his traditional getup, Walden positioned himself next to his target, taking aim and raising his arms with the axe high over his head. The sound of sharp metal hitting something soft and then getting stuck in wood rang around the small, dark, and cold yard just seconds later. Chapter 74. Delays. Chapter text Friday, 29th of December. Sitting down at the breakfast table, Remus first poured himself a cup of tea before he picked up the Daily Prophet. As Harry had holidays, Remus didn't have much to do. There simply weren't that many essays to read and mark. So he spent his time reading books, the newspaper, organizing notes for Harry to study in preparation for his owls, and so on. Maybe he should accept a few more jobs, like the one he had at the moment, to fill his time constructively. Or he could write a new textbook for history of magic classes. A new one was desperately needed. After he had eaten a good portion of his breakfast, and had braved the society pages droning on and on about a local art auction for charity, organized by the amateur artists themselves, his eyes fell on the section with various, mostly uninteresting notices from the ministry. There, between the announcement of a promotion and the search for a new supplier of tea for the break rooms, was the notification that the execution of one feral werewolf by the name of Fenrir Greyback had taken place in the early hours of the morning. And that was all. No mention of the reasons the execution had been demanded, or if there had been a trial. Remus had known that there had been an outstanding warrant, and he really was glad that that monster was gone. But he had a bad taste in his mouth regardless of his relief. Almost an hour after Remus had left his room, Sirius ambled down for breakfast, his hair unkempt and his clothes clearly not fresh from the wardrobe. Remus raised a brow in silent inquiry. Sirius shrugged. No sense in getting ready for the day, when I plan to go to bed again soon, is there? But I need to see if there's mail for me, write an answer to anything important, and eat something. I'm starving. With an indulgent eye roll, Remus returned to his paper, only to stare at the unassuming, much too short notice. What's wrong? Sirius asked between bites of scrambled egg. Greyback was executed this morning. A surprised noise from Sirius caused Remus to look up. And why are you looking like someone kicked your puppy? I, for one, think it's a good thing that vile bastard is gone for good. Remus nodded, but frowned. How to explain his mess of emotions to his friend? I agree that Fenrir Greyback has earned what he got. But do you realize that there never was a trial or even a hearing of some sort? Get enough people to agree I'm dangerous and out to infect as many as I can, and the same could happen to me. Remus knew he sounded bitter, but he couldn't help it. Sirius hummed, refilling his mug with coffee. That would be unfortunate. That's true. But I still can't say I'm sorry that he didn't get a trial. We both know he was a monster. Remus scoffed, folding the Daily Prophet with jerky movements before placing it at the edge of the table. Sirius sighed, rubbing his hand over his face. And I managed to step in it again. Right. Sorry, Remus. I see that there's a bigger problem here. But isn't Lord Slytherin working on that at the moment? I distinctly remember him speaking about the need for equal rights for every intelligent member of our society during all those dull parties. Now Remus rolled his eyes at his friend in exasperated amusement. Sirius really wasn't cut out to be Lord Black, though it was admirable how much he tried to fill the role he had never wanted to take. Sirius furrowed his brow in confusion. What did I get wrong now? Maybe you could be a little more active in this. Maybe push for rights, not only for those infected with lycanthropy, but those with mixed heritage as well. Hagrid probably would be happy if there was less prejudice against half-giants. Remus gave Sirius a pointed look, leading to the other wizard groaning. You make it sound so easy to overthrow prejudices hundreds of years old. Shall I advocate for goblins getting wands next? I agree that people with goblin, Vila, giant, or something else in their ancestry shouldn't get mistreated for that. But you know that realism is a thing, yes. Demanding too much, too fast can lead to backlash. I am already working to help get the laws against lycanthropes amended. It'll take time. Years, probably. Maybe Harry's children or grandchildren will be able to tackle the next piece of messed up legislation. Now it was Remus' turn to rub a hand over his face. He knew that laws were changed faster than the perceptions of society, and that if prejudices weren't countered slowly over long stretches of time, the laws were liable to be brought back. Maybe Remus simply was unhappy with how the prejudices of others had hindered his own dreams all of his life. Wished it would be different, and was tired of waiting. You're right, Sirius. I think I'm getting a little impatient with the state of it all. Sirius nodded and let the topic drop, reaching for the letters waiting on a side table. For a moment, the only sounds in the room were the fire providing them with warmth, cutlery on porcelain, and the rustling of parchment as Sirius went through his letters. Look, a letter from Jacobs, Sirius exclaimed, holding up the letter he had been reading. What does he say? Remus inquired, truly curious. Sirius quickly scanned the letter, his brow furrowed in concentration. He has answers from the different magical schools he contacted. Not one of them has a Olivian Morrow as an alumna, so he thinks she's most likely a muggle. The schools weren't as helpful concerning her daughters. Sam explains that they all have a policy of not speaking about their minor students with outside parties. Inconvenient, but understandable, I think. He says that he got a lot of answers to the inquiries he had posted in several newspapers. Working through those is his next step. Well, I guess it would be unreasonable to expect more this soon after he started to investigate. But still, we hope, eager in our impatience. Remus commented, startling a laugh out of Sirius. They understood each other. Some things just took time, but even knowing that, they had trouble waiting while they could do nothing much. Ooh, a last look into the mirror. Lovely as ever, Augusta. She made sure her hat was on straight, and her robes were hanging correctly over the purple velvet dress she had chosen. Since Lord Slytherin had told her about the mess he had uncovered while trying to adopt another child without proper family, thoughts about that had troubled her. The other witches of her bridge group had been outraged when she had told them over their breakfast meeting this morning. They all agreed that it wasn't right to put so many obstacles into the way of those that wanted to take in children without a proper family. They all had agreed that a child with such an obvious family gift as Parseltongue should be taken in by family without that much hassle. It had worked well in the past. Why should it be changed? They all had agreed to keep their ears open and ask around to find out who had changed things so drastically. Augusta herself somewhat agreed that the process so far had been pretty open to interpretation. At first, she hadn't been happy that there had been nothing that could be done about Lord Slytherin. Then Marvolo Riddle, adopting Harry Potter, just based on the fact that he could speak to snakes, the Slytherin family gift. She had had serious doubts about the man's suitability as a father. Now she knew that the man made a decent father and was content with the way the situation had developed. But testing someone to see if they were a suitable parent, how would that even work? Augusta was pretty sure it would take weeks, if not months, of surprise visits and constant monitoring. What qualities would even be tested? How kind someone was? How stern? If that wasn't just as biased as the previous way of determining things, she no longer was Augusta Longbottom. But at the moment, the fact that no one seemed to be responsible was the more urgent problem. In a whoosh of green flames, Augusta whirled away through the Flu network towards the ministry. Once she had stepped out at the other end, she spelled her robes clean with a flick of her wand. Sooty clothes did nothing to add to an imposing persona, and she would need all she could get. The few people scuttling about the atrium quickly made way for her as she walked with determined steps towards the elevator. She would go up and into Cornelius' office. He certainly should know about the mess some underlings had created. And if he didn't already know, it was time he learned of it. As was the case every year over the extensive season of social gatherings, paperwork and parchments had built up into heaps on his desk. And as he did every year, he came here in the last few days between the Longbottom Ball and the New Year's Ball hosted at the Ministry on the first of the new year to get as much done as he possibly could. No one would bother him with requests. He had no appointments, and both were requirements to get anything done around here. He just had finished reading a terribly long-winded and boring letter from the Bulgarian minister when the door opened with a bang. Irritated, Cornelius looked up only to smooth his face quickly into the polite mask he wore most of the time. Whatever had caused the mood this formidable witch was in hopefully had nothing to do with his ministry. Augusta, what a pleasant surprise. How can I help you? With a happy smile, Cornelius got out of his chair and walked around the big desk to greet her. I doubt you will think my visit pleasant when I'm done speaking, Cornelius. That did indeed not sound good. Despite his apprehension, Cornelius kept up the pleasant face and invited his guest over to the seating area. Before he could start with damage control, he had to find out what really had happened to rile her up like this. Do you want some tea, Augusta? She accepted with a nod and settled back comfortably in the velvet chairs. Are you aware that someone has been changing the rules governing the adoption process without finishing the job? The older witch asked pointedly, sipping from her tea. Cornelius frowned. Buying himself some time, he prepared himself a tea to his preferences, adjusting the amount of milk several times. Cornelius thought quickly. He knew the laws governing adoptions. They were vague enough that neither the Wisengamot nor he were needed to adjust the procedures. No, I wasn't aware that there had been any changes. How do you mean that the changes weren't finished? That claim sounded rather ominous to him. Mrs. Wispy told about the changed procedures, and Lord Slytherin wasn't able to discover which department is responsible for conducting the tests that are now required. So the changes weren't finalized, and anyone trying to adopt a child now will be held up indefinitely by bureaucratic hurdles. That's not a situation that can be left alone. It would be terrible for all the children who otherwise could join a loving family. So tell me, Cornelius, who had the bright idea to change something that has been working for hundreds of years. The way she said that was clearly a challenge. A challenge to his authority, questioning his competency to lead the ministry and make sure nothing major happened that he wasn't aware of. And even if he hadn't been a Gryffindor at Hogwarts, he couldn't let this challenge go unaccepted. It would undermine his image in Augusta Longbottom's eyes, and with her, in those of many others. She had a lot of influence with the older witches, and now also an easy access to Lord Slytherin, and with him, to a lot of the more conservative members of the Wisengamot. No, he couldn't risk this getting any more out of hand than it already was, so he smiled winningly. I'm sure we'll manage to untangle what was done and add what's still missing. Augusta didn't look too convinced that they would manage that, but she nodded anyway and started to relay what she knew. Saturday, 30th of December, he felt his years more keenly than ever before, or at least he could not recall ever feeling this old before. The Mediwitch who had brought his breakfast and lunch had been kind and patient, answering all the many questions he had dared to ask among all those chasing each other around his mind. Albus sat in his bed, pillows behind his back, propping him up into a comfortable position. Next to his bed sat Minerva in a visitor's chair. She had had to surrender her wand before she could enter the room, leaving her miffed and Albus, remembering the fact he was held in a secured room, because they deemed him a danger to himself and others. "You look tired, Albus. I had thought the healers were working on improving your health." Minerva clearly was not happy with what she had seen so far. Security wards around the room, his food in bite-sized chunks to be eaten with his only tool, a spoon. No healer or Mediwitch entering his room alone. High security meant exactly that. But as Albus was able to remember the plans he had made to escape, he could understand why they deemed such treatment necessary. Healing is an exhausting process, Minerva, and healing from that much dark magic affecting a person is even harder. I am tired, have been for a while now, but I feel as if a black mist has been blown away, or as if a veil has been lifted, which was obscuring my view of the world. They truly do their best here. He tried to smile reassuringly, but judging by the look in his deputy's eyes, he fell short in his efforts. "What have I missed?" Albus quickly asked in an attempt to distract her. Minerva's look clearly said that she wouldn't be fooled and had seen that attempt for what it was instantly. Nonetheless, she still let him change the topic. There was no trouble at the school, but Fenrir Greyback attacked the Weasleys' home and was apprehended by a group of Aurors who accompanied Lord Slytherin. He was at the ministry when a patroness message from Mr. Slytherin reached him. It was reported in the Prophet in great detail. Minerva shook her head. Other than that, there was nothing important. Suddenly, a bright smile broke through her stern facade. Severus and his lovely wife have been absent from the castle for most of the holiday. Since he picked up the mantle of Lord Prince, and as a married man, he had a lot of events to attend and something better to do than stalking the empty corridors in search of errant students. I feel being married has worked wonders on his mood. Albus listened as Minerva filled him in on all the gossip he had missed. It didn't go unnoticed by him that she was leaving out everything to do with him, probably in a bid not to upset him. He interrupted her rant about a row between Pomona and Rolanda, about some sweets stored in a cupboard in the staff room, gently. "Minerva, don't you think I need to know what the reaction to my illness was? I'll learn it either way. Better to hear it from a friend and have time to prepare, don't you think?" She looked down on her hands before looking up again, searching his face. "Are you sure, Albus? You look like you need rest. That's why I'm currently sentenced to bed rest." Looks like Poppy isn't the only one adamant about this kind of thing. His joke fell on deaf ears, only causing Minerva to give him a look. "I'm resting, Minerva. Please tell me what is going to be waiting for me once I leave the hospital." Minerva sighed, unnecessarily adjusting her rectangular spectacles before nodding slowly. "I don't know how she got hold of the information, but Miss Skeeter wrote an article about your illness, citing sources in the hospital. She was her usual. To summarize, she made you out to be a fool and dangerous for the children even if you should survive. Shortly after that, one of the governors came to the castle, more or less subtly urging me to take over the position of headmistress. He wasn't the last." She folded her hands, looking down. "They probably will not agree to allow you to come back." Albus pondered her words, watching her wringing her hands. Could he deny the claim that he might be dangerous? Looking back at his actions in the weeks before he had been forcibly admitted to St. Mungo's, Albus could see why there might be doubt about his suitability for his post, but it irked him anyway. "We'll have to see," was all he said to this whole mess, as there wasn't any reason to talk about it more. Their conversation switched back to the more inane stories of the days at the school before the Mediwitch on duty came in to send Minerva away. Before long, Albus was asleep. Healing was a tiring process. Uwu, Sonia, and Severus had returned to the castle, while many of the rooms at the manor were renovated all at once. The three elves had started with great enthusiasm on the changes Sonia and he had agreed upon. The garden had to wait until spring, but painting the walls, changing wallpaper, new varnish for the paneling, and polishing all of the furniture could be done now. The fumes and the dust had been too much for Sonia, so they were sleeping at the castle to avoid the worst of it. With all the chances the last months had brought, Severus welcomed the familiarity of his quarters. His aimless wandering, while waiting for Sonia to be finished in the bathroom, led him to the fireplace in their cozy living room. There on the mantel stood the file with the memory the Dark Lord had given him. He still hadn't decided what to do. Did he want to see Lily's last moments? Or was he better off not knowing the details? With careful hands, he picked up the file, spinning it between his fingers. Memories had an odd texture when captured like this. Not really water or vapor, but still displaying properties of both. Severus sighed, recognizing his wandering thoughts as his attempt to once again avoid making a decision. "Are you okay, love?" Sonia asked from the door to their bedroom, clad only in her bathrobe, currently working on her damp hair. Despite his troubled thoughts and indecision, Severus smiled. She looked absolutely tempting. Depends on your definition of okay. Severus gave his wife a wry smile, still fiddling with the cold glass file. Why do you feel the need to even make a final decision about whether you want to view the memory or not? Sonia asked, walking over to the love seat while braiding her hair. That was an excellent question. With a huff, Severus sat down next to Sonia, carefully setting the file down on the small side table. I'm not really sure. Maybe because not deciding on a course of action feels like cowardice. He shrugged, his gaze locked on the shimmering, not quite liquid swirling lazily in the file. You said it was given to you so you could make the decision on your own. You were not asked to return the memory by a certain time, were you? Severus shook his head. And it won't get stale or something, right? Severus snorted but nodded. Memories stored this way, based on everything known today, would hold indefinitely. So why not keep it as a memento? Keep your options open. You don't want to view it now. But maybe that will change someday. With a sigh, Severus let himself slump and moved so his wife could embrace him. A little rearranging later, they sat comfortably, Severus, head resting in his wife's lap. It cost Severus little effort to relax into her soothing caresses of the contours of his face. He wasn't sure it would be easy to act as Sonia had suggested, but he surely would try. Maybe one day he would want to see Lily's last moments, and until then, the file could wait. Uwu, concerned for her youngest child, and only daughter, brought Marley to her girl's door late in the evening. Ginny had been withdrawn and occasionally explosive over the last few days, avoiding company and eating too little. And even now there was light shining from under the door, and it sounded as if something soft, a pair of socks, or a pillow, maybe, had just hit the door. If Marley knew her daughter at all, she was sure that there was something seriously bothering Ginny. Cautiously, she opened the door, peering into the dimly lit room, and spotted Ginny sitting on her bed in her nightgown. Tears were streaking down her cheeks, and her face was showing lines of frustration, while she was writing on a piece of parchment with a book as her flat surface. Since that horrible incident with the diary in her first year at Hogwarts, Ginny had never touched a diary again. "Dear, what's wrong?" Marley asked, stepping into the room and closing the door behind herself. After a moment's thought, she flicked her wand at the door and the walls, setting up a rudimentary silencing charm. Her charms weren't really that good, but after the twins once had commented that they couldn't know not to listen in when she didn't even make the attempt to keep them out with magic, she had come into the habit of casting the only silencing charm she knew whenever she wanted the closed door to be interpreted as a signal for a wish for privacy by the twins. Why does Harry ignore me? Why doesn't he love me? Can't he see how wonderful we would be together? At the end, she was almost wailing her question, falling forward towards where Marley had sat down on the bed beside her daughter. Embracing her little girl, Marley thought about how she could help Ginny cope with her unrequited love. Because from what she had seen over the last visit, Harry really wasn't interested in Ginny at all. He treated her just as he did Ron or Hermione. Maybe a little less friendly, because Ginny probably had been a little aggressive. Marley smiled sadly. Her little girl knew what she wanted and wasn't shy about going to get it. But in this instance, that probably wouldn't work out. So she gently rubbed Ginny's back, letting her cry out all her frustration and heartache. It took some time, but finally Ginny calmed down enough that they could talk. Marley set out to explain to Ginny why Harry most likely wasn't interested in her. I think I have an inkling why Harry doesn't love you like that. You know that he sees Hermione more like a sister, right? And they met when they both were just 11, practically grew up together. Ron's his best friend, almost like a brother. When you met Harry, you were just 11 yourself, and Harry was only 12. I suspect he just sees you as a sister. Maybe he isn't even able to see you as a young woman. It happens when two people are close during childhood. Ginny didn't react in any way, still sniffling and pressed into Marley's side. Your father and I were in the same house, but we never interacted much until we were well on our way to being adults. I know it's not what you want to hear, but it will probably make you happier to let go of your idea of Harry and take a look at all the other boys. Calling Ginny's interest a fixation probably wouldn't help matters, so Marley quickly chose another word. Maybe she should have started to protest Ginny's insistence she would marry Harry Potter once they both had finished school when it first started, when Ginny had been learning to read. In a way, she felt responsible for the situation as it was now. Marley stayed with a distraught Ginny well into the night, and only left once her little angel was asleep. Maybe she needed to distract her girl the next few days and set her mind on other boys before she was to return to Hogwarts. Ooh, Sunday, 31st of December, Flim woke Harry early in the morning on this special day, just as he had asked the elf to do. It had taken a little convincing, but in the end, Flim had agreed to let Harry prepare the breakfast for this day. Marvelo's first birthday since he regained a body and was trying to follow a different way. Harry was convinced that a birthday was just as important as a family Christmas, so making breakfast seemed a good way to acknowledge the fact that Marvelo and Harry were a family now, and that Harry cared for Marvelo. At first, Harry hadn't thought he should, or even could care for the man who had been Voldemort, but long talks with Mrs. Goyle had convinced him that no one had a right to demand explanations for how Harry felt, or got to dictate who he could care about or not. Marvelo had made an effort to do right by Harry ever since he had adopted him. There probably were lots of people who would claim that Harry just could not forgive what had happened in the past, but as Mrs. Goyle had pointed out, they were not the ones living Harry's life. Only a blind man with no sense for his surroundings could have missed Marvelo's habit of picking the sweetest dish available at any given time. So he had created an apple compote, porridge with nuts, raisins, and a number of different sweet additional toppings to choose from, a sweet bread that was great with orange marmalade, and a big stack each of pancakes and waffles. He had just finished arranging the table and casting warming charms and cooling charms on the food so it would stay the perfect temperature when he heard Marvelo move down the stairs. Preparing their cups of tea just the way they normally took it, Harry was standing by the table the moment Marvelo walked in, as usual dressed in finely tailored robes. "Good morning, Henry," was the absent-minded greeting that trailed off at the end when Marvelo looked up. Harry just had to grin at that look of astonishment. "Happy birthday, Marvelo." Harry waved his hand at the table and the food waiting for them. "I made breakfast, all of your favorites and a few basics." When Marvelo only blinked a few times, slowly, before nodding and turning towards Harry, the teenager had trouble containing his laughter. It hadn't been intended as a prank, but it seemed it had the effects of one. "Thank you, Henry. It's not as if my birthday was ever really ignored, but never did someone go to these lengths to make me happy. Thank you indeed." Marvelo sat, and Harry followed suit, pleased that his simple idea had been so well received. They filled their plates with the food Harry had prepared, as well as fresh fruit and a few savory dishes Flim had insisted on, starting their normal morning routine in silence. The holidays hadn't been all that long, but Harry had noticed that it was easy to fall into a routine that felt comfortable. They split the daily profit, and each read their respective parts while eating to their heart's content. "Do you have any plans for today?" Harry wanted to know. "I know there won't be a party, but maybe a visit to the theater or something." He wasn't really sure what Marvelo would like to do on his birthday. Dudley had always invited one or two friends to go on some outing with him, and others Harry knew would invite all their friends to a party with lots of food and games. Marvelo was more of the outing kind of guy, at least in Harry's eyes, and probably had had enough of parties with a large number of people for the next few months. "I haven't planned much. First I'll have to deal with that." Marvelo waved to indicate a basket filled with letters and scrolls placed there by Flim and ignored by Harry until now, "and later we'll be visiting Marcus for dinner. I asked Xerxes yesterday and he agreed. The rest of the day I hope to spend at home enjoying a few quiet hours for once. You'll have to write a response to each one." Harry made a grimace in sympathy, but then had to grin over the prospect of seeing Marcus again so soon. "Before you open all those letters, I want to give you a birthday present." Marvellow's look clearly said that he had thought the breakfast was all that he would get, and was all, or even more than, he had expected to get. Harry stood, suddenly nervous, and called Flim, in the previously arranged signal, to bring down the easel which supported the painting Harry had finished in time. A few steps brought him over to the cloth-covered canvas. "I made this for you." He shuffled his feet and felt ridiculous. Why was he so nervous? Who was he kidding? He had put a lot of work into this, and now feared that Marvolo wouldn't like his present. With deliberate movements, Marvolo stood, walked around the table, and stopped next to Harry in front of the easel. Then he waved his hand, and the cloth moved upwards to hover up and away, revealing the painting underneath. Harry watched Marvolo's face and felt relief when he saw wonder and a hint of happiness in Marvolo's red eyes. "That's a really good painting of Hogwarts. I think I remember the spot you stood in to paint this. You haven't been working out in the cold all the time, have you?" Harry laughed, feeling like dancing now that his gift had been accepted. "I only made the first sketch standing there. After that, I worked in the dorm. Hermione helped me with getting the material. It was fun. But animating the snowflakes to actually fall wasn't possible anymore. I guess that's something I'll have to try another time. We'll have to find a good spot for it. I want everyone visiting to see it. Maybe we can move another picture to a different spot." They searched for a place to hang the picture and found one in the hall, where they moved the picture of an autumn forest to one of the guest rooms. After that, Marvolo opened all his mail. Harry helped and snorted more than once over the phrases that were used over and over again. It was pretty clear that there was obligation at work here, not real interest, and a lot of people obviously didn't even care enough to pretend. Ooh, Marvolo, Henry, and a once again shrunken Nagini were sitting at the dinner table with Mr. London, Marcus, and a few other kids. Nagini currently was slithering from one child to the other, getting scratches on her head and snatching a few small bites of bacon. The fact how at ease the children were around his snake assured Marvolo that the decision to buy a snake for the science classroom had been a good one. To reduce prejudice, one had to start early on. "What's your favorite color?" a little girl asked of Henry, who made a contemplative face. Marvolo watched with interest the way his son interacted with the small children while he ate his own roast and vegetables. He needed to set a good example. "I guess I have more than one," Henry finally answered. "I like the gold-yellow-red combination of Gryffindor, but green is a really nice color too, and there isn't much that reminds me more of the freedom of flying as a sky blue." Several little heads nodded solemnly, forcing Marvolo to quickly cover his amused snort with a cough. It was just too funny seeing such young children so earnest. After the declarations of various favorite colors had finished, the conversation moved on to favorite animals, foods, and more of the same. Even as it was funny conversing with young children, Marvolo feared that the novelty would wear off soon. It really was hard to believe he actually was working towards adopting Marcus and becoming the adult responsible for the boy's life. The thought might even be more fearsome than death. Not something he had ever expected to happen, but that was true for a lot of things that had happened since the summer. "What's your favorite color, Father?" Henry suddenly involved Marvolo in the conversation, who now found himself the center of attention of all the children and an amused-looking Mr. London. "I guess I like both the deep green of a dark forest and the red of rubies, Henry. And before you ask, my favorite animal is the snake, or more specifically the boa constrictor," Marvolo answered, giving the cheeky brat, he was grinning from ear to ear, a short little glare. "Why do you call Harry Henry? Isn't Harry his name?" Marcus suddenly wanted to know, looking curiously from one to the other. Now the look between the two visiting wizards became uncomfortable. Of course, Marvolo had stuck to his promise not to assume a familiarity that wasn't there and address his adopted son by his new actual name instead of the nickname all his friends were using. And now they had to explain this somehow, and in a way that the children sitting around them would understand. "Well," Marvolo started struggling to find words that would work, but managed to sound certain of himself. It always was a good skill to appear confident and sure, whatever one's true state was. "Henry is the name that is listed on his birth certificate. As Harry is one of the more common nicknames for someone named Henry, he has elected to introduce himself as Harry to those he feels close to." Marcus still looked confused and turned to Henry, when the teenager started to speak. Until I was adopted, everyone called me Harry. I was just a kid then, and I think Father now calls me Henry all the time to help me get used to being called that. You see, soon I'll be an adult myself, and adults don't call each other by their nicknames all the time. I want to have a nickname too, Marcus claimed with conviction, and soon a flurry of alternatives were offered from the kids sitting around them. Some of the ideas were absolutely silly, like Snake Tamer, and others simply not really something that Marcus felt fitting. In the end, Marvolo ended that line of discussion before it could get even more out of hand and end with tears. Most nicknames that aren't obvious choices from a name come with time. Don't rush it, Marcus. I'm sure you'll have a nickname in time. After that, Marvolo directed the conversation and noticed that keeping it from going in a dangerous direction was not as easy with children as it was with a group of members of the Wisengamot, and required a lot of the same skills. It didn't take long until it was time for bed, and Marvolo was pressured into telling a bedtime story to all the kids. Quickly everyone agreed upon the Fountain of Fair Fortune, and Marvolo started to read with Marcus nestled into his side. Make a higher voice for the witches, one child demanded, once Marvolo reached the part of the three witches sharing their tales. With an internal sigh, Marvolo started to make different voices for each of the characters in the story, much to the delight of the children listening, and to the amusement of the adults, who also had made it over to the sitting room where everyone had found a seat on a chair, a blanket on the floor, or one of the many cushions scattered around the room. Once the story was finished, the children, among them a few bemused-looking teenagers, were ushered off to their beds, and Marvolo picked himself up from the cushion Marcus had insisted they sit on, closing the book to give back to Marcus. Sleep well, Marcus, and pleasant dreams. Small arms wrapped around Marvolo as close to his middle as Marcus could reach. Good dreams, Marvolo. And off he was, running after the others, his book clutched securely in his hand. You're a great storyteller, Henry remarked as he slowly picked his way through the mess on the floor over to Marvolo's side. Thank you, Henry. I once made an effort to school my voice to exactly that effect, if for another purpose than reading bedtime stories. He hummed contemplatively before giving Henry a grin and a raised brow. Maybe we should add such training to your schedule this next summer. It obviously has a number of benefits. Henry rolled his eyes and asked with obvious sarcasm. You're already making a list, aren't you? Marvolo chuckled and only nodded in response. I might need to pressure you to come by more often for the bedtime story, Mr. London remarked. Especially, the older kids tend to avoid company most of the time. Surprised, Marvolo gave the squib a questioning look. I fear I might not have the time to start a new career as professional storyteller. Too bad. Have a nice trip home, Lord Slytherin, heir Slytherin Potter. The man gave a bow so well executed that Marvolo almost was sure his suspicion that this man had grown up part of a family of high social standing was correct. But as the man obviously didn't want his familial connections known, and there was no current need to get to know them, Marvolo let the matter drop. Both he and Henry grabbed their cloaks and walked to the edge of the wards. A short apparition with Henry as his passenger brought them home, where they parted for a moment, planning to meet up in the study to go over the steps they wanted to take in their goal to adopt Marcus into their small family. Maybe it was time to get Henry's opinion on his tentative plans to find himself a partner for marriage. Harry quickly walked down the stairs to the Lord's study, where he was to meet with Marvolo. The evening had been nice, and seeing Marvolo read a story to all the children had been something else. For a moment, he had imagined how it might have been to have someone read him a story about witches and a night when he had been Marcus' age. Aunt Petunia, certainly, never would have picked such a story, as she and Uncle Vernon had even prevented Dudley from seeing anything on the telly which had any mention of magic. And anyway, Dudley had never had the patience to sit through a story being read to him. Harry remembered quite clearly the few instances in the early years in school when the teacher was reading them a story, where he had to avoid punches and pinches from a bored Dudley. Shaking his head to banish this fruitless train of thought, he was 15 going on 16, not 5. Harry raised his hand to knock on the door to the study. When he heard the "come in," from inside he opened the door and stepped in. "Come and sit," Marvolo said, an opened letter in his hand. "Do you want to have something to drink?" I would like a cup of hot chocolate, please, Harry answered, picking one of the two chairs by the desk to sit down in. Madame Longbottom wrote to me. She's working on sorting out the adoption mess and has drafted the minister to help. She wanted to inform us and claims that my involvement in this would probably be an obstacle instead of an asset. So with a little luck, it won't be long into the new year before we can adopt Marcus. Marvolo sounded satisfied with the development, and Harry had to agree that Neville's grandmother probably was the best witch for this. She was determined, intimidating, and known to be supportive of the light agenda. Where some people would be contrary just because Marvolo wanted something, Madame Longbottom wouldn't encounter the same problems. That's good. Marcus certainly would benefit from getting here before the summer holidays, so he gets you all to himself for the first weeks or even months. You think that's something he needs? Marvolo sounded normal enough, but Harry had spent a lot of time talking to him, so he was pretty sure he had seen a short spark of fear or maybe worry in the other's red eyes. I think he would probably have an easier time adjusting, but I'm not sure and not an expert. In that moment, Flim had the drinks appear on the desk, which offered Harry the opportunity to conceal his awkwardness by sipping from his cup. Maybe we should consult Madame Goyle about this. She certainly is more of an expert on this than either of us, Marvolo decided, after adding 3 spoons of sugar to his tea, stirring thoroughly. Fiddling with his cup, Marvolo took a deep breath, and Harry wondered what he wanted to talk about that he was so obviously nervous, even in their own home. Concerning the question Marcus asked earlier, I understand that you might never be comfortable with letting me use a more familiar address. Frankly, I'm astonished that we have come so far. When I decided on my new path this last summer, I never expected to find a true family. I'm not averse to calling you Harry. But I can understand if you never feel enough at ease with me to grant me the privilege to use it. Harry had no idea how to react to this declaration and chose to change the topic to the next steps in the overhauled adoption process. Marvolo allowed the change without protest, and when they finally retired to bed, it was as if Marvolo never had spoken about his wish for a more openly acknowledged closeness as father and son. Chapter 75, New Year. Chapter text Monday, 1st of January 1996. During his long shower under gloriously warm water, Harry had thought about Marvolo's declaration of the previous evening. It had been good that they had dropped the topic, and that the awkwardness had vanished after that. That way Harry had gained some time to think about it. All in all, it probably was about time to allow Marvolo to call him Harry, just as the Weasleys did, and most of his year mates from both Gryffindor and Slytherin. But despite the closeness that had developed between them, Harry was still reluctant to take that step. Maybe talking with Mrs. Goyle would help him to sort out his head. Until then, there was still enough to do to distract him from thinking about it. Harry was quickly dressed, his hair brushed so it didn't look too messy, and he quickly walked down the stairs to where he could sense the delicious smells of breakfast. Good morning, Henry. A happy new year to you, Marvolo greeted, folding the newspaper and placing it to the side. Harry smiled. It was a really nice feeling of home, the smell of sweet tea, fresh toast, grilled tomatoes, and mushrooms. It was nice to know he would get to eat his fill. Lightly shaking his head to derail that particular train of thought, Harry smiled back. Happy New Year to you too. I hope you had a good night's sleep. Nagini was searching for a warm place and woke me. In fact, her cold body near his feet had interrupted his sleep more than once that night, but she had insisted on staying under his covers. As she chose to stay in your bed, I had no trouble sleeping, Marvolo said with a grin, picking the prophet back up. Harry rolled his eyes and sat down in his usual place. For a moment they ate in silence, and Harry went through the schedule for the day. As this was the evening of the New Year ball of the ministry, the last of the many events he had to attend this season, there wasn't a lot planned. So maybe he should spend the morning revising. It would make Hermione happy at least. I wanted to ask you something. Marvolo started after Harry had finished his first plate of breakfast and was contemplating if he should take one of the oranges. I've been pondering for some time now, and even more since we learned about Marcus, the expectations for me to marry. I wanted to know your view on this. How would you feel if I should find a partner and chose to marry them? Harry felt his brow rise at the ambiguous way Marvolo described a potential partner. Most wizards would have spoken of a woman. Marvolo hadn't specified. Maybe just like Sirius, his adoptive father had no preference in a partner one way or the other. Guess that would depend. Harry wasn't sure how he would feel if they were to add another adult to their family, but he had learned during his therapy not to jump to conclusions with so little information. So asking a few more questions was probably a good idea. Do I know this person? Do you love them? Why else would Marvolo ask something like this now, if there was no concrete reason to do so? Maybe he sounded a little colder than he wanted to be, and Harry felt the tension in his shoulders. While the addition of Marcus was decidedly a good thing, this was a risk, or at least it felt like one. Marvolo carefully set his cup down, looking clearly surprised, blinking slowly. No, I'm not in love with anyone. This is a purely theoretical discussion. The older wizard pinched his nose, and Harry waited for more of an explanation, barely refraining from moving to sit on the edge of his seat. By now, I'm pretty sure that I have no interest in any kind of romantic relationship. So I would have to find someone with similar preferences. Anything else would most likely cause problems. That sentence held a world of omitted information. But before Harry could find time to identify the missing bits or ask questions, Marvolo had continued to speak. This has become more urgent now, as the expectations of society for a young lord to marry get more pronounced if a young child is part of the picture. Marvolo took a sip of his tea, and Harry tried to wrap his head around this conversation. Sirius had broadened Harry's knowledge and perception on the interactions between people in a romantic sense. The Dursleys never had allowed for the possibility that there was anything else than attraction between men and women. What little Harry had seen of other families had only reinforced this picture. Romantic love was something happening between a man and a woman leading to marriage. Always. Living in a boarding school among teenagers had shown him the possibility that girls might be interested in other girls and boys in other boys, but that it was possible to simply not be attracted to anyone. That was something new. Why bow to the expectations of society at all in this? Harry asked with a frown. There had been a time when he had wished Marvolo would follow the rules and laws more than he probably did. But in this, there was no reason to do what others thought was the right thing. Just as he didn't follow what others thought he should feel, Marvolo shouldn't marry just because others thought he should. I certainly would prefer not to marry at all, but we would have an easier time with the adoption of Marcus now that the rules have changed, if our family matched the traditionally expected composition. Harry nodded slowly. That was a reasonable point. Living in Privet Drive, and all the newspaper articles about himself in the Daily Prophet had taught Harry that people loved to gossip and were quick to judge. But if you had a tragic story while fitting their expectations, they would side with you. The tragic young man recently freed from a curse, the orphan adopted by that man, with a young love and the noble cause of taking in another orphan, it would make for great headlines. That much was clear, but there were other things to consider. Wouldn't that complicate other things? Harry asked, shooting Marvolo a questioning look with a raised brow. After all, there was still the little matter that the official story of Lord Marvolo Slytherin didn't match that well with reality. To that, Marvolo gave a slow, conceding nod. Any spouse would fall under the same family oaths as you and I, but I agree that a certain level of understanding between a potential partner and me would be needed. I'm not all that optimistic that it's an easy task. But as it would affect you just as much as me, I felt it prudent to speak with you at this point. With a sigh, Harry took up that orange he had stared at and started to peel it, shredding the peel in the process and filling the air with its appetizing scent. That sounded as if it wasn't all that likely Marvolo would find a partner. And maybe someone as a partner for Marvolo would help keep the peace, help make the changes Marvolo wanted to make the legal way. I guess that there's no reason not to meet whoever you may find. It sounded too much like a question for Harry to feel comfortable. But in the end, he simply didn't feel comfortable with this conversation at all. Having a little brother in Marcus was one thing. Getting another parent, he really didn't feel good with that prospect. Why not hire a nanny? There's reason enough for us to not want another big upheaval at the moment. Well, either way, we'll need a nanny. I have no idea how to care for such a young child. It's not as if anyone would have trusted me to look after their children once I was out of school, Marvolo trailed of, and gave Harry a sad smile. But I guess together we'll manage to beat the odds and provide Marcus with everything I never had, and you never had. When Harry walked back up to his room to work on his revision and the last bits of his homework, he thought that once again there had been a lot of things that hadn't been said between them. But enough had been said. Harry and Marvolo were a family. They would look out for each other and would do all they could to give Marcus a family as well. The way to this point had been anything but straight, but in the end it wasn't that important. With a smile on his lips, Harry got out his potions notes and started on the revision. Once again, Severus had thrown himself into his best robes, amusing Sonia greatly with his scowl, for yet another inane social event. Maybe not as inane as many of the others that had taken place the whole of December, but the mix of guests left much to be desired. There were too many people among the guests who were working for the ministry. But currently he stood together in a group with a nice mix of potions enthusiasts and healers, talking about the newest developments in the field of potions. There was a story that someone with kids in school told me, said healer Smethwick from St. Mungo's, while turning a little more towards Severus. The story claims that there's a potion in development to enable two wizards to have a biological child with the help of a surrogate mother. I confess to being intrigued. Is there any credibility to this story? It seems too fantastic to be true, almost like those stories about wizards with some dubious ancestry carrying their own children. All around the witches and wizards gave polite laughter. Severus felt inclined to agree that those stories tended to be unbelievable, unclear on any substantial details, and most likely were fairy tales. But the insinuation that his work on the two-father potion was not something worthy of acknowledgement stung. The first test with the potion is going well. The first subject is well into the second term of her pregnancy, and all is going as well as can be expected. Of course, the viability of this can only be evaluated after the child is born, and the test is repeated with other fathers and surrogate mother. But at the moment, I'm confident that my work, which is sponsored by Lord Slytherin, will lead to a viable way for two wizards to father a child together. Severus watched with quite a bit of internal glee as the faces of all those around him morphed from amused laughter into more serious expressions. Each of them knew what a revolution this would be, enabling gay wizards to break with the tradition of marrying a woman anyway, just for having children, instead of getting together with another wizard. For a while Severus answered various questions about his methodology in testing the potions and his failures on the way, but refused to answer questions about the three involved in this test or the exact composition of the potion. Sonia's presence at his side was a welcome anchor in the whirlwind of conversation. Maybe he would be able to bear the hubbub of a potions conference with her at his side. He hadn't been to one since he had attained his mastery. The general din of rumors, gossip, and mocking of those that hadn't managed to invent something new in a while had always made him weary of those gatherings. The fact that most were taking place during times he needed to be at the school teaching had always been a convenient excuse. But with his wife at his side, he might enjoy the exchange between experts that also happened there. Why start with a potion to enable two wizards to have a child together? Why not attempt to enable two witches to have a child together? A young healer in training, a witch in this case, whom Severus could barely recall from his potion classes, asked. There was definitely a dangerous glint in her eyes, and Severus guessed that he might have been hard on her in potions, interfering with her wish to become a healer. But that's not what she had asked. With calm professionality, Severus answered her question. I'm working on the base provided to me. The failed attempts of Salazar Slytherin, who was motivated by his wish to provide one of his sons with the ability to have a child with his lover. Excited murmurs erupted in the group surrounding them. I combined his theories with more recent information on human procreation to refine his methods and change a few ingredients. He had tried to use blood or hair from both fathers. I changed that component of the potion and the procedure to be used. But I agree that a similar potion to achieve the same for two witches is a worthy challenge to develop and a worthy goal to work for. That wasn't what the young witch had expected to hear. Most likely, she had expected that this hadn't crossed his mind, or that he wouldn't acknowledge the existence of witches in the same circumstances as gay wizards had often found themselves throughout time. She blinked a few times in surprise before regaining her equilibrium. So you'll attempt something like this next? She clearly wasn't convinced that he would feel inclined to do so. It's an interesting challenge. While the need for a surrogate to carry the child would fall away, I have no idea how to get a genetic sample from the mother not carrying the child. I guess the work on the potion for two fathers will only be of little help. The discussion spiraled into other topics from there, quickly reducing the group of them to only those really interested in potions, which enabled Sanya to feel secure enough to start participating. The fact that she was a squib among fully qualified witches and wizards sometimes made her hesitate to engage in conversation not directly tied in with her field of expertise. "Are you enjoying yourself?" Severus asked her when their group decided to retreat to a much cozier sitting area and they were walking through the rooms. "Immensely," she whispered back, almost conspiratorially. "I love watching you discuss your work with this much passion." They exchanged a quick kiss and then rejoined the group, which had already started to discuss the different merits of peppermint and its various substitutes in headache relief potions. The halls of the ministry were filled with people in their finest robes. Those varied from years out of style and fraying at the edges to the most up-to-date creations of velvet and silk, sometimes even dragon hide or some fancy pelt. It was a curious mix and maybe the most entertaining of the gatherings. The fact that there were also dignitaries of other countries at this New Year's ball made it even more interesting for Sirius. Currently, he was dancing a line dance with a young French wizard who had as much fun flirting with Sirius as Sirius had with flirting with the exceptionally handsome dark-haired wizard. They both hadn't spoken that much, but there truly wasn't a real need to speak. Glances, brief touches, and smiles were all that was needed to communicate. At the moment, Sirius was pretty sure he would get more out of the evening than just flirting and dancing. Earlier, he had spoken with his godson, who was happy that this was the last ball for this season. After that, the other kids of Hogwarts age had gathered up everyone and moved over to one of the smaller rooms off the main ballroom to play games and talk. Thankfully, Harry seemed to be in good spirits. When Sirius spotted Harry with the blonde daughter of the Quibbler's editor among the people dancing, when he guided the French wizard to one of the quieter corners of the ministry, he had to grin. It seemed that Harry was finally stretching his wings in the dating game, and that Lovegood girl seemed like a good match for Harry. She wasn't one of those interested in his fame. In even higher spirits, Sirius gave the hand he was holding a lingering open-mouthed kiss before grinning up to brown, eager eyes. This really was a nice evening, and it was about to get even better. Marvolo just had watched Henry and Miss Lovegood dancing the third dance in a row. He would have to discreetly check the family's history, current political goals, and the like, when Madame Longbottom came over to him, a glass of punch in her hand. "Good evening, Lord Slytherin. What a rare sight to see you standing alone." She sounded friendly enough, and she had a point. "I'm just back from a short break." When one was drinking warm tea and punch all evening, short breaks were just a necessity. "And I have been watching Henry dance. Mr. Bagman told me just moments ago how much better my son has become in dancing since the Yule Ball of last year's. No, it's a new year now, isn't it? So I guess I have to say, since the Yule Ball of the last Triwizard Tournament." Marvolo nodded in the direction where Henry was just leading Miss Lovegood into another dance, this one belonging to the group of more recently invented pair dances. "He told me that Henry had considerable trouble in the one dance he performed then." Madame Longbottom nodded. "Neville told me that the ball had been fun when he wrote home, but he wasn't the center of all the attention. I imagine opening a ball without any training beforehand and while still so young would be intimidating." Marvolo felt that this concluded the pleasantries customary at the beginning of every conversation. He was curious to learn what the formidable witch had managed to get done on the mess that adoptions in Wizarding Britain currently were. Cornelius wasn't aware of the changes, but that's hardly surprising. We had a look at all the unfinished changes, and Cornelius had his assistant, Marley Poet's boy Percival, asking around. It seems as if a new hire, an assistant for several administrative offices, a Miss Susan Summers, has started the whole mess. She's currently on holiday, so we couldn't ask her for her motivation, or if she was acting on her own accord or at the behest of someone else. Madame Longbottom clearly was agitated over the whole topic. The way she spoke with expressive arm movements was a clear indication, as she normally was a picture of the composed older lady. I agree that finding a solution has priority over finding out who started the mess and for what reasons. What are the minister's thoughts on the situation? Marvolo was glad that someone widely regarded as a light which had taken such an interest in this. Madame Longbottom would have an easier time sorting this out. She was a woman and was respected in large parts of their society, and as a grandmother who had raised her grandson while his parents were in hospital, no one could claim she didn't know enough about rearing children. Yes, a solution is the most important. Cornelius is about to set up a new office to take over the coordination of all the new steps. First, we tried to just reverse the mess, but the members of the different offices were averse to such a step. Some were outraged that the minister tried to intervene. Others are of the opinion that the procedure was in long need of an overhaul. I guess we'll have to make an amendment to the existing laws to make that office responsible for overseeing the compliance of the procedures with the laws. Any ideas who might be the right person to have this office? Cornelius pointed out that there aren't that many adoptions that they would have enough to do all year round, and he's right. Not from the top of my head, but I'll think on it. Marvolo nodded, already going over a list of his people in the ministry. What do you know about this Miss Summers? Maybe we can deduce her motives before she's back from her holiday. Mr. Weasley said that she was in his year and a Gryffindor. As far as her colleagues could tell, she's a Muggle-born. I guess that's the reason no one really knows where she is. Madame Longbottom answered with an expression of concentration on her face. Maybe she felt that the procedures for adoptions are outdated. Henry's friend Hermione Granger, heiress Lestrange, had a clear opinion on the matter. I guess it's not unreasonable to think others might feel similar. Marvolo noticed with amusement how Madame Longbottom blushed a little. He hadn't expected that she would feel embarrassment over the fact that she hadn't approved of his adoption of Henry, but it was a clear indication that she now thought otherwise. That's a possibility. The older witch, older in appearance at least, conceded with a nod. So the discussion I had to witness will not repeat. A female voice suddenly asked from the side, and both Madame Longbottom and Marvolo turned quickly to see who had spoken. Madame Bones, what a surprise, Marvolo greeted, still feeling a little on edge around this witch. She was much too aware of people and their motives for him to feel really safe around her. She had been there when the werewolves had attacked her party, had seen how his Death Eaters still turned to him for orders. She had indicated, in the way she had asked him for how he wanted to proceed back when Fenrir had attacked the burrow, that she expected him to insist on being in the role of commander. She clearly wasn't as easily taken in by his story as all the others had been. Since Amelia had overheard that conversation between Lord Slytherin and Severus Snape. She still was a little surprised that the proud man had taken up the mantle of Lord Prince. She had found herself going back to what she had heard over and over again. It didn't happen all that often that she heard of someone openly admitting to their lack of sexual needs. And the fact someone so widely known and spoken about wasn't really trying to hide it was something that didn't happen often. Maybe he really would manage to change the customs as he was slowly changing the status of werewolves and the view on Muggle-born children. But she needed to know more about him before she could even contemplate marrying him, while openly communicating that she only did so because they both were searching for a partner, or probably better put, a companion, not because there was anything remotely sexual happening between them. She remembered clearly that he had said a partner would have to be able to stand their ground. Amelia was sure she would be able to do that, but not hold his past over his head. She wasn't sure she would be able to let the past rest. She was old enough to have the life experience to keep up with him, and they shared at least a few interests. But there still was the issue that she knew virtually nothing of the man behind the public facade. How much of the young man who fell under a curse? How much of the ruthless Dark Lord? How much of the consummate politician? And how much of the caring father was really a part of him? What was an act? What was true? It was unlikely this really would lead to anything in the end. But she felt curious, as she hadn't since she had left school. So she walked through the halls of the ministry's New Year's ball with her eyes peeled for the striking figure of Lord Slytherin. He obviously made an effort to look the part, and kept in shape, as his body showed. When she spotted her target, standing near to the dance floor, talking with Augusta Longbottom, she made her way over to them. She got to hear the end of their discussion and was glad to hear that Madame Longbottom had taken up the task of solving the problem of the adoption process. With a smirk on her lips, she took the last steps and posed the question that came to her mind the moment she heard what the two of them were talking about. So the discussion I had to witness will not repeat. Madame Bones, what a surprise, Lord Slytherin said, and Amelia noticed with amusement how quickly his mask flickered over into one of polite emptiness, just like the one most of the members of the Wisengamot wore all the time. He had let his guard slip a little around Madame Longbottom, a renowned light witch. That was a surprise, and only made the riddle more interesting. A surprise, Lord Slytherin. Why, you certainly must have known that I would be here, just as any other person working here. I'm certainly not surprised to see you and your heir here, or the large number of journalists or entrepreneurs. It was fun teasing the man, and if the glint in his blue eyes was any indication, he saw the humor as well. That's true. But I had thought that you would have no real interest in talking with me, Madame Bones. After all, besides the few times we have interacted in the Wisengamot, or the 2 times that we found ourselves on the same side of a battle, we have hardly interacted at all. Lord Slytherin projected an honest air of confusion. He clearly was a really good actor, but that was something that could be said about almost all the most successful politicians. Isn't that reason enough to change the pattern of our interaction? Use this event to get to know each other better. As I plan to stay in this position for years to come, we'll continue to have to work together. Amelia smiled, and was aware it was closer to a sharp knife than a happy expression. Lord Slytherin's lips curled into a small smile before settling back into the polite mask. A polite talk in the Ministry building certainly offers an opportunity to get to know a person that differs significantly from the one offered by a fight for one's life. Even if I have to say that one can learn a lot about a person by fighting alongside them. If you would excuse me, Madame Longbottom said with a suspicious glint in her eyes, giving them a nod and then leaving them alone. I have learned that you clearly keep practicing your dueling, Lord Slytherin. And that time without a body is not something that changes patterns in spellcasting. Amelia kept a close eye on Lord Slytherin and thought she saw a flicker of surprise in those eyes. He blinked slowly a few times, as if truly surprised. I guess you might be right. I never thought about it. But I hope you have recognized that the repertoire of my spells is different now that I'm no longer out of my mind. Amelia nodded, still concentrating to catch every flicker of expression she could. She had noticed that not one illegal spell had been cast by Lord Slytherin in either confrontation, and after the clean-up that had been done at the underground lake, she knew that not one of the things Lord Voldemort had known were forgotten by Lord Slytherin. So it was a choice on his part not to use those spells. That he had managed to do so in a fight attested to a strong awareness of what was and wasn't illegal, and a strong desire to follow the rules. What she couldn't deduce from what she had seen so far was his motivation for that desire to follow the laws. Was it a true desire to turn over a new leaf, maybe even a case of bad conscience? Or was it just the easier route to take, feign a law-abiding life publicly and do what he wanted in private? She really didn't know, and that troubled her. Yes, I certainly noticed that. But as I'm sure you know, the Auras and Hit Wizards made a point of watching all the memories they could get their hands on as often as they could to get an idea of whose fighting style, searching for a weakness. I concentrated on the shields and less lethal spells. Those motions haven't changed one bit. Pretty soon they were talking about battle tactics, and Amelia noticed with some surprise that Lord Slytherin happily discussed past attack patterns with her, and even started to ask about defense methods that one could use to defend others from a group when getting to the fight after the attack already had started. Lord Slytherin clearly was a riddle worth solving, and Amelia felt she would have fun doing just that. Wednesday, 3rd of January 1996. 81 was a profitable year for us. Sam nodded politely as the owner of this pub, or maybe club, it seemed to be somewhat of a hybrid form, rambled on and on. For some reason, he had started with the founding of this establishment to explain why he had written in response to one of the adverts Sam had posted in several newspapers. The conference center just down that street was new, and brought a lot of people who wanted to have a nice few drinks after a long day. Sadly, they had to close a few years back, but I guess that would happen once the number of guests who came from there had decreased a lot. Anyway, I remember a Olivian who was here back in February of '81. There always were a lot of academics, engineers, doctors, lawyers, but few women, and even fewer black women with French names. The man nodded decisively, moving as if to take a glass down from the shelves behind the bar. You sure you don't want to drink something? I'm sure, thanks. Sam declined for the fifth, or maybe even sixth time. Are you sure that she had been to the conference center that day? And do you remember anything else? Other people she was with? Maybe what conference she attended? This really sounded like the most promising lead of all those he had received and followed up on. There had been so many obvious false answers, and even more too vague ones, but this might actually be a clue. Yeah, they all had those name tags and big entrance cards and stuff around their necks. She had one of those when she came in and searched for it later in the night before she left with that good-looking man. Slim and a lot of leather in his clothes. He ordered more than one round for everyone and paid right there and then. Don't get people like that so often that I wouldn't remember them clearly. Can't tell you the name of the conference, though. Those cards never made much sense to me, and I guess it was neither the start nor the end of the month. But I can't say what day exactly. As Sam had declined a drink, the man had replaced the glass and was now polishing those that were not yet moved to their spot. She met a man here and left with him. Now that sounded like Sam had struck gold. Asking for a better description probably wouldn't help, as Lord Black had said he had been using various disguises when going out in the city. The owner nodded with a calculating glint in his eyes. So you think this is a good lead? With a little internal sigh, Sam nodded. Most of the obvious and not so obvious false leads had been people claiming to have information in hopes of getting something for it. One woman even had written claiming to be the one he was searching for. It had been rather easy to make her admit it was a lie and leave. Sam got out his wallet to get out a £50 note and slid it over to the man behind the bar. Thanks for the help, and a good new year. Sam was pretty sure he had gotten everything that he could have from here. As the conference center had closed, the next step wasn't as easy as going there to ask what conferences had been held there and to go through the lists of people attending. But now he had a better idea where to search. Walking out of the pub, Sam closed his coat. Time to go home. He had to write a report for his client. Ooh, the fire in the fireplace and the few candles cast a warm glow all over the living room in Prince Manor, the turning of pages and the sound of quills being dipped in ink or moved over parchment made for a cozy atmosphere. The creation of a new potion, once the first idea was clear, always started with hours of research. Being able to share the work with a competent partner only made the process better. I didn't know that there was a potion to check if a specific woman was the mother of a child. I mean, a woman usually is aware when she gave birth, Sonia mused, placing one of the prepared ribbons into the book she currently was searching through. If I remember correctly, there was a potions mistress who was convinced that she had been switched at birth. She created the potion to confirm her claim, as she was pretty sure that her father was the one married to the woman she claimed wasn't her mother, Severus mused, noting down references to a few other works from the text he currently was reading. Did she succeed? Sonia wanted to know, dipping her quill so she could make another note on one of her parchments. Not as far as I'm aware. The tale goes that she proved without a doubt that the two actually were her parents. But as we're trying to create a potion to check for a familial connection in the past, this one should help us get a grasp on all possible connections through the maternal line. Severus placed the quill down and looked up from the book on the table before him. Sonia was more lying than sitting on the love seat in front of the fireplace, and they both had cups of fresh tea within reach. The problem he had been presented with by his lord was much more complicated than either Sonia or he had thought it would be. All potions testing for the connection between a child and its parents, with only the one potion to check for the mother Sonia had just found, were limited to do just that. And what they wanted to have was a potion proving a common ancestor generations back. They both were stumped on just where to begin. While they had identified some of the core ingredients present in each of the potions they had seen so far, and knew that the blood of the person searching out their ancestry was always used with the potion the goblins could offer. They had trouble going further than that. It's fascinating how thorough the goblins and wizards have been in erasing all knowledge of the ancestry potion. One would think that there would be traces, or even just hints left somewhere, Sanya murmured, setting her things aside to stand up and walk around for a while. There still is some knowledge left, Severus stated dryly, bringing Sanya to turn around so she could see him, raising a brow in silent question. We know that there is a body part of a goblin involved. Sanya snorted and resumed her pacing. Well, why else would they be the only ones providing the potion while still insisting on making sure no one else knows how to brew it? When Sanya fell into a brooding silence after that, Severus felt uneasiness stir in his mind. You are aware that the goblins will go to war again if any witch or wizard starts so much as even thinking about recreating the potion. He asked his wife, who threw him a playful scowl. But it's such an interesting riddle to solve. With the knowledge of potions we have, which parts of a body usually lend themselves to which use, and the knowledge of the result that this potion produces, it's almost too easy to make a guess. I think it can't be something like hair or nails or some such. They would just gather and sell that stuff for money, and would hardly start to restrict the number of tests as they have done now. Before she could continue any further, Severus stood from his seat, stepped into her path, and captured her hands. Please stop. She stopped in her pacing and fell silent. I agree that we probably could narrow down the possibilities, but I don't want to be known for being one of those breaking the long-standing treaty with the goblins. Let's have a look at rituals instead, those that once were used to get a complete medical history of a person. As far as I'm aware, there is a potion needed for them that ensures the magic goes farther back than it would do otherwise. And maybe we should identify means to combine or compare the blood given into the potion when two individuals are involved. We certainly have a lot of avenues open before we have to resort to desperate measures. Yes. Carefully extracting her hands from Severus' grasp, Sanya enveloped him in her arms. Don't worry, love. I'll restrain myself and will not research this matter, however tempting it may be. Let's go over to the library and search for books on rituals. And while we're at it, we can plan what to do on your birthday. For a moment, Severus was tempted to just let her search for the knowledge once forcefully removed from all potions publications, but the chances were too slim that she would actually forget his birthday. She was much too organized for something like that to slip her mind, to risk a new goblin war. Maybe something small, just you and me, first going to the opera and then eating at a nice restaurant. He offered up a plan instead of risking war. After all the social events, some rest would be good, don't you think? Sanya laughed, releasing him from the hug. That sounds good. And as it is the last day before the train brings the students back to the castle, we should use the opportunity until you have to be available around the clock again. Hand in hand, they walked over to the library, now cleaned of all dust, and filled with more books moved over from Spinner's End, to search for more texts to aid in their research. Life very certainly was good at the moment, and Severus was determined to relish every bit of it as much as he was able. Thursday, 4th of January 1996, Albus sat up in his bed, a mountain of pillows behind his back propping him up. He still tired easily and felt the effects of prolonged bed rest. He would have to start slowly once he was allowed to leave his bed and his room here at the hospital. In the visitor's chair sat his healer, Jeremy Jugson, whom he suspected was a Death Eater. The man had just arranged his parchment on the small table he had floated over to use, ready to take notes. How do you feel, headmaster? It was a conundrum for Albus how a Death Eater could hold the position of healer at St. Mungo's, but he had to admit that the wizard never had been accused of being a Death Eater, and therefore had no records stating as much. From a purely bureaucratic point of view, everything was in order. I'm tired, and would really like to have a walk by the shore of the lake near Hogwarts. It's quite boring being stuck here. Even with the ritual that had been forced on him clearly having a positive effect on his mood and ability to think, Albus felt suspicious of this healer, an expert on the effects of dark magic. There was no way he would ever feel safe at the mercies of such a man. A long-suffering sigh left the wizard in lime green robes. Headmaster, I hope you realize that every healer of this institution has to make a vow to put the best interest of their patients before any other concerns or alliances. So any past or present family alliances or obligations are meaningless. Whoever comes to me for help will receive the best care I can provide, even if their stance in politics or other fields are opposed to mine. Everything would go much smoother here if you could manage to look past your prejudices, sir. This objection was brought forward in such polite words and with such a friendly demeanor that Albus was taken aback for a moment. This certainly was the reason why the man had managed to get this far in his young career. You surely can understand why I might be cautious around people who associated themselves with certain circles in the past. If there was another healer with as much authority in this field, Albus would have asked for that one to treat him. And maybe he should, now that he seemed to be on the mend. Another sigh recaptured Albus' attention. I had thought that you would approve of someone channeling their youthful indiscretion and curiosity into something that is useful for society as a whole. I became a healer in the treatment of the effects of dark magic, as there always will be such a thing in the world, and people in need of help. The healer rubbed his eyes and took up his quill. Anyway, this doesn't help us in getting you back on your feet, headmaster, so I would greatly appreciate your cooperation. If you please would answer my questions with more than the shortest answer you can come up with. With a conceding nod, Albus gave in. He could see the point, even if he would love to have a healer more in alignment with his own political stance. Those were not easy to find, as they all generally tended to avoid working with dark magic, and therefore were lacking in the knowledge and experience needed to work with wizards and witches suffering from long-term exposure. Beside tiredness, do you feel any other bodily symptoms? Headaches, pains in joints or bones? I see that there have been no more high temperatures in the last few days. And the professionalism was back, their brief discussion and short allusion to past connections to the organization known as Death Eaters put aside. I feel shaky, but my joints are only complaining on a level I have grown accustomed to. The perils of old age, I'm afraid. But I feel that I have much less appetite than I'm used to. But I'm not sure if that's merely a side effect of the lack of foods I like. In fact, one thing he felt the loss of quite dearly was the food quality and variety offered at Hogwarts. And I'm bored. Having nothing to do isn't something I have experienced all that often. Mr. Jugson was scribbling away on his parchment, taking notes. This question and answer pattern went back and forth for some time, Albus trying to answer honestly while also keeping a close eye on the wizard asking and taking notes. I feel you're making good progress, headmaster. I will inform the Mediwitch that you are allowed to go to the common room tomorrow. There you can select one of the books or magazines to take back to your room. Maybe that will help holding back some of the boredom. You may also ask your visitors to bring you something to read. But remind them to keep to light reading. Nothing too complicated or upsetting. If you stay this cooperative, in the next week or so, we might be able to release you into the care of your family. Will this information find its way to the newspaper as well? The moment he had spoken, Albus realized that it might have been unwise. But the blush staining the healer's cheeks was pretty surprising, so Albus let his worries over his own lack of discretion drop. All of the staff is most distressed over this leak of confidential information. Checks of the wards around the patient's files and the anti-eavesdropping charms on our staff rooms have turned up no weak spots, and the vows we have made are airtight. At the moment, further inquiries are being made into who might have given information to Miss Skeeter and what the hospital can do to prevent further breaches of privacy. Albus gave a gracious nod and refrained from pointing out that Miss Skeeter might only have guessed or lied about her source. He did not for a moment doubt that his brother might plant such information to keep him from returning to the position of headmaster. After all, it had been Aberforth's doing that got him into the hospital in the first place. At the moment, Albus wasn't even sure if he could be angry with his brother for that. The safety of the students should be the main focus of the headmaster of Hogwarts, and admittedly, since the adoption of Harry Potter by Tom, his focus had slipped from that goal. After the healer had gone, Albus removed the pillows so he could lie down and take a nap. This constant fatigue was most annoying. Chapter 76, Therapy. Chapter text Friday, 5th of January 1996. Sirius was bounding around over the short grass on the lawn, covered with a thin layer of ice and snow. This was a night of the full moon, and the moon was about to rise over the horizon. Since their time at Hogwarts, they never again had had such a secure location to run in as they had now. And even though he wanted to think badly of Lord Slytherin, there was nothing he could criticize about the wards the man had set up. Sirius had spent the whole day checking them over, even as Remus had insisted that it wasn't necessary. And Remus had been right. And the old bookworm had known it, looking smug as hell when Sirius had come back into the room where Remus had been resting on a kind of divan bed, already under a strain because of the nearness of the full moon. Now Remus was getting rid of his clothes, as Sirius could clearly hear, even as he kept looking elsewhere just as Remus had requested, so he wouldn't shred the trousers, shirt, and robes during his transformation. With enthusiasm that felt a little ridiculous, he really wasn't 5 anymore. Sirius moved his nose down to the ground, searching for interesting scents that might lead them into a merry chase, and to something for Remus to fill his stomach with. It was also a way to distract himself from the horrible sounds that suddenly filled the air as the moon started its ascent into the sky. Bones were breaking, things were tearing, and Remus first groaned in pain, only for the sound to shift into a decidedly inhuman whine and howl. With the wolfsbane potion, the transformation was less painful, but that didn't eliminate all the discomfort. Unfortunately. In the past, Sirius had been fascinated by the shift, always watching when it happened, eagerly following the slide of muscles and rearranging of bones. The first time he had seen someone take Polyjuice potion, he had seen the similarities and had to ask Remus if the change felt similar at all. Remus had said that the transformation he went through each month was at least 10 times worse. But only now, after he had suffered himself for years in Azkaban, did Sirius understand that Remus might not actually feel comfortable with Sirius watching the transformation that closely. The fact that it had been a regular part of all the nightmares Sirius had had in his dank cell back at the prison might have contributed to his awakened awareness. In fact, the more human awareness Remus had gained through the potion he was now taking to make his transformation safer, pushed Sirius into contemplating all this, because now Remus would remember much more clearly. Maybe earning his friend's wrath was so not worth it. Anyway, while Sirius had found the older trail of some birds, and a fresher one of a few deer, Remus had finished his transformation, and now a shaggy wolf was standing next to Sirius, head tilted to the side as if asking what Sirius had found. With a happy bark, Sirius moved his front paws and stretched out, butt in the air, tail wagging, asking his friend to play with him. Only moments later the two of them ran, chasing each other, one of the light birch woods their destination. This was so good. He needed to make sure that he could run with Moony each month, and how much better Moony looked. His fur was thick and free of matted or dirty patches. He had gained weight as well as muscles. It was obvious that living with a friend, regular meals, and a steady job that he loved were doing him good. Dismissing all those grown-up thoughts, Sirius immersed himself completely in the moment. He, in his animagus form, kept warm by his thick coat, running alongside his very good friend under the full moon over snow-covered ground. There wasn't much which made him feel as free as he was now, and without the need to avoid professors or other students, there was nothing they needed to worry about. Ooh, Saturday, 6th of January 1996, Marvolo had apparated them to a spot within walking distance of Madame Goyle's office. They had appointments following one after the other, and Harry's was to be first. Marvolo had brought a few Muggle books. Harry had been really surprised to see them come out of a package Marvolo had received at breakfast. He was planning to read while he waited. "You don't need to wait for me. You can use your portkey once your appointment is done with," Marvolo explained, not for the first time. Harry rolled his eyes. "I understood the first time. I'll make Hermione proud and go over my notes for runes again." Their arrival at the office building put a stop to the admittedly short conversation. It didn't take long, and the two of them were inside the office being greeted by Madame Goyle. Come in, come in. A tea, Lord Slytherin. Or do you wish to return later? I'll take the tea and will be waiting here. Back in my office, the desk is covered in parchment. I'd never be able to find the peace of mind I need to read these." He motioned his one arm where he held the books to clarify his point, "if I were to return there." "Sit down, then," Madame Goyle said. waving at one of the chairs in the nicely appointed room intended for patients to wait for their appointment. "Harry, do you want a tea as well? Or would you prefer something else to drink? I'll take a tea as well. Thank you." It didn't take long to fill each of their cups with tea and add milk, lemon, and sugar to everyone's liking. Harry had to school his features to avoid grinning over the 3 heaped spoons of sugar Marvolo added to his measly cup of tea. It wasn't even a big one. That quirk was something that Harry probably would always find funny. Marvolo settled into one of the chairs, cup close at hand, and started reading, while Madame Goyle and Harry moved into the room where they always had their talks. Harry was nervous yet again, just like he had been before every other session before this one. He was pretty sure that they did help, but that didn't change his nervousness about them. "How have your holidays been? I remember that they're quite exhausting with all those events to attend." Madame Goyle started the conversation. For a moment, Harry was startled. He totally hadn't thought about the fact that Madame Goyle had grown up in the magical world. Well, at least until she hadn't gotten a letter from Hogwarts. And as an 11-year-old would have to spend at least the school holidays with her family, it was almost a given she would have had more or less frequent contact with the magical world. It was a lot, but I guess there isn't really a way to get around it. Not if I want to fill the role of Lord Potter once I'm of age. Harry shrugged a little helplessly. And it wasn't all bad. I got to spend time with my friends, got to dance. At least part of it all was fun. It's good to hear that you had fun. And you're right that all these obligations come with the title of Lord in the magical world of Britain. But I hope you're also aware that there is no real obligation for you to pick up the title. You could just let it rest with a regent as you have now. It is an option. Harry frowned for a short moment, and then slowly shook his head. I didn't know that. But it wasn't that surprising. Most of those who had any interest in telling him something about how this all worked also wanted him to actually do that job. Madame Longbottom clearly wanted him to take over where his father had left off, and his grandfather before that. Sirius hadn't been all that thrilled with the idea, but now he had picked up his own family title, so clearly he would argue more for Harry to join him in the misery than agree with his letting the responsibility go. And Marvolo had adopted him to have an heir. But not only that. The fact that Marvolo clearly was someone who wanted power meant he probably didn't even consider the possibility of Harry not wanting that kind of responsibility. Then another thought struck him. You did look that up. Why else should Madame Gaulle know of something like this? To effectively help you, I need to know the circumstances affecting you. So yes, I did look up a few things I wasn't all too sure about. Madame Goyle smiled kindly, admitting to doing research. Harry nodded. He guessed he could accept that. And maybe Marvolo would explain how keeping a regent even when he was an adult would work. At the moment, it felt good to know all this stuff, to learn how to take up the job. But as he didn't really know what he wanted to do as a job to earn money, estate management wasn't all that interesting. After he was finished with school, knowing all his options to get more free time was important. Did anything change? It was, after all, the first time since the summer that you spent more time with your guardian. She really was good at keeping the conversation on track, while also allowing him to go off on a tangent if something came up that he felt strongly about or needed help with. We found out that there's another Parselmouth. He has no family, at the moment at least, and is cared for at the school that Lord Lestrange founded this last autumn. We want to add him to our family, so we've been meeting him a lot, so that he can get to know us while still staying somewhere where he feels safe. You know. Harry started explaining more than a little awkwardly. He had planned to ask Madame Goyle about how to handle all this after all. She nodded, not saying a word or betraying any thoughts, only smiling pleasantly, looking attentive. The day before the ministry ball, Marcus, that is, the child who's a Parselmouth asked me over dinner why Marvolo calls me Henry, because my name is Harry, and well, it's kind of hard. Marvolo later said he'd be happy to call me Harry, but could understand if I never felt comfortable with that. And I simply don't know what to do. Because, well, it's kind of true that we've become close. But on the other hand, there's still the past. It hasn't vanished, but I know I shouldn't let others dictate what I need to be happy. Harry carefully placed the now cold mug of tea down, throwing his hands up in confusion and defeat. He just couldn't figure this out. For a few moments, silence filled the room. Madame Goyle tapped her pen a few times on the clipboard she was using to make her notes on and finally kindly, but firmly pointed one thing out that Harry had known already. Only you can make that decision, Harry. You already have listed the most important facts in this. You are close to your guardian. The past of what he did and what happened between you will never just vanish. Others can't make the call on what is needed to make you happy and lead a good life. Harry growled in frustration. It would have been too easy, but sometimes it would be nice for something to be easy in his life. Madame Goyle had the nerve to chuckle. Just remember that there's no need to make a decision about this right now. There's time, isn't there? Harry nodded, and they slid into easier topics for a while. It was clear that Harry would have to ponder the problem with the name for a little bit longer. And at least until the Easter holidays, or even the summer, Marcus wouldn't be living with them. And the explanation that Marvolo had come up with worked well enough. Harry just knew that the thought would pester him until he finally came to a decision. It would be a pain for a while to come. Henry looked wrung out when he stepped out of the office, followed by Madame Goyle. Not too surprising, actually. Marvolo himself felt those sessions draining, and not in a good way. Confronting thoughts one normally avoided, facing uncomfortable truths. It was hard, harder than Marvolo had thought, and harder than he ever would admit. With a flick of his wand, Marvolo shrank the different parenting guide books he had ordered and started to read while he had waited and let them slip into his pocket, standing from his seat. I'll come home right after I'm finished here. You don't need to study if you don't want to. It has been a long day already. And the essays you have shown me so far are of good quality. You can afford to have a slow evening, Henry. And it was true, too. It seemed as if only a little encouragement had been needed to help Henry apply himself to his schoolwork. Marvolo didn't remember that much about all the lessons Quirinus had taught while supporting Marvolo's then bodiless spirit. But he had paid attention in quite a few of the Gryffindor first-year classes. He had been interested in Harry Potter and his performance, after all. Then he hadn't been all that impressed, even more angered over the fact that this mediocre boy had bested him somehow. But now he was pretty sure that the underperforming he had witnessed had been caused by a mixture of factors, Quirinus, stutter being just one of them. He watched as Henry took his portkey back to their home before following Madame Goyle into the office, where he sat down in the only place where he had neither window nor door at his back. As usual, he placed his wand in the box he had transfigured on his first visit here before he sat back and tried to relax. When the tomcat living in this office suddenly landed on his lap, Marvolo almost jumped out of his robes. And then the infernal thing started to purr. Marvolo watched with speechless amazement as the cat got comfortable on his lap, of all possible places. He seems to like you, Lord Slytherin, Madame Goyle commented, just to dive right into the questions she usually asked. What's on your mind these days? Lots of things, Marvolo answered, giving up trying to find a good place for his hands and finally resting them right there on top of the Kneasel mix purring in his lap. Those animals clearly were fearless. For a moment, Marvolo breathed in the long-practiced patterns of his occlumency training, his hands caressing the purring cat almost of their own volition. It was oddly relaxing. It probably would be a good thing to get the worst, most complicated concern out of the way first. At the moment, everything has lost importance compared to my doubts about my suitability to be a father to a child much younger than Henry. That was accurate, but didn't state that he had felt real panic the first time he had realized that he would come to be responsible for a child as young as Marcus. You don't think that you'll be able to provide what is needed for a younger child, but you feel that you're doing well with your teenage son. Madame Goyle always insisted on getting him to make clear, precise statements, formulate the facts as he knew them, and above all else be honest, however hard it might be for him. Henry can take care of himself. He can dress on his own now that he has suitable clothes. He can eat and not make a mess, knows when to take a shower, how to care for his teeth, how to tie his shoes. I don't need to make sure he's entertained, don't need to fear he'll play with the fire in the fireplace or torment the house elf. There's so much that can go wrong. Marvolo fell silent suddenly. That had come out more panicked than he would have wanted. That you know of those possible problems, that you're thinking about what might be possible problems with a young child. Both are evidence that you'll manage, Lord Slytherin, Madame Goyle said, not unkindly. But her unwavering politeness didn't really fool Marvolo. It was a mask, just like his politeness, or his mask of confused, uncomfortable young wizard whenever someone brought up his past deeds. I grew up in an orphanage during the aftermath of the Depression and during the Second World War. I don't have a single good example of a father in my past. In fact, most that should have been father figures for me I would call disastrous to emulate. How will I ever be able to provide for more than the material needs of the child? Because between him and Henry, they would make sure Marcus would have everything he could ever need. Enough food, a warm home, clothes that actually fit, games and toys. But with Henry away at Hogwarts most of the year, would he, Marvolo, be able to provide for the emotional needs? For a moment there was silence, only the purring of the cat making any sound, while Madame Goyle clearly pondered her answer. As I said, your awareness of the possible problems and your desire to do right by the child is more than some parents can claim for themselves. I would propose the hiring of a nanny as on-site support, freeing you of duties like helping the child dress, bathing, and other daily things along those lines. And for everything else, the willingness to try and ask for help when needed will get you a long way. This was delivered in a matter-of-fact tone that had a calming effect on Marvolo. It was true he had planned to hire a nanny anyway. All the daily stuff would be covered that way. The thought of not being required to dress a small child was a relief. After that, they talked about what Marvolo might prepare before Marcus came to live with them. Prepare a room, find a nanny, organize a way for Marcus to get to school each morning. He felt that this might be a good way to manage his nervous thoughts. He always did better when he was able to act. Regardless how much planning and preparation were part of him, the inability to act, being forced to just wait and see what would happen was always galling. He guessed that was a characteristic that all houses shared. Having to wait without the ability to influence the outcome, either by knowing things, working hard, scheming, or rushing in, was hard on anyone. The talk about planning and preparations had brought another thought to the forefront of his mind. There was still a man being held captive at his headquarters who was thought lost in some remote wilderness during bad weather. Maybe it was time to do something about that. When he made his way home, he found Henry sleeping in the library, a book on different kinds of paintings, their history, and the history of their makers open in his lap. With a smile on his face, Marvolo carefully woke his son, gently shaking the boy by his shoulder. Go to bed, Henry. Sleeping on the couch will only lead to a crick in your neck and a sore back. With a sleepy mumble, Henry stood from the sofa. Good night. See you at breakfast. See you at breakfast. I might leave the house again for a short time, but I'll be back before long. He really should do something about Karkaroff. Ooh, when he stepped into the small room that had been Igor's prison for many months now, the first thing Marvolo noted was the putrid smell. It was obvious that the man hadn't been able to bathe, hadn't gotten the best food or any access to a toilet. A grim satisfaction settled in Marvolo as the traitorous wizard noticed his presence and started to beg, moving so he was kneeling with obvious difficulty, raising his hands in a pleading gesture, mumbling words that were mostly unrecognizable. He was a pathetic sight. You know that you'll never leave here alive. Why do you still beg? He would have to make sure that the body of Igor would be found near where he last had been seen. And the body needed to appear as if he had died of natural causes plausible for a man lost in a storm. Maybe a fall breaking his neck. That should be easy enough to accomplish. Maybe they would need to heal him first, erase all traces of the many hours of torture they, and before anyone else, Marvolo, had heaped upon him. The possibility that some magical investigators would get involved wasn't something he could just disregard. Additionally, he would make sure that there would be no doubt that the body had been there the whole time. Insects, animals, and scavengers would have left their mark, as would the weather. So Malcolm would have to start healing the man, and they would have to move him. The current conditions wouldn't help the changed goal. And until the man was a clean slate again, Marvolo would have to do some research to find the right rituals and curses to mask the fact that Igor Karkaroff hadn't died in that storm last year, living in captivity instead. Only one question remained. Would he kill the traitor in front of his Death Eaters? Or let them keep wondering, maybe even believing that the man still was a captive used as a tool to help Marvolo manage his anger and frustration? That was an important decision, as either course of action could have positive and/or negative reactions from his followers. He needed to weigh the pros and cons before he committed to one over the other. But first, he would inform Malcolm of his newest task. Sunday, 7th of January 1996, they were surrounded by the glaring orange of the Chudley cannons that Ron had covered all the walls with. Quidditch players zoomed in and out of their posters, and from time to time, the groaning of the ghoul in the attic was loud enough to be heard over the experiments down in the twins' room and Ginny's complaining about the noise. Carefully moving one of his pawns, Harry sat back on the big orange pillow, feeling content. I'm really hoping that Ginny'll manage to get over her crush on me. And how dearly Harry wished that the girl would overcome her fixation. She's pretty and nice, but more like a little sister, Harry quickly added to prevent Ron from exploding on him. His friend really tended to overdo the big brother routine. I'm pretty sure those other girls had a lot to do with the whole, Rowan waved his hand vaguely in the air, mess, and that you're now the heir of Slytherin on top of the whole boy who lived stuff didn't help either. Ron moved his rook, making Harry wonder how many moves the redhead was planning in advance, because he couldn't see what this was going to accomplish, and then looked up with a thoughtful expression on his face. Do you think it would have been easier to get a date to that Yule Ball as the heir of Slytherin? Ron asked. I was a champion, and the boy who lived back then. Can't see how being heir of Slytherin on top of that would have helped any. Harry shook his head, contemplating his next move. He was going to lose anyway, he was pretty sure. The chess pieces didn't like him any, and were shouting contradictory advice all the time, which only made playing harder. We both just waited way too long before asking any of the girls. He huffed and sent forward one of the pieces shouting the loudest. If I could send a message back in time, I would advise myself to just ask Hermione the first opportunity I got and be done with it. Why ask Hermione? Weren't you interested in Cho back then? Ron asked, trying to sound casual and interested. But all the lessons over summer, and the last few days, even his stay with the Slytherins at school had sharpened Harry's senses and perception. Ron wasn't calm at all. He was tense, trying to conceal something. Envy or jealousy, maybe. Because she would have been a safe choice. She's like a sister to me, and I'm like a brother to her. No expectations. She never would want a kiss from me, and no awkwardness, because we know each other so well already, Harry easily answered, keeping a close eye on Ron's reaction. Ron relaxed, grabbing a cookie from the plate Mrs. Weasley had sent up with them. So why didn't you ask her to the balls that you had to attend over the holidays? Why go with that Greengrass girl from our year? Because she's searching for a match. And going with me, someone with so much value on the market. Harry and Ron made a face of distaste. Both of them didn't really like the idea of arranged marriages, but also clearly someone who would never be a serious candidate was going to get the right kind of attention. And she asked me first. Harry had explained this more than once already, but could totally understand why his friends from Gryffindor tended to ask him again and again. Marriage matches and contracts were things used mostly by the more conservative families, and most of those didn't have a lot of children in Gryffindor. All those lessons on dancing and manners. Ron trailed off, clearly searching for words, and sending forward a piece to slay one of Harry's in an attempt to cover up his uneasiness. Are they helping any? With girls, I mean. Focusing unhappily on the board between them, Harry slowly answered his friend's question. Knowing how to dance removes a little of the dread over potential humiliation. Also, the standard ways to ask help to have a starting point, kind of. Remember how we didn't know how to ask, which words to even use? That's better after the lessons, I guess. Harry shrugged, trying to ignore the shouting chess figurines to find a good move to make. Holding a conversation and playing a game of chess at the same time wasn't something that Harry was all that good at. But Theo pointed out something at the New Year's ball. As they Draco, Theo, and the others have had lessons with many of the girls their age from early on, the girls all have tons of blackmail material on them. They know their weaknesses and some of their more embarrassing moments. They both agreed that it's pretty horrible to even contemplate dating one of them. For a moment, Ron looked surprised, then a look of horror crossed his face, and he paled, making his freckles stand out clearly. That's a terrible situation, having the girl you like knowing how you were a stumbling idiot in dancing lessons. But you joined them much later. You like any one of them? Harry shook his head. From the Slytherin girls, not one really had caught his eye. They were pretty enough, but he was almost sure that he wanted someone not that tangled up in all those plots and politics, not keeping up a mask around the clock, never really letting it down even in the common room. Because all the girls third year and up had a real tight grip on their poise even in the common room. Lots of the boys did too, but somehow the standards for them weren't as rigid in some aspects. Not exactly fair in Harry's eyes. No, I guess there's just too much history, you know. What about Cho? She's not together with anyone as far as I know. Lavender said she's really one of the few in sixth year without a partner, Ron asked next, throwing Harry a questioning glance. Harry flinched a little and rubbed his hand over the back of his neck. That was a minefield he would rather avoid. She's pretty and she's nice. But with all that happened after the third task, Cedric dying, the rat did it, but it's complicated. Can't see her really talking to me now that I was adopted by the man who was brought back in a ritual rite there next to Cedric's body. Even without the added complication of being Marvolo's son, and the man having ordered the murder, Harry was sure Cho and he as a couple wouldn't really have worked. Ron hummed, nodding knowingly at Harry's explanation. Harry frantically searched for a way to change the topic or switch the focus over to Ron, but his friend was faster. Dad said that you were dancing with Luna Lovegood quite a lot at the ball. Ron waggled his eyebrows, a grin on his face. There are a lot of stories told about Ravenclaw girls. Always up for an experiment, Dean said. Harry felt himself blush. Really, he shouldn't have lent his book from Marvolo to all and sundry. Some of the others had really started to talk too much about such stuff for Harry's liking. Don't be that way, Ron. I like that Luna simply doesn't care about all my wealth or that stupid celebrity thing everyone else seems to see before they see me. Luna's just easy to talk to, I guess. Really, Harry just liked spending time with the younger Ravenclaw girl. She was happy and funny. It was easy to be with her, no need to keep himself in check all the time. And even the strange stuff in his life paled against the strange things she always had to tell. Do you think? Ron started to ask, but then suddenly stopped speaking, blushing. Do I think what? Harry asked, interest sparked. Do you think we should play something else? You're not really paying attention. You'll have lost in just 3 moves. That clearly wasn't what Ron had wanted to ask, but Harry wasn't one to pry. He knew what it felt like to be asked stuff you didn't want to talk about, and all too happy to accept a way out of this game of chess. Exploding snap, he offered, and Ron quickly agreed. After that, their topic of conversation stayed on much safer ground, as Ron tried to get information on the Slytherin Quidditch team out of Harry, claiming that it wouldn't hurt as Gryffindor and Slytherin weren't to play against each other again this school year. Until the time Harry had to return home, he laughingly declined and held off all of Ron's attempts at information gathering. Ooh, Sam sneezed. That damn dust was everywhere. It hadn't been all that hard to find out where the old records from the closed-down conference center had been stored. It had taken a little bit longer to get the owner of the storage facility to agree to open the storage unit and let Sam rummage around in the files and paperwork. And while going through heaps of unrelated paperwork was a boring task, Sam was grateful for people with a tendency to hoard old files and forget they were paying for a storage unit each month. If the one keeping the books at the company which had bought and liquidated the conference center had kept up a little bit better, or if the one doing the liquidating had been more vigorous in getting rid of no longer needed stuff, there would have been much less for Sam to work with. After more sneezes and a few paper cuts, Sam finally found a box with the right year on all the papers inside. He was getting closer. Now he only needed to find files from February in the mess that this was. He snorted and moved another box over to the table he was using. He felt that it would be harder than he would like to find what he was looking for. There was no order whatsoever in these files, or the way the boxes were stacked into the storage unit. A few hours later, Sam cursed himself for being right. The boxes were so mixed that he feared he would have to look through each one in turn until he finally found what he was searching for. It was still a few hours later when Sam finally found the box with the files of February 1981. He went through the loose papers until he found lists of names, attendance lists, lists of people registering for specific talks and presentations. That's what he had been looking for. It took some more time to go down the list and find the name Morrow, Olivian on a list for the talk about the decline in number of fishes in the North Sea. The name of the conference was listed too. It was something long, using words which Sam had trouble bringing into any context he could understand. But that really wasn't all that important. He wanted to find the woman, not converse with her about the field she had studied at university. And there it was, on a list of people who had entered into some kind of raffle, Olivier Moreau, Sorbonne. If Samuel remembered correctly, that was the name of part of some university in Paris. It had been mentioned in History of Magic. And Sam only remembered it because that had been the one question that he couldn't answer in his owl test, which cost him the E he had hoped for. With a grin on his face, Sam flicked his wand into the familiar pattern of a copy charm, making himself a duplicate of the sheet he had found. Now he no longer had to search the whole world, not even the whole of Paris. Only those that had been studying the oceans in February 1981 in Paris, France. The whole endeavor was looking up. I think that everything is now sorted the best way possible, under the circumstances, Cornelius stated with a tired sigh. Augusta simply nodded, because there was nothing more to say. Even Lord Slytherin looked tired, but they all had every reason to be tired. They had worked a long time to sort out a solution they were convinced would make it through the Wisengamot. In the end, all factions agreed that children were better off placed with a real family. The hardest part had been defining which things would be assessed to declare someone a fit parent. Lord Slytherin had kept silent during that part of the conversation. He had even offered to step out of the office. They were using the minister's office for their meeting, so as to not be accused of influencing the decisions unduly. I agree. And once the January session comes around, we should be able to make the changes needed to sort this better than it ever was. Lord Slytherin pinched the bridge of his nose, as if trying to stave off a headache, before relaxing back into the plush armchair he was sitting in. But we still need to decide who from each department will be the one responsible for their department's part in the procedure. I guess Mrs. Wispy is a good choice to oversee matters, coordinate everything. Even if there should be more adoptions for a while, the workload won't be enough to keep several people occupied the whole year, Cornelius repeated, not for the first time. The man was obsessed with keeping the budgets low. Having the actual work rotate between different members of the auras, the administrative offices, and so on, will help keep the people on their toes. Routine won't muddy the waters, and it'll be possible to avoid someone assessing themselves for an adoption. That had been a point Augusta had felt was really important. There was no way to make sure no one with influence would be prevented from using that to their advantage. But the requirements they had written into their proposal, hopefully, would appeal to people from all factions. The ability to be able to provide all material needs for a child would resonate more with the wealthy and conservative families. The need to get a clearance from the auras for law-abiding behavior most likely would resonate with the light-oriented members. At first, Augusta had wanted to exclude a family if one member had broken the law, at least when it was something more serious than apparating without a license or accidentally creating hybrid plants in your garden. A pointed question of where they would draw the line from Lord Slytherin, would in-laws count? Great uncles. Made her realize that such a decision would be very subjective and bound to come under question. So they had written down that only direct guardians, so the one adopting and their spouse if one existed, needed to have clear files with the auras. All in all, she was comfortable with what they had decided on. Anything new on who started this whole mess? Lord Slytherin asked of Cornelius, who sighed but nodded. My assistant, Arthur Weasley's son, is currently trying to find Susan Summers. She should be back at work after her holiday. He'll bring her here. Cornelius suddenly stopped speaking and turned towards the door to his office. I guess he found her. There probably were wards on the door that informed Cornelius if someone was entering the room in front of his office. Following the minister's example, Augusta and Lord Slytherin turned to the door as well. The small wizard in charge of the ministry quickly threw each of them a look with a silent question, and Lord Slytherin accepted immediately with a nod. Augusta hesitated a moment longer. Did she trust him to get the answers they wanted to have? Lord Slytherin obviously wanted the minister to think that he was trusted, but Augusta had fewer scruples to appear demanding and was convinced that he might have troubles. But in the end, She now knew the name of the witch who had started the first changes. It would be relatively easy to ask her some questions herself later if Cornelius did bungle this first attempt. So she nodded as well just moments before there was a knock on the door. "Come in," Cornelius called out, settling himself more comfortably into his chair. Augusta refilled her cup with tea, offering to refill Lord Slytherin's cup as well with a silent gesture. The finely clothed wizard. He always wore clothes of fine quality, but not of the frivolous make some lords seem to prefer, accepted with a slight inclination of his head. So Augusta was pouring tea into the cup he had levitated to her when the door opened. "Minister, Madame Longbottom, Lord Slytherin," the red-headed, lanky wizard greeted the people he obviously hadn't expected to be there. A young witch was behind Weasley and looked a little nervous. "Thank you, Mr. Weasley, for bringing Miss Summers here. I'll ring if I need anything else." With a little bow, the assistant left, leaving Miss Summers behind. "Miss Summers, please sit down." Cornelius smiled his oiliest smile and made the poor girl even more nervous. Augusta refrained from rolling her eyes. She was here to listen, and listen she would do. "Thank you, Minister." She sat down, nervously smoothing her robes. "It has come to my attention that you initiated changes to the adoption process and left for your holiday before the changes were completely implemented, leaving the people responsible for them in confusion." So this was the angle Cornelius wanted to take, not berating her for changing anything at all, but for the way she had gone about it. "That was unfortunate," Miss Summers agreed. "But it all went rather slow. But the system was so behind the time. The focus was on everything but the child. A monstrosity. When I read about Harry Potter's adoption, I was outraged. The poor boy wasn't even asked if he wanted to be adopted. I specifically asked Mrs. Wispy. She was so confused over why the child should have any say in something like this. Miss Summers was talking herself into a frenzy with her face and gestures, her whole body, showing her anger, not noting the expressions of careful blank politeness from her audience. And Cornelius let her talk. And something like this, when it's been known for years, if not decades, by now how important it is for a child to agree to an adoption. They can develop severe problems with the building of attachments if they are forced into something they aren't comfortable with. Lord Slytherin briefly had something flickering over his face that had Augusta curious. Why would something inane like this have an effect on the powerful wizard with his excellent control over his emotions and facial expressions? It took me so long to find someone who would be even willing to listen. Only when I spoke with Madame Umbridge in an attempt to speak with you, Minister, did I finally find someone who was willing to listen. She smiled sadly when she mentioned the vile woman who had deemed it acceptable to torture children in the name of discipline, using a blood quill of all the stupid things to do. She agreed that the magical world was badly in need of updating the adoptions procedures, as it had been too long since they last had been adapted to new knowledge and the changing times. She didn't inform you, Minister. She said you were too busy at that moment to talk with me, but I should go ahead and start implementing the changes, and she would inform you. Miss Summers stopped with a hopeful smile, while Augusta and the two wizards had quickly exchanged a look. Umbridge had used this idealistic young woman to instigate a change of the adoption policy which, in its old form, had allowed Tom Marvolo Riddle to adopt Harry Potter, which had led to him claiming the title of Lord Slytherin. And that had set things in motion which had been in direct opposition to what Umbridge had wanted to happen. It all matched maybe a little too well. And when Dolores Umbridge later was put on trial over torturing students and setting Dementors on innocents, you didn't question this order. Augusta had had enough. This girl was too gullible if she just followed her vision, even after the woman endorsing it had been proven to be a criminal who endangered children. Miss Summers blinked slowly, as if she had run headfirst into a wall. Augusta wasn't sure, but felt that Miss Summers was maybe a little too naive for work in the ministry, at least for any positions of real power. No, why should I? I knew that I was right. The changed rules for adoptions are in favor of the children. They will be protected and happier as a result. And the minister was informed. If he had disagreed, he surely would have made his opinion known. Right, minister. The young woman turned from Augusta to the minister, her expression searching for approval. Cornelius had a look on his face as if he had eaten too many beans and now had trouble with his bowels. I have the sad duty of informing you that I was never told about these changes, nor did I ever approve them. Your failure to follow the correct protocol has caused lots of unnecessary trouble. He took a deep breath before he gave the now really pale witch a stern look. I'll have to ask your superiors to see how your performance in general is perceived. If you are lacking in other areas, the ministry will do better without you. They all watched without any outward reaction as Cornelius dismissed the young woman, and she went, clearly stunned and confused. Augusta felt for Miss Summers. Yes, she had caused a lot of problems with her blind enthusiasm, but her idealism was something that Augusta could understand and accept. Some people wanted to do good and were willing to put in the extra work to reach their goal. Sadly, good intentions were no protection against something not working out as it had been planned. Well, that wasn't what I expected, Lord Slytherin said into the short silence that had spread as soon as the door had closed behind Miss Summers. It took Miss Summers a long time to get a start on all those changes, if Umbridge started this before she became a professor. I wonder how she managed to change anything at all, Cornelius mused, preparing himself a new cup of tea. Not one of those that had to work with her on the changes are people who normally are accepting of changes. There's no way that they would have worked with a nobody of an assistant. Both Augusta and Lord Slytherin agreed with silent nods. Most of the witches and wizards working for the ministry were set in their ways and only accepting of change when forced. It feels a little too convenient that she is so clearly the culprit for these unfortunate changes, Augusta said slowly. But who would do this, now that Umbridge was out of the picture? I suspect we may have more problems with pushing our proposal through than we had thought. Augusta had to concede that Lord Slytherin was probably right. There was someone else still at work here, and that someone was clearly in opposition to them. Chapter 77, Small Steps. Chapter text Monday, 8th of January 1996. Standing near the door, only a few steps into the room, Aberforth watched as the healer passed out last instructions to his brother. He watched and wished to be back home, or really anywhere else. But being here was as much a duty as it was defiance. Back when their mother died, it would have been Albus' duty to push aside his wishes and care for their ill sister, not planning world dominion as he had done. And now here they were many years later, with reversed roles. Now it was Aberforth in the position of the one expected to care for his brother, and he was here to do exactly that. Maybe it would make the great Albus Dumbledore, defeater of Grindelwald, the travesty, realize that his brother was an honorable wizard, and that he, the older, was in debt to Aberforth. But that probably was too much to hope for. Keep in mind, Headmaster Dumbledore, you'll have to take your potions each day 3 times a day. Mr. Dumbledore, I count on you to keep an eye on that. Aberforth nodded, not sure if he should be amused or annoyed over the way the healer had decided to distinguish between him and his brother. I'm sure we'll manage, Healer Jugson, Albus answered from where he was sitting on the bed, before Aberforth could. Always that need to be the center of attention. It was grating on Aberforth's nerves. But on the other hand, he really wasn't keen to be in Albus' shoes. I'll make sure he takes his potions, Healer. I'll get Poppy Pomfrey to spell them into his stomach if he doesn't cooperate. And he planned to do exactly that if Albus planned on being difficult. He had made sure his brother got the help he had so obviously needed. He wouldn't allow all that work to go to waste now. If he doesn't take his potions willingly, or even tries to hide that he isn't taking them, bring him back here as fast as possible. The healer scolded in a tone that managed what no one had really been able to do since their mother had died. Aberforth felt chastised, and nodded before he really had registered what the man had said. As satisfying as force-feeding potions to Albus would be, getting him back into the hospital under such circumstances was probably the wiser choice. With an acknowledging nod, the healer changed the topic of their discussion. I have arranged for Madame Pomfrey to visit every other day to run a few scans. I expect to see you in 2 weeks' time for a checkup on how you're recovering. The young wizard looked stern, and again Aberforth felt reminded of their mother. Most of the time she had been a mild, polite witch, but under the right circumstances she had had the tendency to be as hard as a stone and as fierce as a nesting dragon. But if there are problems, you can come in any time. I'll keep that in mind, was all Aberforth could say to that. He took the remaining steps to stand next to his older brother. "Come, Albus, we need to go now. I can't close the pub for the whole day." It was easy enough to get home and place Albus in the guest bedroom that never had been used before. Hopefully, the old meddler would get better soon. Aberforth really would rather be far away from his brother again. But he doubted that he would get his old post as headmaster of Hogwarts back after this incident. Opening the door to the pub, Aberforth made a valiant effort to concentrate on the matter at hand, providing drinks and the occasional meal to his patrons. Albus and his troubles would be still there at the end of the night. Tuesday, 9th of January 1996, paying close attention. Ready to act the moment it looked as if there might be a problem, Marvolo watched as Marcus coaxed the little snake out of her terrarium into a shallow bowl filled with slightly damp earth and moss. "We'll clean your home. Put a few new things in. It's easier to do if you aren't in it." Both Henry and he were here to help Marcus in getting more confidence interacting with snakes. After all, it was likely that he would need to interact with a snake to prove that he indeed had the Slytherin's family gift of Parseltongue. Mr. London was sitting a little bit farther away, watching, and therefore a possible witness in the further adoption process. He also was there as a school representative to make sure the young boy was all right while together with two almost strangers. Xerxes was playing it safe, and Marvolo had to agree. However much this playing by the rules, which were stupid in this case, irked him. It was the wiser choice in this instance. "But I want to keep the nice stone, smallest speaker," Slithering Darkness said, slowly moving over the edge of her enclosure. Henry snickered over the nickname the snake had given to Marcus, and Marvolo had to admit her way to make sure each of them knew without doubt to whom she was speaking was amusing. He wondered idly if she would continue to call him the tallest speaker should Henry grow to be taller than he. Marcus looked up to Henry, a question clear in his eyes. "I think we can manage that," Henry answered with a nod toward where the snake had started to burrow herself into the mixture of earth, rotting leaves, moss, and sand they had filled the bowl with. "This is nice," came a pleased little hiss from the snake, sending Marcus into peals of pleased laughter. Taking the shallow bowl, now with the addition of a burrowing snake, from those small hands, Marvolo set it down out of the way onto a table Marcus would be able to reach more easily. Then he turned his attention to all the supplies they had gathered on a table nearby, and then to Marcus and Henry. Both of them still needed to learn the trick required to speak Parseltongue without actively looking at a snake. This here was a good opportunity for them both to practice. "Marcus, can you get the bucket?" "Henry, I want you to vanish the water from the small pool there in the corner." Marcus carefully climbed down from the stepladder they had placed near the enclosure so the short boy had a better look into the terrarium, and then raced across the small distance towards the table with their supplies. Henry got his wand out, gave Marvolo a short look, and then asked, his face scrunched up in concentration, "Am I allowed to try it with parcel magic?" It should be simple enough, but to make sure that Henry was thinking in the right direction on how to word the spell, he decided to ask before giving permission. "And what exactly would you ask your magic to do?" To his credit, Henry gave this question a moment's thought before answering. "I would ask the water in the small puddle to vanish." "And where do you want it to vanish to?" Marvolo asked pointedly. He knew, of course, that vanishing spells were part of the fifth-year curriculum, and that the spell itself didn't need the clear statement of where the vanished things went. He was pretty certain that Professor McGonagall would have explained, more than once, most likely, that things vanished in this way would go into non-being, or everything, a rather obscure way to explain the effect of the spell in his opinion. Parcel magic, in contrast, needed more precise directions spoken to work as you would wish it to work. Into the air. Henry now clearly wasn't sure any longer if that was the right answer. You most likely would create mist that way. Not really what we want to have here. In that moment, Marcus came back, carefully placing the empty bucket at Marvolo's feet before climbing back up the stepladder, eagerly waiting what would be next. "You and I, Marcus, will move all the earth into the bucket." "I was told that it would be a great addition to the beds over by the greenhouses," Marvolo said to Marcus, who nodded eagerly before he turned towards his older son. "Use the spell you have been studying for most of your transfiguration classes this year. Maybe that'll help you to come up with an alternative wording." It seemed as if Henry had accepted the fact that he was allowed to do magic while under the supervision of his guardian. Pointing his wand, Henry performed the spell not with perfection, but with confidence. Evanesco, the water inside the small pool vanished. With a small smile, Henry turned from the terrarium towards Marvolo. "That's neat," Marcus called out, and judging by the small grin tucking at the corners of Henry's mouth, the teenager enjoyed the praise clear in the small child's tone. Yes, that was very well done. Praise given at the right moment was a great motivator. Looking back at the past, Henry could use a little praise from family. "Now can you tell me what you have learned about the theory behind this spell?" The question didn't remove the smile from Henry's face, but a small furrow made an appearance while he thought about the answer. "I know that we covered that in class," the boy muttered. "Something about becoming one with everything else. Not too far off, but I recommend that you have another look at the theory here. Vanishing spells are likely to be part of your owls." With a sigh and a nod, Henry started to wash the branches they had decided to add to the enclosure, while Marvolo levitated the stone slithering darkness wanted to keep out and over to where Henry was working, before he started to move the earth mixture into the bucket. "Can you tell me why we have brought sand that has been washed, Marcus?" When they were doing this, cleaning up a terrarium, then he would use this to educate the younger members of his family in everything they needed to know to care for a snake. "Because it's cleaner and has only round, smooth grains," Marcus exclaimed. They had spoken about all this before, while they had gathered the different things that they then had levitated here. "That's correct," Marvolo answered with a smile. All in all, the indignity of cleaning like a common house elf could be borne when he got the opportunity to spend time with his son, or rather his two sons. It might be better to get used to the idea of having another son early. In the end, he would do whatever he needed to get custody of Marcus. So there was no danger of being disappointed if he worked on getting used to the new idea. They had a lovely afternoon talking with slithering darkness, moving everything inside her home to the spots she wanted them to be in. By the end, Henry had an easier time speaking the language of snakes without one at hand, but hadn't managed to come up with a good wording for the parcel-tongue version of the vanishing spell. So Marvolo reminded his son once again never to experiment with that specific branch of magic without his supervision. "I'll promise not to experiment without asking you first," Henry finally interrupted Marvolo's rant, rolling his eyes. They both knew that this didn't cover all possible angles, but Marvolo let it slide, happy that his son was using his long-dormant slithering cunning and would be able to use it in a pinch if he was truly desperate. To his own surprise, Marvolo was slightly sad that Henry would be gone back to school soon. "Ooh, say again, Susan." Sunny, known by her mother as Claire Vane, said to her friend, sitting on the sagging two-seater in her minuscule flat, placing the two mugs of hot chocolate on the cluttered table next to the love seat, perching herself close to her friend. She hadn't really managed to get the girl she had gone to school with to explain what exactly was wrong that she had come here crying her eyes out. "I'm on probation," Susan wailed, clutching the lone bright red pillow so hard her fingers turned white. "On probation. Did you get a decent explanation why you were placed on probation?" Sunny nudged the mug a little closer to the miserable Susan. "And drink something, it'll make you feel better." Releasing the pillow from her death grip, Susan took up the mug with shaking hands, blowing on the surface of the hot drink before taking a cautious sip. For a few moments, they sat in silence while Susan calmed down enough that an actual conversation would be possible. "What I told you about the reforms of the adoption process I was working on?" Susan asked, getting a nod from Sunny. Her friend had been ecstatic over being trusted so early in her career with something that important. Susan snorted, sounding bitter. "It seems that Madame Umbridge did not, in fact, inform the minister. So I worked on all this, worked late hours, without the minister's knowledge or approval, and now he learned about it, and called me into his office. Lord Slytherin was there." Sunny watched in concern as her friend's composure once again started to fail, desperation creeping into her voice. "Lady Longbottom was there, and Weasley didn't warn me." Susan set the mug down so she could place her face firmly in her hands, her next words muffled. "I thought they wanted to praise me. It's so mortifying." There was a lot that Sunny could have said to this revelation. She had tried to caution her friend, who was much too naive and passionate about her cause to heed the warning. Had tried to make Susan realize that there might be other intentions at play than the wish to improve adoptions and their outcome for the children affected. In this moment, the "I told you so" was on the tip of her tongue. But that would have been cruel, more than cruel, as Susan had come here to find a sympathetic ear and some consolation, not mockery. Later, Sonny could once again try to make an effort to let Susan realize that politics was a pond filled with grindelows, not crops. Letting the lesson on politics rest, Sonny stood to get them a refill of hot chocolate. At the moment, she would concentrate on being a good friend. Ooh, ooh, with a sigh, Sonia sank down on the love seat in their quarters at Hogwarts. Severus sank down to her feet, nimble fingers opening the laces on her boots before removing them completely. Thank you, my love, for a really great evening of visiting the opera and great Italian food. It had been the best birthday he had had since Lily, and he had had their falling out during their owl year, maybe even better than any he had reluctantly celebrated as a child before Hogwarts. I'm happy you had a good evening, love. I think we both needed a break from the research. Sonia wiggled her toes and then tucked up her feet under one of the pillows. We need to do this more often. Severus laughed, getting up from the floor to sit next to his wife. If I wasn't head of house, that might be possible. But I agree, venturing out into Muggle London more often is a good idea. Not being recognized and stopped for aimless chatter at every corner was a nice change of pace. Sonia poked him lightly in the ribs with a finger, clearly amused. That only happened at the functions, Severus. Don't get overly dramatic. Severus rolled his eyes and tucked her into the crock of his arm. I haven't been to Diagon Alley yet. After I became the new Lord Prince and am no longer just the youngest potions master and former Death Eater, I estimate the number of people willing to speak with me has at least tripled. They both snuggled down, Severus summoning their favorite woolen blanket from the place where it was stored. The fire crackled merrily, casting a nice red glow over the room. I had a thought on the potion for the family connection recognition, Sonia suddenly said into the silence. During our date. Severus snorted. They were so much alike. She nodded. When the bartender mixed our drinks, Severus felt a brow rise towards his hairline. What if we make it a more components potion? Do go on. That was a new idea they hadn't explored before. Well, the problem, in essence, is a reaction between the elements breaking up the material added by the two people and the blood root that is essential to the part that will bridge the gaps between generations. Right. Severus nodded. Exactly, that was the problem. Not one of the volatile ingredients could be substituted, as there wasn't anything else that might give the needed effects, but wouldn't also carry the unwanted ones. In consequence, Sanya and he had come to a grinding halt in the familial relations potion research. What if we change the process and how we brew the potion? I think if each person involved with the test gets one dose of the potion designed to break apart the genetic information, swirl the potion in their mouth for a moment, and then the two are combined with the part analyzing and comparing, that should make the combining actually possible without blowing the whole thing up. Or what do you think? Severus blinked a few times, slowly processing the idea that Sanya had come up with. Normally, potions were easiest to describe as one purpose, one potion. Giving several potions to reach one desired effect wasn't something usually done. Anything like that would be seen as a ritual in the current climate. But as there wouldn't be any blood involved, it might just be accepted. That's an idea we should pursue. It certainly would get rid of the explosion. We need to see if it'll still work with the staggered addition of the ingredients. He really wanted to go test it now, or at least write up a new set of notes. Slight chuckles from Sanya and her shaking with laughter made Severus look down to where she was curled into his side. Go get the notes and bring along the chocolate. You won't be able to relax anyway when you try to keep yourself from working tonight. She knew him so well. Only a few moments later they were curled back together, now with notes and books around them, working on Sanya's idea for how to get the potion to work. This really was the best birthday in a long time. Ooh, Wednesday, 10th of January 1996, with a tap of his wand, Henry's trunk shrank down to a more manageable size. Today Henry would go back to school. In fact, it was only under half an hour until the train would leave King's Cross Station. Henry, where was the child? Only moments ago he had walked back up the stairs to get his cloak. Fetching a piece of clothing shouldn't take this long. Sorry, was called from upstairs shortly before quick steps came down the stairs. Nagini was complaining that she'll be mostly on her own again now that I'll be back at school. Henry grinned and rolled his eyes. I think you might need to spend more time with her. She's lonely. Marvolo snorted, slinging his scarf around his neck. Nagini could be quite demanding. She just likes to complain. She'll be with me most of the time for the next few days. I have a lot of correspondence to work through. Why haven't you taken her to the ministry yet? Henry wanted to know, stepping before the mirror to adjust his clothes. Can you imagine the reaction if I walk into the ministry with Nagini slung over my shoulders? Marvolo asked, arching a brow. Henry laughed out loud. I would love to see that. I'm sure quite a lot of people would run. Maybe one would even pass out. There was a big grin on Henry's face, making him look a lot like his father. With a pang of something Marvolo didn't want to think about, he shoved the pictures gleaned from memories of Death Eaters who had been to school with one of his staunch opponents back then, into the darker recesses of his mind. I'm ready to leave, Henry stated, turning around to face Marvolo with obvious enthusiasm. With a last look around, Marvolo let Henry walk out the door in front of him. He just couldn't be one of the parents who needed to return home to fetch something left behind. When he had been a student at Hogwarts, some of the others in his year had been prone to forgetting stuff, making their parents apparate several times between the station and their home. It had made him look down on them back then, and still he had nothing good to say about such a lack of planning. With a shudder, he realized that he heavily relied on Henry's being able to pack his own stuff, and that Marcus wouldn't be able to do the same for some time to come. He would learn to work around that. He had managed to do so for some of his more slow Death Eaters. How hard could it be to do the same for a child he actually cared about? You do have everything. Marvolo checked one last time as the door fell closed behind them and the wards came up. I checked thrice, Henry answered with a small smirk. Wondering why his son would smirk when asked something so mundane, Marvolo offered his arm so he could apparate them to the station. As usual, Henry stumbled on their landing, but it was easy to help the teenager to stay upright, as Marvolo had expected something like this to happen. There already were people bustling about. The train was standing with open doors, ready to take the children back to Scotland and the castle for the next term. Henry was practically bouncing, looking around for his friends, but decorum demanded he stay by his father's side, and he managed to do so, if barely. Run along and look for your friends, Marvolo said, astonished at the fondness in his voice. He hadn't tried to put it there on purpose. I'll catch up with a few of the others. He wasn't actually sure if Henry saw him pointing at a few of his followers, standing together a few paces further down the platform before the boy was gone. With a chuckle, again trying not to pay too close attention to the feeling of fondness where he would have expected at least exasperation, Marvolo walked over to where three of his followers were gathered, talking animatedly. Xerxes, Benjamin, Lucius, nice to see you. I hadn't thought you would be here, Xerxes. Marvolo, how are you? Hermione and her parents were over for breakfast, so I apparated them here. It's so much easier than Muggle transportation. Even if I have to say that sitting in one of those automobiles is an experience, Xerxes answered with a twinkle in his eyes. Much less jostling than the night bus makes us believe, I would say. Lucius clearly was surprised by that announcement. You have used one of those dangerous contraptions. I heard that they can explode, killing the people inside. There are so many better options for transport without using Muggle means. Marvolo chuckled again. As if splinching, getting lost in the flu network, or failing charms high in the air never happen. The way the current head of the Malfoy family paled because he had disagreed with his lord, without really meaning to, only heightened Marvolo's good mood. It was a little too easy to tease the poor man. The technology has improved since your own father had a good look at one of the early versions. And just as a competent witch or wizard will have no real problems with travel, one can learn how to operate one of those cars safely. Not that I have felt the need. He let himself trail off, opening the floor for each of them to chime in with their opinion on what method of travel works best for what situation and what forms of Muggle travel they had experienced before. I always wondered who decided to use a train to get all the students to Hogwarts. It's not like there are any other trains around exclusively used by magical folk. A female voice suddenly pitched in after Benjamin Nott had ended his story about one fishing trip from the back of a boat on a lake in the north of England. As one, the four of them turned to come face to face with Madame Amelia Bones wrapped up in a warm cloak and scarf, a pointed hat keeping her head warm. Marvolo smiled. He was pretty sure someone as well read as Madame Bones would know this, as the addition of this method to arrive at Hogwarts had its own chapter in the Easy to Opt in Hogwarts, a history. If I remember correctly, the train was introduced by Minister Ottoline Gamble in 1827. She wanted to put an end to some of the more ridiculous ways students and their parents had chosen to use for travel to the school. I think the Muggles needed to be made forget what they had seen too often. How forcing everyone to travel to another spot so all children could board the train helped with that, I'm not sure. Marvolo shrugged while he watched Xerxes smirk, Lucius and Benjamin trying to look as if this was nothing new to them, and Amelia Bones rolling her eyes at his showing off. I think the fact that there are a lot of people coming and going at a train station, and there is flu access as well as a safe place to apparate to, helped with that goal. Madame Bones easily stepped into the small space in their circle that had opened with their turning to see who had spoken. Susan tells me that the train ride is a great opportunity to catch up with friends, and I, too, remember the travel with fondness for exactly that reason. Quick flashes of his own travels moved before Marvolo's inner eye. The first one, with his nervous anticipation of trouble and the eagerness to finally belong. During the war, when the news of destroyed tracks had made him doubt if the train would even go, if he might have to stay in London with bombs falling on the city, the constant political struggle. I have varying memories of the train and the travel, but judging by the look on Henry's face just after we arrived here, the catching up with friends bit of the journey is one a lot of the children enjoy. Madame Bones' eyes were far too sharp for Marvolo's comfort, watching his every move and expression. If you'll excuse me, I want to properly say farewell to Henry. Only waiting the bare minimum not to be rude, Marvolo nodded to them all before he turned and walked out into the madness that was the platform just before the train was to leave. Children and adults standing or running around, trunks stacked and standing in the way all over the place, animals underfoot. It was madness. He felt the eyes of at least one person on him, but ignored it in favor of searching for his son. Luckily, it didn't take long for Marvolo to hear a call. "Here, I'm here, Marvolo." For a short moment he felt irritation that Henry had disregarded his demand to be called father or sir in public. But then his common sense took over. With this many parents around, calling for father wouldn't have helped much. The title simply applied to too many wizards present. So Marvolo turned to see where the call had come from, spotting his son standing in the door of a wagon a little further down the platform. He walked over, dodging other people and at least two cats. "You have found a compartment," Henry nodded. Yes, it was easy enough. Theo had already laid claim to one. For a moment, an uncomfortable silence descended between them. Henry played with the hem of his cloak, clearly nervous. Determined to not make this any more awkward than it already was, Marvolo ignored the nervous fidgeting. "Keep up with your studies. Call on the mirror in the evening. Don't forget to keep in touch with your godfather, and please stay out of trouble." Marvolo was acutely aware how different this time was from the first he had brought Henry to the train. Henry nodded, clearly intending to follow that demand, before he blurted out a request of his own. "Please tell Marcus that I would love to keep visiting." "You'll keep visiting him, won't you?" The imploring eyes, the not quite spoken command in that question, made Marvolo smile. It was good to see how willing Henry was to be an older brother. After all, it could have gone entirely differently, with Henry resenting any other child who might challenge his place as heir, or just as the sole focus of Marvolo's attempts to be a father. "I certainly plan to keep visiting him, and I will keep you up to date about the whole process of adoption. If it fits in with your schedule, maybe Marcus and I will call you on the mirror." The shrill sound of the whistle cut through all the noise for a fraction of a moment, the warning that the train was to leave soon. "Call when you're back in your room. Have a good time." Unsure of himself, Marvolo stepped a little closer, opening his arms in an attempt to offer a hug, because the few he had had so far had been nice, and wasn't that what parents did when bringing their child to the train? He found himself in the arms of his son just a fraction of a second later. "Don't work too much. Entertain Nagini and keep me in the loop, please," Henry said, somewhat muffled by the thick fabric of Marvolo's cloak. "I'll do that." Giving the shoulder of his son a somewhat awkward pat, Marvolo stepped back as far as he could, prompting Henry into releasing him from the hug. Henry moved away from the door, closing it behind himself. Marvolo stayed standing close to the tracks on the platform, waving for a moment as the train started to move. When a child of maybe 9 or 10 years of age almost ran him over, waving like mad, obviously trying to keep up with the train as long as possible, Marvolo scowled down at the little hooligan. With a high-pitched squeak, the kid ran, and Marvolo pinched the bridge of his nose. Maybe he should ask Lucius to duel with him, purely for practice. Naturally. With a clear plan in mind, Marvolo cast a last look after the train. It wasn't visible any longer, and then turned on his heel apparating right back to Griffin House. Ooh, it was odd to be equal parts happy to go back to school and sad that he was going back to school. Being back at Hogwarts with his friends was going to be great, but he would miss out on visiting with Marcus. Maybe they would be able to use the mirrors, so Harry would be able to speak with him sometimes. Not willing to stay in the corridor, Harry moved down to where Theo had found and commandeered a compartment for them. When he came to the door, he saw that a few of the others had already found their place. "Harry!" Astoria exclaimed when he slid the door to the side so he could get in. "There you are. Come over, sit down, and tell us everything about the small boy who will be your younger brother." Harry rolled his eyes, sending Daphne into a fit of giggles, and sat down next to Daphne and across from Theo. "Calm down, Astoria. There isn't much to tell. Marcus is a small child, still learning to read. He's a Parselmouth, and Father and I have been spending time with him so we could get to know each other." Harry opened his cloak so he wouldn't get overheated now that he was inside the train. He deliberately turned towards Theo. "How is Aiden doing? I know he's still too young for most of the functions, but I guess you still had the chance to spend plenty of time with him." Theo gave Harry a look that would have killed if that had been possible. His friend clearly had understood what Harry was trying to do with that question and wasn't impressed. Giving his friend an unapologetic shrug, Harry watched Daphne and her younger sister turning towards Theo to pepper him with questions about his adopted younger brother. They had been going for some time when the door to their compartment opened and Draco stepped in, already looking harried. "Can I seek shelter in here for a moment? I'm sure we never were as nerve-wracking as the firsties this year. How do they think I would know what homework to expect until the next holidays?" The Blonde's short but passionate rant interrupted the steady stream of questions Astoria had been asking, everything from Aiden's favored food to the animal he liked best, and tore Harry away from his book. He had been reading the potions text. With the end of the holiday, the extra lessons with Professor Snape would resume, and he really would prefer to give the man no reason to be displeased. Irritating the potions master was a sure way to make learning from him almost impossible, even after Marvolo, probably, had threatened bodily harm to the man if he didn't cooperate, and failing might cause serious trouble for Snape. And wasn't that irony, Harry learning potions in an attempt to prevent one of his least favored professors from being tortured? And for all that Harry knew, this wasn't even a valid concern any longer. Because someone as caring as Marvolo was to both him and Marcus, even with followers still, surely wouldn't torture a teacher over the lack of motivation in their student. At least, Harry was pretty sure that Marvolo was much saner than that. Draco slumped into one of the empty seats, exhaling a long breath and visibly relaxing. Luckily, the meeting of all the prefects was rather shorter than the first one. Oh, and Granger and Weasley are on their way here as well, so we'll only have a few moments of quiet. Harry chuckled. There was no way he could refute the claim that Hermione could talk a mile a minute once she got rolling. This tendency was barely tolerable after tests and exams, but great when it came to lesson revision. And right on cue, the door opened again to let in the two fifth-year Gryffindor prefects. "Here you are, Harry." Hermione greeted, a big smile on her face, which got even bigger the moment she spotted the potions text Harry still held in his hands. "Doing revisions." Her eyes narrowed playfully, her smile giving her away. "Who are you, and what have you done with my friend Harry?" "Ha, ha, Hermione. It might be a new idea for you, but I'm aware that we're in our owl year, and father is serious about me doing good in school. It was a great motivator to have an adult who was interested in how well he did in his lessons. But if Hermione hadn't come to that conclusion herself, he wasn't about to tell her. I can only agree with Hermione. Ron spoke from behind their bushy-haired friend. That's not like you, studying on the train back to school. The redhead scoffed, stepping past Hermione, almost pushing her into Astoria, who was sitting near the door, to sit down between Harry and Draco. Well, before this year, I never went anywhere during the school year, staying at Hogwarts. And this is our owl year. Marks haven't been all that important before. And if you claim that I have no need to study for potions, then I'll have to ask who you are. Throwing Ron a pointed look, Harry settled a little more into his seat at the window, placing a ribbon as a marker into the book. Hermione sat down in a seat near the door, brown eyes sparkling, her prefect badge pinned to her Hogwarts robes she naturally already had changed into. I wish I hadn't returned the time turner after third year. I simply haven't enough time for everything I want to do. The other Slytherins exchanged covert glances at this casual admittance of being favored in such a way. They all remembered the unhappy rant they had all been treated to some time just before the holidays because a seventh year had been disappointed by Professor Snape's declining the application for one. What, besides revision and homework, do you want to do so badly? Harry asked, leaning forward in interest. Tiago and Teofilo have written a letter. They were hunting in the grasslands in the east of Argentina. Hunting and gathering. I really would love to research the magical community there, and the plants and animals that are to be found in the pampas. The letter made me so curious, but I just can't fit in any time for research into my schedule without cutting into the time I have planned for homework or revision. She huffed in frustration, and Harry had to fight hard to keep from laughing over the grimace Ron was making where Hermione wasn't able to see. Tiago and Teofilo. Those are the illegitimate sons of Lord Lestrange, aren't they? Theo wanted to know, clearly happier now that he wasn't the sole focus of Astoria's curiosity. Now Hermione's eyes narrowing had a much more threatening air. What is your problem with them? Harry was pretty sure all of them thought that she probably expected someone to have a problem with them being born as the result of an affair outside of marriage. But as Harry had learned in the many lessons over the summer, that men having children before marrying wasn't considered a problem, much as it hadn't been in the Muggle world either. Hopefully, they would be able to steer clear of that mess, as it was a sure way to get Hermione ranting about inequality. Harry was pretty sure not one of them really wanted to hear about it on the way back to Hogwarts. Thea shook his head. Of course not. Just trying to confirm some of the rumors I've heard. Have they written something about what it's like being a supplier of wild, exotic potion ingredients? Now it was Theo who was leaning forward, eager to hear more. Besides the stories about curse breakers working for Gringotts, those about the daring individuals traveling to places at the edge of the world were always my favorites. Is it really as exciting as the books make it sound? That took the wind out of Hermione's rant before it could really start, but prompted her into a detailed recounting of the letter's content. Harry was only listened with one ear, contemplating the existence of stories about curse breakers and traveling adventurers gathering stuff from various exotic places and animals. Maybe he should ask his friend if there were a few books he could borrow. Reading for relaxation wasn't something he had been able to do in the past. The Dursleys never would have allowed him the time, nor had they encouraged such behavior in their own son. Ron only ever read Quidditch magazines without Hermione's prompting, and Hermione's idea of light reading, he wouldn't even go in that direction. But Theo probably was a good source for actual light reading material of the non-educational variety. After some time, Draco left to do some more patrolling, closely followed by Astoria, who said she wanted to go find some of her friends. But Harry grinned when he saw Daphne roll her eyes at her sister's back. While Hermione and Theo still were discussing the economics of trade with potion ingredients, with Ron valiantly trying to keep up and contribute, Harry turned towards Daphne with a smile. Did you have any success with attracting a few possible suitors? It wasn't exactly a polite question to ask, but Harry thought that he could get away with it as a friend of hers who had helped with getting her better odds at this game. If one could call the search for a future husband a game, Daphne gave him a sharp look and a huff. It certainly has attracted some, not sure if I would call any of them suitable suitors. She scrunched her nose at her terrible play on words, making Harry chuckle. Several are simply too old. Why should I marry a man 30 years my senior, or even older? She shuddered. But there have been letters from the continent. The fact that we were seen together at more than one ball was reported in more than one newspaper outside of Britain. Father will arrange for a few meetings over the upcoming holidays, and in the summer. Maybe I'll find someone among them. Thanks for helping me out. Harry smiled, once more immensely grateful that Marvolo had no plans to arrange a marriage for him. Thank you for your help in keeping me out of trouble and from embarrassing myself at one of those balls. I'm pretty sure I would have managed to make a mess of it somehow. They both laughed heartily over that, because after the disaster that had been the Yule Ball, it was just too real a possibility. The opening of the door didn't bring the lady with the sweets cart, as they all had expected, but Luna Lovegood, who was smiling brightly, her wand tucked into a messy bun on top of her head, a bunch of butterbeer corks strung onto a string hanging around her neck like a necklace. "Hello, everyone," she said serenely into the room before she stepped in, closed the door, and walked over to where Harry was sitting. "I really like the sketches you're making. Do you think you could make one of a few of the creatures we want to feature in the Quibbler? It's really hard to find good illustrations. We could start with something simple like the Dabberblimps." As usual, Luna didn't seem to notice that everyone around them had stopped talking and now were all staring at her. It was a skill Harry wished he could copy easily. "I never have drawn anything from just a description," Harry answered, trying to turn her down politely. How should he draw an illustration of something he didn't even think existed? "Oh, I hadn't thought about that. It might be hard to get one of them to stay still long enough for you to get a good look at it." Luna sank down next to Harry. Ron had moved to Draco's former place some time ago, so he was nearer to where Hermione was sitting, clearly thinking about the problem. "But would you be willing to try? I'll do my best to describe them as accurately as I can manage. If it doesn't work out, then that's not too bad." Harry blinked. A few years back, before Hogwarts, he hadn't thought unicorns or dragons were real, but had drawn them anyway. That is until Uncle Vernon had found and burned those pictures. How hard could it be? "Sure. Let me get my sketchpad if you have time now." Luna nodded, her eyes staring out of the window, even though it already was dark outside, a small happy smile on her face. Only a few moments later they were settled with Luna's feet in Harry's lap, which made him blush, to his intense mortification, working together on capturing the image of a Dabberblimp on the paper. Judging by the smirk in Theo's eyes and on Ron's face, Harry was sure to get teased endlessly over this in the next days, maybe even weeks. But sitting there, listening to Luna describing a curious, probably water-dwelling creature, sketching, and with her so close, he was almost certain that it was worth all the teasing in the world. After some correspondence and preparations for travel into another country, Sam was now in Paris on his way to the official who hopefully would help him get the information he needed to find Olivier and Morrow. Just in case, getting information wasn't all that easy when it could be used to track people down. Sam had arranged a persuasion fund in advance. It was filled to the brim, and Lord Black had said he was willing to fill it again if it was needed to get the job done. This was the first time that Sam had so many galleons at his disposal. It was somehow strange what a difference money made. He had known that this was a fact of life for some time now, but with the amount in that fund and how easily it was given, it had made him realize just how stacked the deck was against everyone not born into an obscenely rich family. But before he would get out the big guns, there also was the story he had come up with. It was based mostly in fact, but he'd changed a few key points to make it seem as if he was searching for Olivier, because an old man who had talked with her at that conference was dying and wanted to give her lots of his money to enable the woman to further her studies of the oceans. Hopefully, the promise of money for science would sway the bureaucrats to help. Striding confidently, only few people would question someone about their right to be somewhere if they looked as if they knew what they were doing and were in a hurry. Sam walked into the building, nodding in greeting to the man stationed in a glass booth near the entrance, greeting another man walking towards the door with a polite bonsoir. Preparing himself, and his solid knowledge of French, to charm the information he needed out of whoever was responsible for this kind of stuff. He was really glad he had accepted this job. It had been interesting so far, and the pay was good as well. Much better than searching for incriminating evidence of employees stealing at work or a spouse's cheating. Quickly checking the paper with the directions he had been given, Sam turned a corner and started to peel off his coat. He was so close to finding her. Chapter 78. Childish. Chapter text Thursday, 11th of January 1996. So you have found her? Sirius asked, his heart suddenly stuttering in his breast, hope rising. He had done his best to keep himself occupied, distracted from what was happening with the search for his twin daughters. But now with the wizard he had tasked with finding them, and their mother standing, well, sitting before him, he no longer could hide behind empty flirtations and the obligations of being Lord Black. It's likely. The man answered with a nod, accepting a cup of tea from Remus. The file on her at the university in Paris points to her place of birth being on Martinique. That's an island in the Caribbean that belongs to France. I went to the magistrate to check if I could get her current address, but it'll take several weeks until I get an answer from them. Remus sat down on the last empty chair, placing one of the muffins Creature had made onto his plate, before sitting back to ask a question. Sirius was so glad his best friend was living in his house, helping him with all the difficult stuff. And traveling over there will help find her quicker. Sam nodded again. It's usually easier to go directly to the source, so to speak, than relying on others to go through several layers of bureaucrats. Sirius took a muffin as well, slowly nodding. It probably was true. Bureaucrats were a pest. You think she still lives there. And if she doesn't, I probably can find family of hers or friends, which would help locate her. Sam sounded confident, and Sirius had to agree that he had a point. Did you make a copy of the file? Remus wanted to know. He always had been the most sensible of the four of them. I did. With a flick of his wand, Sam enlarged a small stack of paper he got out of his robe pocket, floating it over to where Sirius was sitting. With a funny feeling in his guts, was he nervous? Surely not. Sirius captured the floating file and opened it up so he could read it. Marine biology. What could they even talk about when they would meet? It was bad enough that Sirius couldn't remember a thing about that night. But that they would have nothing in common was just as bad. Wasn't there a way that they could avoid meeting each other? Thank you, Sam. Please start arranging everything you need to go to Martinique. Remus interjected while Sirius started to panic. Either by plane or portkey is fine. I think the magical community isn't all that big on the smaller Caribbean islands. Sam quickly finished his cup of tea and stood. That's probably true. Not enough magicals to warrant regular international portkeys. I'll have to inquire when the next connection by portkey is available. But I guess by plane should be faster. I'll send word once I know for sure when I'll be traveling. And then the private investigator was gone, and Remus sat down next to Sirius, placing a calming hand on his shoulder. Deep breaths, Sirius. You want to meet Noel and Enora, and I'm sure Miss Mora will be willing to tell you all about the girls you have missed. There alone is weeks of topics for conversation and a basis to build from to get to know her. You'll be fine. Will I? We don't even know if she will allow contact between me and her daughters. And look here. He gestured dramatically with the opened file in his hand. She finished her dissertation, despite the fact she had just become a mother. Can you imagine how that had to have been? Working on a dissertation and caring for two babies. Sirius shook his head. That sounded almost impossible to manage for him. It had been hard to comprehend how James and Lily had managed to be parents to one child together. That certainly wasn't easy, I give you that. But there is no need to panic before Olivian is even found. You managed to successfully complete Aura training. You're now working to bring order back to the assets of the Black family, and on top of that you're working in the government. I'm not sure how it happened, Remus teased, but you're an adult now. To a claim such as this, there was only one possible reaction. Sirius gave his friend an unimpressed look, and then cast a charm at Remus that would have turned his hair bright blue if the infuriating man hadn't managed to dodge it. It engendered a duel through the whole house between Sirius and Remus, using only prank spells. It worked wonders to clear Sirius' head from gloomy thoughts, and ended with them both colored in odd combinations, with hair standing on end and their voices sounding decidedly off. The day ended on a happy note. Pranks and silliness were simply what Sirius needed in big doses at least once a week. Ooh, Sunday, 14th of January 1996. Have you taken your potion, Albus? Aberforth stood in the door to his own small kitchen and patiently asked the question for the third time, just as he had done every morning, noon, and evening since his brother had been released from the hospital. Looking very much distracted, Albus finally looked up from the book he was reading, turning a little so he could make eye contact with the very much annoyed Aberforth. There was no way he could be paid enough to put up with his older brother, and he wasn't being paid at all. "I'm sorry, did you say something?" Albus smiled his charming grandfather smile, and Aberforth had the sudden urge to go open a new bottle of the strongest fire whiskey he had in the bar. "Yes, Albus, I did say something." Did not sound as calm as he would have liked. "Have you taken your potion?" Enunciating each word as clearly and slowly as he did whenever one of his patrons got a little more drinking in than was properly wise. "I did take my potion. You gave it to me with the plate of scrambled eggs." Now Albus sounded as if Aberforth was the one not paying attention. Aberforth rolled his eyes and walked over to where he had stored the potions. "It's noon, Albus. Time for another dose. Do I need to feed it to you? Or did you just get lost in a book again?" Aberforth couldn't see his brother's expression, with his back turned, while he got out another phial of the potion from behind the wards he had set. "I have to confess I greatly enjoy having the time to catch up on my reading. It's something I didn't really get to do the last few decades. I'll take the potion, and then we'll call one of the Hogwarts elves to provide us with some food." Aberforth didn't comment on Albus' continued insistence on getting food from the Hogwarts kitchens, instead checking on the wards he had put up mostly, so he would know if his older brother tried to tamper with the potions he needed to take. So far everything was fine. He did indeed seem to get better from day to day. Maybe come February Aberforth would be alone again. Setting down the phial on the table next to his brother, Aberforth gruffly turned around to leave again. "I'll have to check on my stores, see what I need to order more of. I'll be back for food." Seeing that Albus was recovering was good, but at the same time, Aberforth wished his brother would show a little remorse for his actions. It probably had been too much to hope for from the beginning. Wednesday, 17th of January 1996, they'd been back at school for barely a week, and Harry felt in need of holidays again. Owl year was intense. With a slight umph, and the sound of a heavy object placed down on the floor, Harry sat his bag down next to the table his group had claimed in the common room to study. The girls had objected against using the boys' dorm for further study. Pansy had claimed that they never did clean their room. Harry wasn't really sure if that was accurate. He strongly suspected the elves cleaned under the mess with magic, but no one had been in the mood to argue with Pansy. So their study group was meeting in the common room. After the seventh years had admonished the younger students to please refrain from speaking above a whisper just at the beginning of the week, it was much quieter in here than in the library. Add the fact that there was no fear of losing face before students from any other house. It seemed that the Slytherins actually preferred to study here in what could be called privacy. Sometimes one just needed to express the frustration of trying to remember all those details about a plant or the names of all the many moons of Saturn. Without prompting, Thea moved over to make room for Harry. What did Weasley want? He was playing owl for the twins. Harry answered, diving under the table to get out his cards with dates of various important points in history. "I think he wants to save up some money for the next Hogsmeade weekend, and the twins make a joke out of it." Harry tossed the scrap of parchment that had been sealed when Ron had handed it over, waiting for Harry after his last day of classes, over to Theo. The slender boy caught it with ease, his eyes then moving quickly over the short text. After a snort, Theo tossed the note back, managing to make it land first on Harry's head before it fell down to come to rest on the floor next to where Harry still was searching for his notes. Must have been like living among Darksies, growing up with those two as brothers. Harry nodded distractedly. The twins basically had only told him that their market research was going well and that they simply loved sending their brother around for no reason at all. Remembering the story about the transfigured teddy bear, Harry hummed in agreement. From what they've told me and what their family tells, they were right horrors. Ah, there they are. Finally successful, Harry emerged from his quest to settle back into the pillows stacked on their seats. Draco was deeply entranced in his notes a few seats over. Daphne was patiently explaining something to Vincent and Gregory, who both had the expressions on their faces that Harry associated with them concentrating. Most of the others were either rewriting their notes or reading various textbooks. This time between the last lesson and dinner quickly had become time for either homework to be finished or revision quietly in their common room, sometimes in the library, taking advantage of Hermione's extensive notes and reference list. Both activities had taken over every moment of spare time they had. It was taxing. Harry had decided to use the Friday Defense Club meetings to work on his practical defense, reducing the needed preparation by a lot. It didn't bring him any actual free time, as the Slytherin Quidditch team was still insisting that he help them train. With a resigned sigh, there was no way Marvolo would allow him to slack off. Harry turned the cards so the names of battles, treaties, and stuff was facing him, and started on his attempt to remember as many dates as he could. Their table descended into the silence of concentration, only disturbed twice by younger students creeping by on the way to their dorms, and Harry distractedly placed the cards either on his left or right, depending on whether he had remembered them correctly or not. "Harry, I think your bag is buzzing," Theo said, eyes trained on a diagram of a half-section of some plant stem. "My bag is buzzing." Which year had it been that Albert Boot had resigned as Minister for Magic in the aftermath of a goblin rebellion? An elbow to the side startled Harry enough to make him take note of the world around him. Theo gave no indication that he had been the one wielding that sharp, pointy elbow, but Harry had no time to complain about that because the buzzing was indeed coming from his bag. Marvolo was calling on the mirror. Only seconds later, history notes forgotten on the table, Harry was heading for his room, mirror in hand, accepting the call. Sorry was studying and didn't notice the mirror right away, Harry said by way of a greeting, only to startle when a high-pitched giggle reached his ear. "You have ink on your nose." Two faces were grinning out of the mirror, bringing a smile to Harry's face. "Thanks for pointing that out. I'll have to wash it off before I go to dinner. Remind me." Harry reached his room and walked over to the desk. "Here, Marcus, I put the picture you sent me up next to my desk. I had to ask around to get a little spello tape. If I remember, I'll buy a roll when we get to go to the village the next time." "Look, Marvolo, there it is." Harry put it right there next to his desk. Harry shared a moment of fond exasperation, as Marcus obviously felt the need to repeat what just had been said for Marvolo, who had heard everything anyway. They both had noticed that tendency while they had cleaned out the snake enclosure. It seemed to be something pretty normal for the kid. "And I see that there's lots more empty space right there next to the picture of slithering darkness. Maybe Nagini will be willing to pose for another picture," Marvolo suggested, using the Parseltongue version of the snake's name. With an excited shout and no parting words, Marcus vanished from the mirror, Marvolo's flinch, indicating that he might have hurt the man in some way in his enthusiasm, and only his running steps could be heard as he moved away from where Marvolo was still sitting. "I think it's almost certain that you'll get a new picture soon," Marvolo said with a smile. "How's school?" "Exhausting," Harry answered with feeling, walking over to his bed to sit down heavily. "I didn't notice before, but I have to repeat, fifth year is really hard. And I mean it. Really, really hard. And what I can see of the seventh years, Newts aren't any easier. I have no idea how anyone was willing to enter that blasted tournament of their own free will while also preparing to take those exams. It's madness." Harry gave Marvolo a half-hearted glare as the man had the audacity to actually chuckle. "Keep an eye out for the trade in illegal and mostly fraudulent offers of mind-enhancing substances that surely will start up soon enough. At least there was a market for that stuff back when I was a prefect. Dragon Claw was sought out frequently. I'm still appalled that it was so easy to sell basically chalk dust or powdered sugar, claiming it was powdered Dragon Claw. I'm sure that many a busy entrepreneur managed to make a pretty nut with such trades. Does that actually work?" Harry sighed, leaning back against one of the posts of his bed. He would forgo his scheduled reading of his Transfiguration notes today in favor of a little more sleep. If it's real powdered Dragon Claw, it does. But that would be cheating, which is forbidden, and in all 3 years of being involved with the prefects at Hogwarts, there never was any actual powdered Dragon Claw confiscated. So don't risk it, Henry. Hadn't planned on it. But I'm sure Hermione will have a little breakdown once the trading starts. She still doesn't approve of the twins' selling of prank products and their tests with various volunteers. Harry smiled a fond smile. Hermione and her love of rules could be infuriating at times, but that she had bent or broken those rules for him in the past only made her friendship that much more precious. What had she said back in first year? They could have been killed or worse, expelled. Go eat something, Henry. And then go to bed. You look as if you haven't slept at all since going back to Hogwarts. There was actual concern in Marvolo's voice. Harry was pretty sure of it. Did you have trouble sleeping? Odd dreams? Out-of-place feelings? Now Harry sat up straighter with surprise. Why would Marvolo inquire after symptoms of their odd connection bleeding through again? No, nothing of the kind. Just too much homework, panicky friends, and long hours studying. And Professor Snape checked my shield's first weekend back. He said they were adequate, but there was still a lot of room for improvement. Harry tried for a fair impersonation of Snape, only earning himself an eye roll. Did you have troubles? The question was out before Harry's mind could catch up with his mouth. He had asked out of concern, but it was too easily interpreted as Harry doubting Marvolo's capability to maintain strong shields around his mind. It probably wasn't the best idea to go around questioning the wizard's ability. No, I didn't have problems, but I haven't slept as much as I should either. Flim has taken to starting to clean where I can see him when it's getting really late. I never noticed before how passive-aggressive house elves can be if they think their masters are being unreasonable. Marvolo smiled again. I wanted to remind you that the January Wisengamot session is soon. We'll bring in the changes to the adoption laws and procedures just to give you a heads up. I think we should be successful. Too many from different blocks agree with us, but one never should be too sure. Now, you go eat dinner, and I'll check in on Marcus and Nagini. It looks as if one of the other kids might be taking an interest in what Marcus is drawing. Have a good evening and see you tomorrow. The mirror suddenly only showed fabric, probably Marvolo's robes, and Harry could hear Marvolo asking someone what they were doing. Deciding that he should indeed go to have dinner, Harry ended the call, slipping the mirror into one of his robe pockets. It wasn't long until the weekend, and at least then he would have the opportunity to sleep in a little. It sounded like heaven. Having a room to himself had definite advantages in that respect. No early risers to disrupt his sleep. Humming to himself, Harry returned to the common room where he gathered the others around him so everyone would get a decent meal before returning to homework and revision. Thursday, 18th of January 1996. It had been a successful breakfast meeting. In preparation for the Wisengamot session the next day, Marvolo and his allies in this particular matter had met at Nut House to work out what they needed to do on the next day to achieve their goals. It had been a rather unusual gathering. Beside his usual allies, Lucius, and his political following, Xerxes, Benjamin, and the others, Madame Longbottom had been there, bringing quite a few of her friends. One of them, Black, who had made sure Marvolo knew that he was still watching what went on at Griffin House, and whenever Marvolo interacted with the public. It had been amusing for a few moments. There had also been others who usually were to be found in the groups labeled light and grey, or sometimes neutral and liberal, willing to listen why they proposed the changes they were about to introduce. The minister had been absent, as had Madame Bones, but in the end it was better not to show their hand too soon. That two of the most important members of the Wisengamot, because of their position in the ministry, were on their side wasn't something that they needed to be talked about widely before it became obvious during the session. They still hadn't managed to find who had cleared roadblocks for Miss Summers, so the disastrous, half-baked changes to the adoption procedures could have been enacted. And as long as they hadn't found whoever had taken over from that pink cow Dola's umbrage, they couldn't really look out for where the attempts to hinder them might come from. Marvolo walked at Xerxes' side until the old wizard had to take another path up to the building which held the offices, teacher's lounge, and other such rooms. He had to finish up some paperwork, as he had explained before, and now parted only with a nod to his lord and friend. Marvolo himself had come by because he wanted to visit Marcus. It was early still, so the child would be in school. But at this age, quite, a bit of the day was spent with crafts, games, or story time. Xerxes had been sure that Marvolo would be welcome to read the students a story. Marvolo was sure he hadn't imagined the humor in Xerxes' eyes and had sent a note to the school before the meeting had started. Seeing the young Marcus without Henry around was different, but just as he had promised his son, and as he had promised himself, he wouldn't be scared away by the unknown. If he could confidently make an old ritual work without complete information, which hadn't been performed successfully in hundreds of years, he could manage to do something people all around the world did every day. He would be a father to the best of his abilities. When Marvolo stepped into the classroom where Marcus and the other kids his age were sitting, all the children were coloring something, or maybe drawing. It was hard to say from where he stood, trying to catch the eye of the teacher who currently was crouching next to a kid, probably explaining something. So Marvolo walked over to have a better look over the room, searching the bowed heads for Marcus, finding him moments later, looking unhappily down onto the picture before him. Marvolo felt a smile tug at the corners of his mouth. Marcus looked kind of cute, just as small cats did, with a frown on his face. In the wake of that thought came a wave of horror. How could it have happened that he, the Dark Lord, thought something or someone looked cute? He took a deep breath. The last returned piece of soul had once again brought another piece of humanity back to him. It really wasn't as dramatic a change as he had experienced after the ritual giving him a body. But the small things still managed to startle him. Marvolo was brought out of his thoughts by the teacher coming over to him with a smile on her face. "Lord Slytherin, welcome. The children are drawing their favorite animals at the moment. I want to include stories and information on them over the next few weeks. After that, a bit of playing in the yard is planned." She was speaking hurriedly, or maybe she always talked at that speed. Marvolo wasn't sure he cared either way. "After that will be lunch. Are you willing to help me keep an eye on the children during playtime and lunch?" Marvolo really would have liked to spend time with Marcus alone, as the other children weren't all that important to him. But he supposed that wasn't something that charming, young Lord Slytherin could say out loud. He had to appear as the young wizard willing to be social with everyone if he wanted to get Marcus into his family. "I have no prior experience with keeping so many children safe at the same time. But I'm certainly willing to help you out." Best to make sure the woman knew he had no real clue how to handle a bunch of young kids. Surely keeping bloodthirsty adults in line didn't count as previous experience for this. "You won't be alone with them, Lord Slytherin, so I see no possible problems." If he had been superstitious, her assurance would have fit really well in that moment, because from where the children were sitting a stirring of wild, raw magic caught Marvolo's attention. "Give me the green one." "No, but I need it now. I had it first." "You've had it too long." "I need it this long." Two children were arguing about something, and they were getting agitated enough that at least one of them had started to let their magic loose. With a worried frown, the teacher started to walk over quickly, already speaking while she approached. "What is the matter here? There's no need to shout. You know the rules. If there's a disagreement, we inform an adult." Marvolo refrained from scoffing. He remembered well enough that informing an adult would be considered tattling, and those who tattled were not well received by the others. If one wanted to fit in, you either learned to resolve problems quietly, got others to just do as you asked, or always gave in. Maybe that wasn't the way it always was, but nothing he had seen or heard since his own childhood in the company of too many children and too few caring adults had led him to believe his view was anything but right. While the situation was steadily sliding into total chaos, Marvolo noted that Marcus was the child who desperately wanted the green pencil, or was it a crayon? And the other seemed to be an equally stubborn girl. "No, you don't." "Do. I'm drawing a dragon. A Welsh green. See, they're green." She seemed obviously smug with her deduction, and convinced that she was safe with that. Marcus did not seem inclined to let it go this easily, and grabbed to take the pencil from the girl's hand. "I've waited long enough. I'm working on a snake. I need the green too." Before the teacher had managed to squeeze through the group of other children who had turned to watch and didn't really listen to her demanding they make room, magic exploded out from the two fighting children, blowing papers and drawings into the air, pencils flying around, paper ripping. It was a mess, and on instinct Marvolo let his magic rush out to suspend all the flying objects in the air. The image of a pencil burrowed in a kid vividly painted itself in his mind. Gently lowering the art supplies to the floor, Marvolo wondered which of the children was responsible for this strong display of accidental magic. And while he contemplated the ramifications of someone so young displaying such a strongly destructive magical force at such a common thing as simple frustration, the teacher was berating Marcus. That was naughty of you, Marcus, attacking another like that. You'll stay here with Lord Slytherin, cleaning up the mess you made, while the others get to play outside in the snow. And you'll apologize for all the pictures you have destroyed after you're done. No dessert for you today. Without even asking Marvolo if he was agreeable to watching over the punishment, she just ushered the other children out of the classroom, leaving Marvolo alone with a Marcus who was sitting rigidly in his small chair, his small hands balled into fists and his face turned towards the ground. Marvolo sighed. That was oddly familiar. Maybe the teacher had seen something he didn't, but at the moment Marvolo couldn't have told if the girl or Marcus had caused the mayhem. And even if Marcus had not reacted the best way to his frustration over having to wait so long, the girl hadn't helped at all in diffusing the situation. Putting the blame solely on Marcus seemed rash to Marvolo. He carefully walked over to where Marcus was still sitting, lowering himself onto the much too small chair next to the young wizard. Are you hurt, Marcus? Marvolo hoped that the teacher would look the other children over while they were outside. He was reasonably sure that he had caught everything in time, before the flying objects could hurt anyone, but he wasn't sure. As the only reaction he got from Marcus was the boys turning away a little bit more, stiffening his posture, Marvolo sighed again. This would be anything but easy. With all the practice he had in manipulating people by promising them what they thought they wanted, he wasn't really prepared for a situation like this. What had he wished to get when he had been this young? Harassed by the other children, experiencing accidental magic, Marvolo noticed the picture Marcus had worked on still was on the desk, unharmed. What are you drawing, Marcus? First step, get the child out of the pouting and general uncooperative mood. Nagini, was the mumbled reply. Nodding solemnly, Marvolo moved a little closer, surveying the picture. I certainly can see the resemblance. And he did. It also explained why Marcus had been in need of the green pencil the girl next to him had been using. Do you want to finish it before we start picking everything up? Marcus gave a tentative nod, relaxing a little. With an over-dramatic wave of his hand, Marvolo made the pencils all over the room hover up into the air, forming a line so they could dance over to them. Eyes round with wonder, Marcus lost the last traces of his defensive body posture. I don't think any of those pencils have the right green to match Nagini's scales. What do you say? Maybe he would be able to point out better ways to get what one wanted than just exploding the whole room. Marvolo wondered what would have been different if he had been shown different avenues to get what he wanted besides brute force and thievery. He certainly had learned that if you were willing to do what was needed, you could get whatever you wanted. But the finer points of manipulation, or simply working inside the rules, had been things he had learned much too late. That one is close. Marcus pointed to one of the pencils, the only dark green. Was the only one even close to a Welsh green as well, and probably the one the confrontation had been about. Well, why use second best when we have magic? Marcus looked skeptical, but Marvolo didn't let himself be deterred by that. Step 2, showing other ways to solve the problem. It didn't cost him but a moment of concentration to change the color of the lead inside one light blue pencil to the exact shade of Nagini's scales. This kind of color changing wasn't all that hard to do. But normally Marvolo didn't often have a reason to do so. Use this one. I can turn it back once you have finished. Marcus eagerly took the pencil and started to fill in the scales on the snake he had drawn. While the boy was occupied with that activity, Marvolo looked around to inspect the damage done. There were a few pieces of paper strewn around which obviously had been drawn on. Most likely, they were the remains of pictures destroyed in the wave of magic. If they could manage to gather the right pieces, a reparo might be able to restore the images enough to make them presentable again. Look! Marcus got Marvolo's attention by shoving the picture almost in his face. So Marvolo took the picture and carefully held it at a distance where looking at it was more feasible. That's a good drawing of Nagini. I'm sure she'll be pleased to learn that you regard her as your favorite animal. Looked as if Marvolo had managed to sufficiently distract the child. Now they should start cleaning everything up. Let's pack the pencils back into their cases, and then we'll gather the picture pieces. Do you like puzzles? Bringing the cleanup, the punishment, back to the boy's attention, his face clouded over like a storm brewing. But he did as he had been told. Maybe there was more at work than simple resentment against being punished unfairly, because Marvolo was sure Marcus felt unfairly punished. Was he working with Marvolo so easily because he was willing to go to great lengths to ensure the continued goodwill of an adult looking into adopting him? Or did he resent that particular teacher? Either way, Marvolo would have to speak with Xerxes before he could leave. For one thing, he wanted to make the suggestion to have 2 people in each class at all times. It would be safer to have a wizard or witch with good reflexes in each class to prevent harm when accidental magic got volatile enough to cause harm. And then he needed to find out if Marcus was prone to violent displays of magic, and if the teachers always were so quick to judge the guilt of one child over another. Well done, Marcus. A big pile of torn and shredded paper now was resting on one of the tables. Let's sort which pieces belong together, and then I'll try to repair them with magic. Not all that eager Marcus started sorting, but quickly got more enthusiastic. It seemed a jigsaw puzzle would be a good idea for a present. It didn't take all that long to fix the pictures that had been damaged, so Marvolo helped Marcus into his cloak, as it was clear looking through a window that the other children still were playing in the snow. Don't forget your scarf, hat, and mittens, Marcus. The boy, who had been almost to the door, turned and ran back, seemingly unable to stand still, while Marvolo bundled him up for playing in the cold. Once Marvolo had applied a warming charm for good measure, he followed the running child outside at a more sedate pace. I hope you didn't clean up all by yourself, Lord Slytherin. The teacher's tone held a hint of a reprimand, at which Marvolo felt his hackles rise. His answer accordingly was almost painfully polite. Of course not. I helped him realize that there are better ways to solve such a situation with magic, which would make force unnecessary. He gathered the paper and sorted it so I could repair the images. Before the teacher could react, probably with a rant defending her teaching approach, Marvolo injected the question he really wanted to know the answer to. Is this the first time Marcus has had such a violent outburst of magic? If it had been, it would only be more urgent to find the time to show the boy how to direct his magic into more productive avenues. The parenting books he had read all said the same thing about frustration and how children learn to cope with it. If they didn't find good ways to work with frustrating situations, they would get into trouble a lot in later years. From his own observations, especially of himself, adding magic into the mix, good coping mechanisms were essential to avoid some of the more dangerous pitfalls. Henry seemed to have turned to sports and avoidance prior to his start with therapy. Marvolo himself had turned to torture and vengeance, and now had to work hard to find other ways. It would be best for Marcus to let him find something better now than forcing him to relearn later in life. Ooh, Friday, 19th of January 1996. The headmaster's office looked exactly as it had done the day the old man had been forced to go to St. Mungo's. Severus noted when he came in to confirm once again with Minerva, who was acting in her capacity as deputy headmistress, how Sonia would take over his classes for the day. It wasn't really that surprising that she would display her loyalty to the old manipulator in such an obvious way. On second glance, one might see a hint of Slytherin underhandedness in her refusal to allow any of her own things to be visible in the office. She didn't need to remind visitors that she was standing in for the actual headmaster when the office looked like he could walk in any moment. Looking forward to spending the day in the company of distinguished adults instead of the dunderheads you would have to put up with otherwise? Minerva asked with an impish smile on her face, setting her quill down. Severus rolled his eyes, he wished, and drawled in answer. I'm not sure bickering politicians are an improvement over teenagers not paying attention in the potions classroom. That made Minerva chuckle. Well, I'm sure you'll manage to enjoy your day spent not teaching, and I only heard positive things from the students over your lovely wife teaching about ingredient freshness and storage. I'm sure her lessons will be well received today as well. Severus refrained from commenting, only giving a short nod. I should be back by dinner, but if the session runs longer, Septimer already agreed to keep an eye on my Slytherins this evening. It felt odd that he was going to be somewhere else than the classroom on a normal Friday during term, but it was important that he attend this session. It was only his second one, and the matter they wanted to pass today was important to his lord, and to himself, seeing what some muggle-born children suffered, leading to their never getting their acceptance letters. Opening up the way for young, suffering witches and wizards to find a home in their world felt really important. It was great if the Muggle parents were as supportive as Miss Granger's, heiress Lestrange's, parents were, but sadly that wasn't always the case. "Do you want to use the flue in the office here?" Minerva offered. "You won't need to walk all the way down and out of the wards that way." Already having said his farewells with Sanya, and wearing the pretentious robes he had acquired after he had claimed the title of Lord Prince, Severus nodded. "Thank you. That would be helpful indeed." "Go on then, Lord Prince. I'll see you in the evening." As she knew how little he loved the political bickering, there was a slight teasing tone in her voice, prompting Severus to repay her in kind with a smirk on his face. "I wish you the time to make a dent in the stack of parchment waiting for your attention." Minerva huffed at that jab, waving him away with an imperious gesture. They both enjoyed their banter, which they had got new fodder for with the positions they both had found themselves in this past year. Getting a pinch of flue powder from the jar, Severus threw it down, stepped into the green flames, and called out his destination. Ministry of Magic. He was sure this would be a long day. Augusta had decided to be early, coming alone, as she did every time since she had taken the position as regent for her grandson and now regent for the Potter seat. She had made sure on the last weekend to meet with Harry to get a feeling for what he wanted to happen with his own vote this session. Not surprisingly, he had fervently argued in favor of the changes to the adoption process they had worked on with the minister since Lord Slytherin had stumbled upon the mess Miss Summer had made of it. The boy's stance on werewolf rights hadn't changed. No surprise there either. And after she had explained the few changes on import taxes and regulations for the import of common potions ingredients, he had tentatively agreed with her stance that dragon products needed to have some parchments for verification that they hadn't been hunted from the wild, but harvested at one of the reserves. She was satisfied to see that he didn't just go along with what she suggested, but had asked for how that should be set up and controlled. If they actually made it to that part of the agenda, Augusta would have to bring forward the suggestion to include something like that into the law before they could vote on it in her capacity as the Potter regent. "Augusta, good morning, my dear." Elphias slowly walked over to her, smiling kindly. They had a habit of talking with one another before the sessions, and they had lots of time to do so. "Elphias, how are you this fine day?" It had been raining, temperatures just above the freezing point when she had left the manor, but these pleasantries were nothing but pretense anyway. Needs must, needs must. I'm sure you know only too well, my dear." He spoke in a way Augusta remembered well from her own grandmother, words picked to play down the problems age brought, but the voice asking for soothing words and pity to be heaped onto the one speaking. She had refused to give her grandmother such when she had been just out of school, and she wasn't about to give it to someone insinuating that she would have to suffer from stiff joints and constant aches as well, therefore knowing what he was speaking of. "Getting old isn't for the faint of heart," she simply offered before changing the topic. "Have you heard from Albus? Last I was told, he was going to stay with his brother for the rest of his convalescence." Doge wasn't all that happy with her brushing off his attempt to gain some sympathy. What had he expected calling her old? But jumped at the opportunity to talk about his good friend. Only listening with half her attention, Augusta watched as a group of lords, well, mostly lords, came in, drawing the attention of most of those already in attendance. There in the middle, and slightly to the front of the group, walked Lord Slytherin, as always in the signature green and silver colours of his house. He was talking with Lord Lestrange at his side, and around them were Lord Malfoy, Lord Nart, the newly installed Lord Yaxley from one of the lower houses, and Lord Greengrass. After them, the stream of people arriving didn't stop. There was the new Lord Prince. She never would have thought that the small runt in Slytherin from James' year would turn out to be such an imposing figure. Just one more proof that, given enough effort, everyone had the potential to rise above their origins. "Let's settle down," Augusta interrupted Elphias, rambling about the books he was going to bring with him on his next visit to Dumbledore. Seems as if everyone will be on time for a change. And indeed the benches were filling rather quickly, even the number of plum-colored robes indicating that most of the ministry-appointed members were already here. Doge looked around, surprised by her rude interruption. Seems that way. He nodded. Well then, let's see how this year will start. With another nod in her direction, he walked off to find his own seat. Augusta cast a cushioning charm on her bench of carved flowers before she sat down. This was going to be interesting. But first the announcements. Abbott called the room to attention, causing everyone to fall into a hushed silence. After he had called Lord Yaxley forward to give his oath, Abbott turned to a list of notices one of the scribes had handed him. Before we come to the agenda for today, let me inform you of a few important items of interest. He unfurled the short list. Augusta thought that it was unusually short and started to read from the top. The wizards responsible for the abduction and torture of 3 witches last year were sentenced to life in Azkaban. There wasn't really a reaction to that. Some of them had been in that trial, and the news had been in the Prophet right after the day the sentence had been announced. Suggestions for the cause of the annual spring fundraiser should be handed in before the end of February. The scroll snapped shut with a sharp sound the moment the chief warlock released the bottom edge. Is there anyone else who needs to make an announcement? He waited a breath, looking around the room. No. Well, then let's start with a motion to change the laws governing adoptions brought in by Minister Fudge. Minister, if you will. Thank you, Chief Warlock. The minister rose from his seat, giving a small bow to the head of the Wisengamot. As we have seen a rise in the number of adoptions since the past summer, it has come to the ministry's attention that the procedures were in severe need of an update. A first attempt to do so within the confines of the current laws proved unsuccessful, so my advisors and I have come up with the following changes to the law. A flick of the wand, and Arthur's middle son was sending out copies of the law they had been working on for the past weeks. Augusta caught the copy sent to her and unfurled it. Her grandfather had always told the story of the one ancestor of his who had been swindled into supporting a law going against his direct interests by changing what was actually written in it between negotiations and the actual passing in the Wisengamot. It had been a good lesson to ingrain in her the habit of always reading anything she was supposed to sign or vote on just before she did so. The minister gave them all a moment to read before he started on his explanation of what exactly the changes were. As you can see, the best interest of the child to be adopted is still the most important concern. Cornelius started on his speech, sticking to the highlights just as they had decided was the best approach. As Augusta already knew what the law was about and how they thought it should work, she let her eyes roam over the assembly. They still didn't know who had been the one behind the scenes, pulling the strings so that Miss Summers could enact all those half-baked measures. This was their opportunity to watch all those lords and ladies who might have been involved. To be effective, the Wisengamot chambers had been split into several segments, each containing a few individuals, each of them watching only those individuals in their assigned section. She had picked the section of the ministry bench where all the department heads were seated. The minister hadn't openly communicated the work that was going on, but rumors always happened. And as Percival Weasley had been involved, Augusta wasn't surprised that Arthur only nodded when he read over the proposal. Most others had known that adoption procedures would be a topic today. Not everyone made a habit of reading the agenda before a session, but from all those in Augusta's portion of the hall, Amos Diggory was the one person showing the most obvious displeased reaction. During the discussion picking up after Cornelius had finished with his presentation of the new law, Augusta divided her attention between what everyone said and Amos' reaction to what was said. When Griselda Marchbanks asked one of the questions they had expected, Augusta saw Amos nodding with a grim expression. This sounds as if it would make it possible to take children away from their muggle parents. Surely you can't want that. May I point you to the clause we specifically added to prevent that exact scenario from occurring? Cornelius answered with a charming smile, clearly agreeing with her that this was a concern that needed to be addressed. Here, under the definition of what an unsuitable guardian is, it clearly is stated as point A, let me quote, "The lack of personal ability to wield magic never can be grounds for being declared an unfit guardian." Just because the parents of a child are squibs or muggles, there is no cause to remove the child from their custody. There was more back and forth, questions digging deeper, people trying to find the edges of the rules, questioning the viability of the procedures they were proposing be put into place. And all the time, Augusta watched the face of Amos Diggory getting darker and darker. He obviously wasn't happy with the way this was going. But why was Amos so set against children in need of a family being adopted? As long as Augusta had known him, he had been in Albus' corner, or at least close to it. One of the few supporters the old headmaster had had in the department for the regulations and control of magical creatures. Sure, he had been dealt a hard blow when his son had died in the third task of the tournament. Her thought process came to a sudden halt. Was that possible? Could it really be that? Was Amos Diggory so grief-stricken that he would do anything to get revenge on who he had to see as the one who killed his son? Was Amos against children's being adopted just because Lord Slytherin was advocating for such adoptions to take place? It seemed petty. But then she herself still had trouble speaking to Xerxes Lestrain for any length of time, because he had always been adamant about not disowning his sons. It was no longer that important with the death of those two after their escape from the prison. But she could understand holding a grudge, and she had held one for many years against the father of those responsible. Lord Slytherin was in many ways still the wizard they all had fought against. So working against him for what a Death Eater had done, she could understand that. But she still thought, hoped, really, that she never would have condoned the suffering of children in the name of revenge. Augusta offered no arguments or questions during the debate, closely watching Amos, sneaking short glances to the others in her section. After all, his being upset about the changes of laws hundreds of years old was no proof that he had been involved in the manipulations which had made the changes necessary in the first place. There might still be others involved. Finally, the chief warlock called for a vote. Those of you in favor of the law, light your wands. Augusta held her wand high, as did all of those allied with Lord Slytherin. They had managed to overcome their wariness around the man since he had first claimed his title, and a lot of those who hadn't been in on the plan from the beginning. If Augusta was right, those clearly were more than half of their numbers. Those against enacting the changes proposed, please light your wands now. Amos was among the first to raise his glowing wand. Only a few others followed his example. As Lord Slytherin had promised, his allies had worked hard to make those most conservative dark families realize that it was a good idea to include those young wizards and witches into their families and into their culture early on. Augusta wasn't sure she could trust their motivation. Those that don't want to decide either way, please light your wands now. Since Abbott had become chief warlock, changing the question for abstaining members slightly, the number of those had dropped quite a bit. With a clear majority, the law brought forward by the minister has been accepted. The Wisengamot instructs the ministry to enact the changes needed to make the necessary adaptations. The gavel came down with a loud bang. The Wisengamot will break for tea. Session resumes in a quarter of an hour. With a sigh, Augusta rose from her bench. This was a good opportunity to let the others know that she suspected Amos Diggory might be behind, or at least involved in, the framing of Miss Summers. Maybe one of the others had made another observation that she needed to know about. Working together with such a large group of people was beneficial, but probably short-lived. There weren't that many topics it was so easy to agree on. Augusta reached the break room, selected a small cucumber sandwich from one of the floating trays, and let herself drift over to where Amelia was standing, talking with Lord Slytherin. Ooh, Saturday, 20th of January 1996, coming to the Caribbean, was a real blessing after the dreary January weather in France and England. After searching the records of births in the year 1959, luckily, there only were a few hospitals on the island, and the city of birth had been listed in the files of the university. Sam was now walking through one of the smaller settlements in the center south of the island. He hadn't been able to get the address of Olivier Morau's own home, but asking an older man owning a small odds and ends shop in the center of the nearest town had given him an address for the woman's mother. As he was walking down the street, greeting the curious neighbors looking over from their windows or gardens, he looked out for the house which he had been directed to. Sam didn't feel bothered by the interest of the locals. As a man obviously from Europe so far from the usual tourist haunts, he was bound to be noticed. A few more minutes down the steep street, Sam came to the house, painted in bright colors and sitting in a small but neat garden. Taking a deep breath, he opened the small gate in the fence and walked up to the front door to knock. Un moment, S'il vous plate, was called not from inside the house, but from the garden out of sight of where Sam was standing. He scolded himself. There really wasn't a reason to be this nervous. It wasn't as if he hadn't prepared a good story to explain his presence and why he was searching for Olivier and Moreau. A woman emerged from around the corner of the house. She wore shorts, a loose blouse of some delicate fabric, and a straw hat on top of her unbound hair. She would fit what he knew of Olivier and Moreau, African ancestry, mid-30s, but that applied to a lot of women he had met since the airplane had touched down on the island. Bonjour, qui êtes-vous? Bonjour, Jimmy Present, Samuel Jacobs, ESDC bien le domicile de la famille Moreau. Sam really was glad that he had taken the time to learn a few different languages. Translation spells were known to fail when local dialects, accents, and the like came into play, and they did nothing that would help him speak the language. But seeing as the woman switched over to an accented English once she had heard him speak, his accent probably was worse than he had realized. "It is, Mr. Jacobs. My mother is in the garden, if you'll follow me." What a coincidence. It seemed he would need to deliver his news earlier than he had expected. But his only task had been to find her and establish communication. Everything else would be Lord Black's job. Sam decided to pay attention to both women's reactions and actions to maybe make the whole easier on his employer. This was going to be interesting. Chapter 79. Experiment. Chapter text Saturday, 20th of January 1996. Sam was pretty nervous while he followed the woman who had identified herself as the daughter of the woman living in the house, known as the residence of the family, by the name of Moreau. He didn't really know if Olivier and Moreau had a sister, but he thought it unlikely that this woman was anyone but the one he had been searching for. "Why are you searching for my mother?" "Miss, she didn't have a wedding band on her hand," Moreau asked as they rounded the corner, getting a good look into a garden filled with various colorful flowers. "I'm searching for an Olivier Moreau who was in London in February 1981. My search led me here. Have I found who I've been searching for?" There really wasn't a reason to drag this out. In his experience, people tended to react with suspicion if one took too long to explain why he was there, especially if it was necessary to tell the truth at some point. He had heard of others inventing stuff at a first meeting, only to be made a fool once the truth needed to be revealed. "You were searching for me." She seemed surprised, but quickly turned to an older woman, her tight curly hair turning gray in a few places, introducing Sam with a few quick sentences in French before waving her hand at one of the empty garden chairs. "Sit and explain." So Sam did exactly that. He sat down and, folding his hands in his lap, took a deep breath. How best to begin? "I take it that you have been in London in 81, studied marine biology, attending a conference there, and meeting a young man, dark hair, grey eyes, pale skin, lean, mostly leather clothes, in a bar, ending up being intimate together." It felt awkward talking about a one-night stand with the mother of the woman who had taken part, sitting right there, listening attentively, and not knowing if she could understand what he was saying or not. He introduced himself as serious. "I tried to get hold of him when I realized I was pregnant, but I never managed." She nodded, her attention sharpening, as if she herself was assessing what to tell Sam and what not to tell him. "That was my client then." Sam nodded, smiling. At least he had that confirmed. "You wouldn't have been able to find him. He kept hidden rather well. All auras had had good warding. Well, at least those that survived for longer than a few months after the attacks by Death Eaters had started in earnest." His gaze flicked over to the mother. The way she was focused on the conversation, Sam was pretty sure she understood most, if not all, of what they were saying. Could he risk mentioning magic? In a way he would need to. How else could he explain why Sirius Black had known to search for her now, of all times? "Well, better start slow. You said you searched for him when you noticed you were pregnant. I assume you are a mother to a child turning 15 sometime this year then." After all, he really couldn't explain how he was certain she was a mother of twins. not without also revealing the existence of magic to two muggles he didn't know at all. If the twins had no magic of their own, this family would be in the dark about it, and he would be violating the statute of secrecy if he told them maybe he should have prepared himself to meet his target here. And the fact that the woman wasn't as forthcoming with information as he had expected her to be wasn't helping him any either. She nodded, caution clear in her whole posture. I am, but why do you want to know? There wasn't really a way back, so Sam moved forward. Did you notice anything inexplicable happening around the child? For instance, when it was distressed or bored? A short burst of laughter erupted from the woman, a lot of the tension going out of her. Oh, moan, dear. Stop pussyfooting around. You're trying to ask if my child has magic. Her question came out more like an exclamation, but with a sigh of relief, Sam nodded. That was promising. Are you a wizard, Mr. Jacobs? Her question was pointed. She was a terrifying woman, and her mother wasn't any better. Her stare certainly was able to drill a hole into his head. So he only managed another weak nod, while the older woman threw in a comment from the side. Ainsi dank, le pire de mes dubutes est un sorcier. Tais toi mammon, laisse le parler. Miss Mora waved her hand impatiently at her mother, her eyes firmly locked onto Sam, who tried to gather his wits. I hope you have an explanation. Sam took her next impatient hand wave as his prompt to speak, and so he spoke. You probably know of the war that was going on in the magical part of Britain at the time. She gave a short nod of confirmation. It ended in the same year at the beginning of November. My client, Sirius Orion Black, was accused of several crimes and tossed into jail without a proper trial in the wake of the confusion and chaos after the leader of the Death Eaters had been incapacitated. Because killed was so obviously not what had happened to the man now once again walking around. Late the past summer, new evidence was provided, the lack of a trial discovered, and the unjust imprisonment ended. Sam had a captive audience of two, and was pretty sure those were the two most frightening women he had ever met. He was set free, and subsequently claimed his family assets, including a seat on the Wisengamot for the most ancient and noble House of Black. He moved into the old family house in London and started with renovations. Sam paused for a moment to give Miss Morrow a chance to ask questions, but another impatient hand wave prompted him to continue speaking. Over Christmas, an ancient family heirloom, a tapestry displaying the family tree of the Black family, was repaired and suddenly was showing much more than before. That's how my client learned of the fact that he had twin daughters by the names of Noel Lyra Morrow and Enora Libra Morrow. With not much more information than their date of birth, their names, as well as yours, and an idea in which clubs he had been during the window of probable conception. Sam felt his ears and cheeks flush what was probably a bright red, going by the almost gaggling laugh of the grandmother of the two kids he had just named. Lord Black hired me to investigate and find you and your daughters, Miss Morrow. Deciding that he didn't need to recount the way he had taken to find her here, Sam made a small, and that's that motion with his hand. So you see, Lord Black had no way of knowing of your daughter's existence, nor any means to contact you before I managed to track you down. Tines cum te quequaquesi monsieur puis te proposer. Si c'est un lord, c'est quilla de l'argent, Mrs. Morrow spoke up, standing from her chair. G vis nous chercher quelque chose à boire. She picked up the tray with an empty glass pitcher and two glasses and started on her way back to the house. Miss Morrow tapped her finger against her lip, dark eyes taking in Sam, who had the inexplicable need to fidget. If he hadn't known any better, he would have sworn that she had an intimidation ward or something on the garden. I don't remember Sirius as the caring type, eager to be a father or one to take on any responsibility. She paused, raising a brow. What prompted him to search us out now? If Sam had to sort this woman, as all alumni of Hogwarts tended to do with strangers anyway, he would have placed her in Slytherin in that moment. You're right. Lord Black doesn't want to marry, but he needs an heir or heiress, and society is pressuring him to marry and make sure that there is one. He wanted to check if he already had a kid before letting himself be tied down in that manner. Sugar-coating anything wouldn't work on her anyway, so why lie? So he wants to take my girls from me. There was a dangerous edge to her voice, making Sam quickly deny her question with a shake of his head. Nothing of the sort. There is no need for the girls to be separated from you or to relocate, as far as I know. My task was to find you and establish a line of communication. Only now did he realize that he had no idea if there were any special rules regarding the living situation or education of a black heir or heiress. Heiress to what, exactly? The whole estate, including several houses, money, old artifacts, the seat on the Wisengamot. But I'm not entirely sure to what sum exactly that amounts. He knew, of course, that the Black family had a lot of wealth and had been bigger, meaning that all that wealth that had been spread out between the different members now mostly was back with the main estate. But it wouldn't be wise to speculate. I want to meet with Sirius before he can meet the girls, and it's their decision if they want to meet him at all. They are currently away at school, but I'll send a letter. I suggest you inform Sirius that you have found me and what my stipulations are. I'll give you the address for my own home. Meet me there the day after tomorrow. We'll see what Sirius has to say for himself. And so Sam was thrown out, more or less politely, before he could get something to eat. But he guessed that was probably for the best. He needed to inform Lord Black and get a little more information on what Lord Black was offering and expecting. And after he had written and sent his letter, he would find a nice section of beach or a bar with good cocktails and have a good evening. Ever since one of her mother's friends had told her that her toddlers had magic, Olivian's world hadn't been quite the same. Since then, she had suspected that the mysterious, talented, at least in bed, Sirius no last name, had been a wizard, and the girls had inherited their gift from him. Why else should she find herself unable to locate a grown man in London, and such a striking figure at that? The explanation the wizard detective had given was plausible, or as plausible as anything ever was in the world of magic. The old witch who was friends with her mother had started to teach the twins early, mostly in the magic native to the islands in this part of the world, and not the modern nonsense with wands and so on that they taught at schools now. So she and her mother had protective spells around their homes, linked to a few pieces of jewelry to inform them of danger and the intent of visitors, and to enable them to activate certain other features that had been included. Remembering the unease she had felt from the wizard earlier, Olivian smiled. It was always good to remind magic-wielding men that she wasn't powerless or easy to cow. Judging by the fidgeting she had seen earlier, that had worked out rather well. Accepting a glass of fresh lemonade from her mother, Olivian sat down at her table and started to write a letter to her twins. Noel and Enora would be interested to learn that their father had finally turned up. Maybe they would insist on a test to prove that he indeed was their father. They tended to be demanding when it concerned the validity of any information they were given. Maybe she should have informed Mr. Jacobs that she wanted a paternity test. But in the end, she easily could inform him or Sirius later. In quick, efficient sentences, Olivian wrote down everything she had learned today before adding what had happened in her life since she had sent the last letter. She would pass it on her mother's friend, she only ever had called her tante, who would use the flue to get it over to the small magical center in Fort de France, where it would be placed into the bags transferred over to mainland France each day, from where an owl of all things would take the letter to Beauxbatons. Her girls were accepted there. Not once had they heard a slur based on the color of their skin, the thigh curls of their hair, or the fact that they had been born on Martinique. It seemed that prejudices in the magical world mostly were directed at those from a non-magical background, or any other background that was considered deficient in intellect or culture. Olivian wasn't sure if being the daughters of a British lord would be good or bad for their chances in their world. Probably only time would tell. They had found a nice alcove in the library to spend a little time away from all their friends, who were either engrossed in their revision or working on homework when they had left. Luna was sitting on the floor, her legs crossed before her, her head bent over some strange floppy strands of something. Strings, probably, was the best way to describe the objects, braiding, while Harry had sat down on the padded bench in the window, drawing. Since he had received and read the book on how to animate simple drawings, Harry had wanted to try it, but there had not really been time. Now he had to draw a boat truckle for care of magical creatures and intended to make it an animated drawing. Something simple, like the creature turning around and around, something repeating seamlessly should be the easiest, according to the book, showing both the front and back, as well as the sides. If nothing else, this was going to help him remember how this funny tree dweller looked. Soft steps followed by the clearing of a throat draw Harry's attention away from where he was trying to get the left leg right. He looked up, and there was Neville, all bundled up and smiling a little sheepishly. "I was sent by the twins to get you. And Luna, there's a big inter-house snowball fight in the making down at the pitch. Ron is ecstatic. Hermione insists on being some kind of supervisor. Please come down. It'll be more fun if you're there too." Harry would have loved to continue his drawing, but it was likely that there wouldn't be snow all that much longer, so using this fairly sunny day for something other than doing homework and revision seemed like a good idea, and the others obviously had thought the same. "I'll need to put my stuff away and get my cloak, mittens, and so on." He turned his gaze to Luna, who was still sitting on the floor, smiling up to him with the calm demeanor she almost always had, and just answered in her dreamy voice, "I'll put this away, get my warm clothes, and meet you at the great doors in 15 minutes. Looking over to Neville, Harry smiled. "That's settled then. Please tell the others we'll be down as quickly as possible." He heard Neville quickly moving away while he gathered up his supplies. It's fun having actual friends. Luna said as if it wasn't one of the saddest things anyone could say. But Harry understood only too well and simply nodded with a smile, holding his hand out so he could help Luna get up from the floor. They both picked up their things and parted ways at the stairs, where Luna had to go up to reach Ravenclaw Tower, and Harry had to go down to the dungeons. For a moment, it felt as if they should do something, but the moment was gone before Harry could really grasp what he felt he wanted to do, and he just smiled at Luna before going down the stairs. Monday, 22nd of January 1996, Xerxes had pondered how best to approach this meeting. It wasn't exactly easy. On the one hand, he had to do what was best for the school, making sure his teachers knew that he had faith in them and their abilities. On the other hand, he had to do what his lord wanted, especially when it came to the child his friend and lord wanted to adopt as soon as possible. So he had delayed the meeting until this day, using the fact that it had been a weekend and that there had been the Wisengamot session to make Marvolo agree to let it rest this long. But now he sat here in his office, waiting for both the teacher, the near-squib Matilda Moores, and Marvolo. Hopefully Marvolo had cooled down a bit from the first time he had stormed into Xerxes' office demanding action against a teacher unfairly accusing Marcus of violence. He went to a lot of work to set up the meeting in an environment that hopefully would contribute to a relaxed atmosphere. His greatest fear for this was that the teacher might take this as an attempt to cow her or something along those lines. To prevent that, he had carefully selected 3 identical armchairs, had arranged them around a table big enough to hold cups and snacks for them all and still allow room for writing, and had ordered some food he knew both his guests would like. There was a knock at the door. Hopefully this would be Mrs. Moore's, as Xerxes had asked her to be here earlier than he had asked Marvolo to arrive. "Enter," he called out, moving in the direction of the door to further reduce the intimidation factor. The door opened. "Mrs. Moore's, do come in. Would you prefer tea or coffee?" The woman blinked several times before she got her bearings back. Maybe she had expected a different reception. Tea would be nice. Maybe Xerxes had overdone the friendly bit. He probably was more nervous than he had realized if he was making such errors. Under normal circumstances, he had more composure than that. They both settled into the chairs, where Xerxes used several levitation charms to get the tea into their cups and the cream and sugar where they needed to go. After he was finished with that, he had nothing more he could use to stall and had to call himself to order sharply. He should prepare the teacher for what this meeting was about before Marvolo arrived. "Mrs. Moore's, as I told you before, this meeting is intended to find a better way to handle the classes with younger children." After Lord Slytherin came to me with the story of how the squabble over a pencil turned into a dangerous tornado of flying art supplies, I realized that there might have been more than one reason why no one has attempted something like we are here before now. Xerxes was the one to blink in surprise as he was forcefully interrupted. "I'm absolutely capable of taking care of a class of children on my own, even if some of them have magic and deplorable manners. And just because I set a punishment, Lord Slytherin doesn't agree with is no reason to undermine my authority or doubt my competence. For a moment, Xerxes wondered where this outburst had come from, but then the realization hit almost as a shock. Mrs. Moores was only still carrying a wand because she had managed to get enough owls, and barely at that. She had been good in everything theoretical, but lacked in performance with magic in general. She had outstanding marks in history, astronomy, and Muggle studies, but only barely passing grades for potions, runes, and arithmancy. She had failed in all classes where performance with a wand to a certain degree was needed for a passing grade. Her newts were even less impressive. She had managed only 3, one for history of magic, one for astronomy, and the last for Muggle studies. As far as Xerxes' research into her qualifications had turned up, she could only perform charms and jinxes taught to first and second years at Hogwarts. For all intents and purposes, she was almost a squib, and probably was treated as such by most people. No worries, Mrs. Moores. No one doubts your competence, but you can't be everywhere in a room of small children. So I wanted to propose that there always be 2 adults in class with the children, helping where it's needed, and making sure that magic can't get that out offhand so easily. I want to get your input to this idea, but that's not the main point of this meeting with Lord Slytherin. Xerxes had kept his tone polite, careful not to let his realization of her position show in any way. Dorcas always had resented the occasions where someone had treated her with pity for her lack of magic. Mrs. Moores relaxed slightly. As a parent, or as good as to Marcus, Lord Slytherin is interested in knowing if this was the first violent reaction of the boy's magic. You, as his primary teacher, are the best person to ask for such information. After Marvolo had cooled down a bit in that meeting after the incident, he had indeed shown concern that this could be a regular occurrence. In that moment, there was a knock at the door, and after Xerxes' call to enter, Marvolo walked in, exhibiting all the grace of the predator. One of the usual ways the other was prone to mask his slight discomfort at entering a totally alien situation. Xerxes had to work hard to mask his smirk, and judging by the narrowing of his friend's eyes, he hadn't been all that successful. Marvolo, come in, take a seat, and a cup of tea before we begin. A few pleasantries were exchanged, and an overly sweet tea was prepared, before Xerxes started to lead into the discussion by removing any temptation even to come near doubting Mrs. Moore's expertise. I've already informed Mrs. Moores that I plan to double up the adults per classroom to reduce the risk of accidents and increase the personal attention each child can get, making it easier to help them develop their strengths and improve their weaknesses. Xerxes noted with relief that Marvolo was nodding. If you make it mixed teams, one person at ease with performing magic, and one either incapable of using it or rarely relying on it, you would make sure the children learn from the beginning the diversity of our world, providing positive role models. This suggestion was delivered with a calm tone in between sips of tea. I think the person with more experience in teaching should be in charge, and the other more of an assistant. All 3 of them were aware that this qualification of being a trained teacher almost always applied to the squibs Xerxes had hired. Very few witches and wizards with other avenues open to them went to Muggle University to get teaching degrees. Mrs. Moores nodded, visibly appeased by the way both Xerxes and Marvolo had spoken so far. It certainly would make dealing with discord and difficult children easier. If there are enough funds to make that possible, you won't hear me complain. And I'm sure the others will agree. I'm currently more interested in getting insight into Marcus' behavior in class. I have mostly spent time with him when he was the focus of attention, not really competing with anyone. Marvolo switched the topic, turning his full attention to the teacher. Xerxes watched in interest. It was always nice to see how others dealt with the intensity Marvolo was once again able to display, now that he had his good looks and sanity back. Was that the first time his magic reacted so forcefully to his frustration, or has it happened before? Mrs. Moore slowly shook her head. That was the first time I've witnessed something like this from him. Until I saw that only Marcus' drawing had been left undamaged, I wasn't even sure he had been the one causing it. It could have been the girl reacting defensively to the situation. Marcus was grabbing for the pencil in her hand. She took a sip from her tea, clearly contemplating the matter. I haven't seen much magic in my classroom so far. Most of the time there is no need for the children to defend themselves or others, nor is there much anger. So no positive displays either. Levitating something, floating down from the swing. Mrs. Moores simply shook her head, again not interrupting Marvolo. I'm not sure what would be considered normal for a child his age. I haven't been around many small children so far, nor would I consider myself a typical case. Marvolo turned to look at Xerxes. Do you have information on what he did to catch the notice of the Obliviator squad? Xerxes shrugged. I can look it up, but I think it'll match with most of the others from less than ideal living conditions. Something spectacular to defend themselves from harm, either by other children or a supposed caretaker. If Obliviators are called, it's mostly something that can't be explained away or just be ignored. So, likely inflating someone or pushing them away. Xerxes got a feeling what Marvolo was getting at, but arranging for therapy for Marcus would have to wait for later. I'll have a look after we're finished here. I wanted to offer to donate art supplies to the school, Marvolo said, snatching up a few of the sugar-coated cookies. I was a little puzzled as to why there was only one pencil of that particular green in the whole classroom. Mrs. Moores sighed. I'm not sure why or how it happens, but more stuff gets lost or turns up broken than I would consider normal for a school. The children are very careful with the supplies, never damaging anything on purpose. But despite that, after a day or two, pencils start to turn up in odd places, broken, in need of sharpening constantly. Now that I think about it, that is more than odd. Xerxes frowned. He had assumed that the constant need to order more supplies, paper, erasers, ink, pencils, and other stationery like that, was normal, attributing the high demand to the number of children learning, and the fact that they were children in the first place. An amused chuckle from Marvolo brought both Xerxes and Mrs. Moores up short. With a pointed, questioning look, Xerxes prompted his friend to speak up and explain his sudden mirth. Hogwarts has a poltergeist, as the only place in Britain as far as I know, because there are so many adolescent witches and wizards living there the bigger part of the year. Dread started to form in Xerxes' stomach. Maybe these are the early signs of a poltergeist forming here because of all the children spending so much time here. It could be that the ambient magic in the massive wards we placed here is contributing to that. A slightly evil grin was aimed at Xerxes. I think we have found another possible reason for why an elementary school for magical children wasn't established sooner. Closing his eyes and pinching the bridge of his nose, Xerxes quietly despaired. How could he handle a ghost as disruptive as Peeves had always been? He would need to consult with the deputy headmistress, or maybe Severus Snape. As two who had taught at the school longer than Xerxes had gone to school there, they should have some insight. Opening his eyes again, Xerxes gave the still amused-looking Marvolo the evil eye. I want your help in tracking down any and all literature that might help us determine if this scenario you're painting is an actual possibility. I'm happy to offer my assistance. I don't think it's all that often that one can investigate the causes for the manifestation of a poltergeist. Marvolo sounded eager, and Xerxes nodded in acceptance. What else should he do? One thing was clear, he wouldn't be bored any time soon. Tuesday, 23rd of January 1996, they'd send out invitations to participate in their experiment with the morning mail. Students at several tables had received the letters written by Sanya. She also had had a heavy hand in the wording, asking them to help test a batch of potion to see if it was able to correctly gauge the closeness of the relation they had to others invited as well. They had to stick to those either above the age of 17 or who they could get permission for participation from the parents for. They also had invited a few adults. All in all, they had managed to get quite a few positive answers through the charmed parchments. I still feel it was a juvenile way to ask for an answer. Boxes to tick at the end of the invitation. There are much more dignified ways to go about something like this, Severus groused once again, while carefully measuring out doses of the collecting solution into ivory goblets. Shush, darling, Sanya said from where she was preparing several shallow bowls of quartz with the testing compound. I know it goes against your sense of professionalism and decorum, but I remind you that we both agreed it was the best way to get answers swiftly. Sometimes it's expedient to let go of proper ways for the sake of efficiency. Severus sighed, because they had agreed that they needed to test this first attempt at a two-part procedure for this on a greater scale soon, and that it wasn't possible to go the long and arduous way of acquiring willing test subjects. I know, love, but I'm still sure we could have found someone else to take Black's place in this test. And how it had irked Severus that the insufferable, immature Lord Black had agreed to participate. Sanya threw him a teasing look over her shoulder. She really knew him well. We did invite Mrs. Tonks, and she said no. So be happy that Lord Black agreed, because otherwise we wouldn't have had a relationship of second cousins for our series. They had invited people with known family connections to see if they could prove that connection or closeness with their potion. They already had tested themselves, establishing that they had eliminated the explosive quality of all their previous one-potion attempts. Dinner had been over for a while, and just before they had finished the setup, there was a knock at the door. Sanya opened it to let in the Weasley twins. Unusual calm, the two stepped in and walked over to one of the tables at a gesture from Severus. But he guessed the eager glint in their eyes. The way they were eyeing the bowl and goblets on their table indicated that they wanted to be a part of this very much, and therefore would do what they could to prevent failure. Severus had sent a letter to Arthur Weasley, asking for permission to get Ronald and Ginevra Weasley to take part in the trial as well. It would have been good to see if the reaction to identical twins was different or equal to that between normal siblings of the same family, but had been denied. One after the others came in. Black and Mr. Slytherin walked in talking animatedly about some woman who someone named Sam had found on some island or other. Draco came in, followed by a few more Slytherins, like the Carrow twins, the Greengrass sisters, and a pair of distant cousins who both were in their 7th year. Miss Granger came in looking flustered, closely followed by Lord Slytherin and Xerxes Lestrange. Hopefully, this selection of individuals would help them gauge the effectiveness of their current formula. When all were settled at their tables, with the partner Sanya, and Severus had assigned, Severus walked to the front of the classroom they were using, his robes billowing around him. First, thank you all for your agreement to help us with the development of a potion to ascertain familial closeness that doesn't violate the treaty with the goblins. Let me explain the procedure. Severus took a few steps, which brought him behind the setup prepared on his own desk. Each of you will first need to swirl the potion from the goblet in their mouth until the sand in this glass. He indicated a rather large sand glass. Calling it an hourglass would be inaccurate, as it only ran a few minutes, standing before him, before spitting it out again into the very same goblet. After that, here he waved his hand between his wife and himself, will walk between the rows, looking at the results of the intermediary step. After that, you'll combine the contents of your goblets with the potion in the bowl and wait for the reaction to settle down. Please be prepared to report on any experiences during this and what the last things consumed by you were, including potions you might have taken today. A few questions followed to clarify matters before the testing commenced. Severus took note of quite a few pulled faces. He hadn't expected anything else, as the taste really left something to be desired, and having to keep the potion in your mouth, moving it around, for a few minutes didn't make the experience any more pleasant. Sand grains silently fell from the top of the glass to the bottom, measuring the time, while Severus felt anticipation rise. Sanya and he had speculated that the color of the potion, as well as the cloudiness, would be the deciding factor to determine family connections. Their own had been rather muddy in appearance and had had the unappealing color of decomposing flesh. He was eager to see how the reaction was going to be for the pair of twins they had here today. Relieved mutterings filled the room as the time was up, and the undignified process of spitting the potion back into the goblets was undertaken. If it hadn't been disrespectful, Severus would have snorted at seeing the Dark Lord spitting something into a goblet. This certainly wasn't something one got to see often. Sanya and he started to walk the rows, taking notes and asking a few questions here and there, and as he was accustomed to doing, Severus listened in on the conversations that seemed to be the most interesting. This habit of living as a spy probably never would vanish again. Turning his attention to the conversation between Lord Lestrange and his heiress, Severus wrote down the observation of yet another unchanged-looking collecting solution. I'm just a little irked over Ron's reaction. I simply don't understand why he's been so infuriating since we've been back to school. The girl explained in a hushed voice. His reaction to what? Lord Lestrange asked just as quietly. Severus moved on to the next goblet. No obvious changes. That I wanted to leave a little earlier than Harry because I had a letter to send to Victor. I've been in correspondence with him since he was here during the tournament. Ron suddenly got that sour look on his face. And he's always hovering as if he wants to say something, but can't find the words, or something. Severus was amazed as always at how unaware teenagers could be. Even Miss Granger, usually so observant, obviously couldn't tell that the Weasley brat had a crush on her. Deciding that it wasn't his job to help her with her fledgling love life, Severus left her to the capable hands of her great-uncle, walking over to where Draco was talking to his mother's cousin. They seemed civil enough. No reason for Severus to remind his student that he should be respectful. Doing so would have been infuriating. Maybe he would have managed to get a nice insult in. For a moment, Severus allowed himself to indulge in that fantasy, before noting that these two potions hadn't changed their appearance either, and moving on. It always had been fun insulting the only black Gryffindor in memory. But as Sanya had asked him again, when she had brought up the possibility to include him in the invitations, did he really want to risk being the one holding onto a grudge longer than Black, leaving himself open to being called immature? Sanya and Severus walked back to the front so they had a better perspective to watch the second phase. Try to pour at the same pace so the three components mix evenly. Call for help should there be a violent reaction, and step back if you're in doubt, Sanya instructed, while Severus got his wand out. He saw the Dark Lord raise a brow in silent surprise, feeling a light touch on his shields passing through the image of the boy, standing next to the Dark Lord tinted with not quite their worry. Severus sent back a piece, an image, of his memory of brewing an earlier batch. That version had foamed and managed to cover the table they had been working on under a bright blue coat of bubbles in under a minute's time. It shouldn't really be that dangerous. A bit of tension left the Dark Lord's shoulders, and he picked up his ivory goblet to start combining the three parts. There weren't any violent reactions, and even the Weasley horrors managed to behave themselves. Much to the surprise of them, all the potion turned colorless and transparent for the two sets of twins. The others took on different hues of green or blue. In some cases, Severus wasn't really sure, and different intensities of milkiness. Sanya asked everyone to answer a few questions, while Severus transferred the results into transparent files, labeling each one with the two people who had contributed, before casting strong preservation charms on them. Judging by the level of milkiness compared between the siblings and the one from the Dark Lord and his heir, the less cloudiness the closer the connection. The same seemed true for the intensity of color. The less intense, the more closely they were related. It seemed as if there were two or more measures for closeness. They would have to make many more tests if they were to have any hope of getting a somewhat useful scale to measure the connection between two individuals. But they seemed to be heading the right way. Sharing a triumphant smile, Sanya and Severus cleaned up after everyone had left, looking forward to a nice evening together. Uwu, standing at the front of the room on his small raised dais, Marvolo waited for his followers to arrive. He had a traitor to get rid of and had decided, after asking Malcolm if the man had been healed enough, that today was the day. The Carrows and Malcolm were already here, preparing for what was to come this evening. Marvolo himself didn't feel the anticipation he remembered from the first time the traitor had been among his brethren being punished. If he was honest with himself, his enjoyment of torturing had dimmed considerably over the months since he had regained a body. His theory was that it had something to do with his absorbed Horcruxes and the emotions he had regained as well. In the end, it wasn't that big of a problem. If he had retained his love for torture, he would have had a problem over time, he was almost certain. It was harder to keep up the mask of young, friendly wizard and lord if there was a secret to keep as big as regularly torturing people. One after the other, the Death Eaters arrived. Overall, they had been slow to respond, but that was only to be expected in the middle of the night. Most of them probably had been asleep. Severus was one of the last to arrive, giving off waves of unhappiness, something decidedly unusual for the spy. Severus was able to keep his composure under almost all circumstances. At least that was the impression Marvolo always had had, and his visit to the man's mind after Marvolo's resurrection only had strengthened that impression. Only under the most dire circumstances did Severus show feelings he didn't want to show. And during a meeting surrounded by Death Eaters, the young man never had shown anything resembling the mood he was projecting now. Dark eyes met red ones over the expanse of the room. Marvolo let his spy and potions master know of his need to be aware of why the man was so, well, grumpy. What he got back was a deep embarrassment and the mental image of Severus' wife. For a moment, Marvolo was thrown for a loop. He hadn't even considered that his followers might be doing something else besides sleeping at this time of night. Best pretend he had never asked or got an answer. Some things he really didn't need to know about the daily life of his followers, and he was sure Severus would do his best to make sure this particular topic wouldn't come up between them again. "Welcome," Marvolo greeted the gathered Death Eaters, who fell silent immediately, turning their full attention to him. "Today you'll see what awaits those who go against us, who once agreed to be part of this group." He had prepared a small speech to make sure all of them understood that while he wasn't torturing them for insignificant infractions or condoning useless violence, he also wasn't going to let something as big as Karkaroff's treachery slide. The man simply had given too many names away to be spared. Marvolo had a duty to protect, or avenge, his people. He gave away the names of those he should have protected. He brought pain upon his comrades and their families. He has paid for his crime ever since the night we gathered here back in July, and today you'll get to see how I'll make sure his death won't be traced back to any of us. He gave the prearranged signal to Barty, who was standing by the door leading into the back rooms and the entrance to the cellar, and went to inform the Carrows. Only half a minute later, an almost healthy-looking Igor Karkaroff was brought in. His clothes had been changed to something closely resembling what he had worn when he had been captured. His own clothes had been reduced to rags since then, and his hair had been cut and his beard trimmed. The siblings were handling the man without any care, probably leaving bruises on his arms. It had taken some time, but Marvolo had found the spells he needed to achieve the effect he wanted. It should look like Karkaroff had died in that storm he had been warned about, getting what was coming to him because he had ignored the warnings of the locals. A small wave was enough for Amicus and Alecto to push the traitor to the ground, stepping back so they wouldn't be in their lord's way. Once Karkaroff had managed to get to his knees, not daring to look up, Marvolo informed the man of his fate. "You'll die tonight. Any last words?" Karkaroff didn't look as if he would be able to formulate anything even resembling a sentence, so Marvolo didn't wait any longer. Feeling the eyes of all gathered here on him, Marvolo raised his hand, pale wand firmly grasped, and started the series of curses he had so carefully planned, and had then practiced, to give the impression that this was an easy task for him. It wasn't, but appearance was important, even now. The first spell would make sure that Karkaroff wouldn't die until the very end. Then Marvolo started to reduce the body of the traitor into a state that would be expected to be found when a human body had lain about in the wild for several months. The sharp sound of a neck breaking would imitate the cause of death Marvolo wanted the muggles to assume. After that, Karkaroff didn't stop screaming while his body started to decompose, developing the traces of animals, insects, and other things eating at him. Effects of the weather were imitated next. Heat, cold, wind, and rain. When he was finished, there only was a husk left of the man. Tired, Marvolo let his arms sink to his side. There was still work left to do before he could send the Carrows on their way to place the body of Igor Karkaroff at the foot of a cliff near where they had captured him, to be found soon. The pause he allowed himself before he started to clear away all traces of the spells he had cast, hopefully, would be interpreted as his admiring his work. Finally, he waved at the twins. "Take him to where you found him. Make sure the place you leave the body in is one that hasn't been visited since the summer. Best would be to bury him under a landslide, and make sure to not leave any trace of your presence. Dismissed." The Carrows vanished first, and all the others still stood at attention, waiting for him to dismiss them as well. "Remember, as long as you follow my orders and keep our secrets, I'll protect and support you, but defy me and you'll bear the consequences." A few certainly remembered Corbin Yaxley and the man's death by his own hand, unsure if the man had killed himself before the Dark Lord could get a hand on him, or if the poison had been forced on him. Marvolo wasn't about to sate their curiosity. Get back home. I'll see most of you soon. But for now, he would go home, take a long hot shower, maybe get a mug of hot chocolate with the little marshmallow pieces Flim had started to add, and then check if Henry might be awake. He felt the need to talk to his son, hear something about his dull day, maybe how far he had come in the transfiguration essay he had wanted to work on after the potions test, something normal. Somehow that sounded like the exact thing he could use right now. It was odd, but Marvolo didn't feel like investigating this need right now. Unbidden, the advice Mrs. Goyle had given him came to mind. It wasn't necessary to confront his thoughts and feelings every time he felt something unsettling or new, but he couldn't run away forever. At the moment, he was too tired to do anything about it. So he left the room after the last Death Eater was gone and apparated over to Griffin House. Flim was already waiting, taking the robes Marvolo had worn and picking up the clothes the tired wizard let fall to the floor on his way to the warm shower he was focused on. Wednesday, 24th of January 1996, as so often, Harry and his mixed group of friends were gathered at the Ravenclaw table for lunch. Harry had a letter from Marvolo in his pocket, still a little puzzled about what he should make of it. The letter spoke of work until late in the night, which Harry had translated into a careful description of a Death Eater meeting taking place, and a wish to speak with Harry. Marvolo had written Henry, and Harry was getting a little irritated by that, even knowing that he would need to allow Marvolo to call him Harry, that he had dismissed in favor of writing a letter, because Harry could use every hour of sleep in his owl year. It was puzzling, and Harry planned to call Marvolo on the mirror as soon as he found a moment of peace. It so wasn't going to be now. It's so hard to decide what to do after school, Hermione exclaimed, spreading out a lot of brightly colored pamphlets on the table between the plates, ignoring her food. I did a little research at the end of second year. I needed something to base my selection of classes on. Her tone was a little dismissive, as if it was a natural thing to do and not something unusual. Harry briefly wondered how many 13-year-old students would even bother if not pushed by their parents. But now I'm unsure what I can combine with the duties of a lady. You know, Hermione asked of them all, clearly wanting. No, more like expecting an answer. Neville was the first to speak up. I think I want to work for a herbology mastery. It fits well with the businesses of my family. And I'm good at it. Gran can manage the seat a little longer and working on research, and such once I'm finished should work well together with being Lord Longbottom. He heaved a mighty sigh. Not sure if Gran will support my wish, though. She always hops on and on about me following in my father's footsteps, which would mean to go into aura training. Don't look so morose, Ron chimed in, clapping the other Gryffindor on the back. Being an aura is great. I want to go be an aura after school. I think it'll be awesome if you and Harry are there too. Here Ron turned to include Harry, clearly wanting him to agree, but Harry wasn't so sure. Being together with Ron and Neville certainly wouldn't be bad, but if it would be enough to make him enjoy being an aura was more than up in the air. Training with you would be fun, Harry finally agreed, but before Ron could ramble on, he continued speaking. But that would involve a lot of fighting. I don't think I want to spend the rest of my life fighting. Not sure what else to do, though. As there wasn't all that much time left before lunch would be finished, Harry returned to eating what he had put on his plate, still paying attention to his friends, because they now started to make suggestions about what he could do for a living after they all had finished school. Why don't you become a teacher, Harry? Daphne wanted to know, waving her fork around over her plate. I think you would be a great teacher. If you aim for a mastery in defense, you could teach it like you do at the club, or maybe go into research. Theo chimed in from where he sat between Draco and Daphne. You could also go into art. Luna said with quiet conviction, smiling over to him while idly stirring her soup. I think I understand why you don't want to fight, but as the youngest seeker in hundreds of years, professional Quidditch should work out almost as well as Aura. I'm sure the teams would do almost anything to get you onto their team. Ron brought the conversation back to himself, clearly happy with his clever suggestion. That it was only another, more regulated form of fighting probably didn't even occur to him. If you're interested in going into professional Quidditch, I'm sure I can get you into contact with Victor. He can give you sound advice as a professional player himself. What to look out for in a contract, how to manage the fame, and all that. Shall I write him? Hermione picked that idea up. It was quite the turnaround from her earlier years. 12-year-old Hermione probably would have tried to persuade him to take up a more academically inclined career path. It was nice to see that she, too, was growing up and out of her childish tendencies. Why are you still writing to that stupid guy? Ron suddenly demanded of Hermione, his ears taking on a shade of red not working well with his hair. Because I want to. And what does it concern you, anyway? I don't have to defend my choice in friends to you, Ronald Weasley. Hermione, rightfully, in Harry's opinion, objected vehemently against Ron's protest. They quickly descended into what would have been a shouting match if Hermione hadn't kept her voice down, and they drew a lot of attention anyway. Harry noticed, with amusement, that all of the others sitting around the arguing Gryffindors were rolling their eyes. Maybe it was the constant exposure to Slytherin politics and observations, but Harry was pretty sure that Ron had a crush on their studious friend, and that Hermione hadn't really noticed yet. She was pretty perceptive, but when someone was the one affected, it was a little different than looking on from the outside. Hermione stormed off when Ron didn't shut up, and when the rest of them left the great hall, Ron had fallen into a broody silence. That was going to get even more awkward before it. If ever it got better, Harry would almost bet on that. Ooh, it certainly was better to reside in the guest bedroom in his brother's home than being stuck in a closed ward at the hospital. But it still wasn't what Albus really wanted. Of course, he now realized that the danger he had been in had been very real. The exposure to that curse had clouded his mind to the point that he had been a real danger to himself. He might have reacted violently to a shadow, making sending auras after him necessary. And if that really had happened, he certainly would have lost all chance to get back into his rightful position of headmaster, and of every hope of one day regaining the position of chief warlock. But still, he was better now. The ritual had removed the damaging influence, and the potions he was taking as directed were helping him restore his concentration and health. So why was he still restricted from using magic, reduced to reading and to correspondence? There certainly was a lot of work waiting for him on the headmaster's desk at Hogwarts. Minerva was a good deputy, but while still teaching and with her duties as head of house, she had no way to keep ahead of the work. Setting down the book he had now read a third time, Albus got up from his chair to pace the length of the room a few times. He could use the exercise to build his stamina back up. Elphias had informed him of the trouble that had come about down at the ministry regarding the adoption laws. Of course, Albus had thought about ways to change them, to prevent the most dark families from stealing children from Muggle backgrounds from their families. But in the end, the vague nature of the old laws, and the possibility of placing a child with a family, if needed, without much interference from the ministry, had trumped any other concerns. And to only spoil Tom's plan to buy the loyalty of his Death Eaters by funneling children into their stagnant families, the effort had been too big. Elphias had been stumped by who might have been behind that tangling of procedure and competence, but had commented on the apparent ease with which Tom had managed to unite a large number of votes from all the usual voting blocks. That had been truly troubling news. Before he could follow that line of thought further, the door opened to admit an irritated Aberforth. "You have a guest," said Albus, brother in his gruffest voice, before turning on his heel and marching off right past that guest and down the stairs. Albus stared after his brother, a little bit flummoxed, before turning to see who was visiting him here in his exile. He just barely managed to contain any outward reaction when the trademark blonde hair gave away the identity of his guest. "Mr. Malfoy, what a surprise. Please do come in, sit down. I would offer you something to drink, but I fear that isn't possible at this moment." It took them some time, but after a few silent moments, they both were sitting down, facing each other, and Albus waited for an explanation of why Lucius was here. "Mr. Dumbledore, I'm here as a representative of the board of the Hogwarts governors." Lucius Malfoy started to explain the reason for his visit. "It was decided that in light of recent events and current public opinion, the board cannot support your return to the post of headmaster. We all feel you should have the opportunity to resign on your own. You have until the end of January to do so, before the board will take it upon itself to announce the change." For a moment, Albus was searching for a way to react to this. Was his reputation really that tarnished in the eye of the public? That simply wasn't possible. He had always worked for the best of the whole population, who had managed to make them all forget what good he had done. Did Tom, Lord Slytherin, have his hand in that? It wouldn't be the first time that Lucius had used pressure and bribes to evict him from his position at the school. It was only logical to assume that Tom might have ordered Lucius to do so again. His hands folded around his gloves, placed on his knees, Lucius shook his head. No, he did not. I wasn't involved either until the vote was called at the last meeting. It was a surprise. You can't pin that on us this time, old man. The tides have certainly turned. Consider the offer to resign before we throw you out of office because you pose a threat to the students. Lucius stood, gave a shallow bow from his neck, and prepared to leave. I wouldn't try to regain the goodwill of the public. Retire gracefully. That's the best you can hope for at this point. Long after Lucius Malfoy had left, Albus sat there deep in thought. How had everything gone so out of control? Where had he miscalculated? Why was one error in judgment over a cursed ring enough to diminish his defeat of a Dark Lord and his constant work to counter the dark? It was a complicated puzzle. Walking from his room after a long talk with Marvolo on the mirror, Harry tried not to let himself be frustrated over his own lack of courage. Neither he nor Marvolo had spoken about the stuff that had started to keep his mind busy more and more. How he should keep Marvolo and Voldemort and their actions separated in his mind, when the Death Eaters still existed and acted. How it could be that he had come to see that there might be an actual need to put pressure on people, exchange favors, keep blackmail material at hand, if one wanted to accomplish anything good in politics. How he wanted Marvolo to call him Harry, despite knowing all he knew about the wizard's continued use of the dark arts. Part of that certainly being his research in how to remove a piece of soul from Harry without killing him, and the people who had died in the distant and not-so-distant past. It was a terrible mess, and nothing of this had been talked about just now. Mrs. Goyle had shown Harry art as a way to express what he couldn't talk about. Maybe writing a letter, just as Marvolo had done, would give him the time to weigh his words carefully, make sure that what he wanted to say was clear to understand. It was a sound plan, but would have to wait until Harry had finished the homework for potions that was due tomorrow. With tutoring and lots of dedication, Harry had managed to get a grudging acceptance from Snape. Harry wasn't really sure where they stood now, and he wasn't about to lose that by handing in an essay riddled with blotches and spelling errors. Harry settled down in their usual spot near the main fireplace, the place of honor for the most important students of the house, where the others were already waiting for him, getting out a new sheet of parchment to make a clean version of his homework. Over time, the younger kids started to leave for bed, the older students getting more relaxed, someone even getting out some spirits, passing the small bottle round among their group. And Harry drifted over to help both Vincent and Gregory with the theory of some of the spells used to defend against dangerous magical creatures such as letherfolds, boggarts, and others that could be deadly if encountered unprepared. He was explaining the theory behind the Patronus charm again when a girl sitting somewhere a little away started to speak. No, can't see what's the fuss all about. Just a scrawny fifth year. Not all that good marks, not even handsome. And I'm sure he's only bark. No bite to that one. If Harry wasn't mistaken, the one speaking was the seventh year, Joan Pyrites, daughter to one of the lesser Death Eaters. Last year she had belonged to those sitting next to the fire. That probably was enough of a reason for her to feel resentful against Harry, and he was pretty sure she was speaking about him. The room fell silent, and it was clear that there was no way he could evade a confrontation any longer. He sighed, and checking that his wand was where it should be, stood. He turned while checking where everyone was sitting. Possible allies, neutral or undecided students, and those daring enough to disregard the rumors that there was a bad and short future waiting for all those who would do Harry harm. Oh, look, the kitten is showing its claws. Pyrites and her friends laughed, obviously not unaffected by the alcohol they had been drinking. Harry mockingly raised an eyebrow, carefully taking a few steps into a more open section of the common room so he would have room to move. You're confident, aren't you? He asked, taking his wand out of its sheath, idly running his hand down the length of the carved wood. It's easy being confident here, but that confidence makes you stupid. You shouldn't drink quite that much. Hasn't your father one of those nifty tattoos? Harry tossed out there, seeing her pale a little, and how the others flinched. It seemed they hadn't expected him to know who they were or that they had family members in the Dark Lord's ranks. Marvolo had made sure that Harry was aware of the orders he had given out to all his followers, bound to him by a version of a fealty oath, and their children at Hogwarts, and to make sure Harry would be able to seek their help and protection if he ever should need it. Harry had been informed of all their names, houses, and the year they were in. Until now, Harry hadn't used that information. He still really wished to be just himself and treated for who he was as a person rather than who he was in society. But he was willing to do so now. He might even be able to prevent greater harm if he did this now, with enough force to make his point. Settling his feet in a good position, already thinking over what he might need to cast to make her back off that wouldn't break any rules of the school, or at least would make sure the prefects didn't feel they would need to report him. Harry focused most of his attention on Pyrites, where she tried to get out from among her friends. She clearly had thought he would back up without a fight, avoiding a confrontation. She clearly had forgotten that he had been sorted into Gryffindor as well. But I don't need to run for help to protect myself. So you were saying? He tilted his head to the side, projecting much more calm than he was really feeling. This could go so wrong so quickly. He felt more than he saw his friends moving into positions around him, getting into place to guard his back. But his attention was on Pyrites and the other 7th years standing, or better sitting, at her side, some clearly no threat because they were too sloshed to aim a wand straight, or even sit straight. Really, you thought speaking ill of me would be enough to make me run? You weren't paying attention last year, were you? Harry quickly brought up a Protego to block a spell shooting at him from behind Pyrites. In a split-second decision, Harry shot a quick series of body binds at Pyrites and the people sitting around her. They all dropped, too slow to react, and came to rest against each other and the love seats at odd angles, because it was too crowded for them to fall properly to the floor. Keeping his wand trained on Pyrites, Harry walked over to where she was staring at him in horror. You think me weak, because I don't use my status to put others down, make you grovel, or because my mother had parents unable to wield magic? He asked in a deadly calm voice, making sure it carried into the last corners of the room. I understand your confusion, but take a piece of advice. If I were anyone else, I might feel the need to make you fear me right now by, say, casting something painful at you, right here where everyone can see. He waved his wand around at all the people watching, not one of them raising their wand to protect those that had been standing with Pyrites. We all know it has worked in the past, pretty well even by what I saw last summer. Harry heard a few gasps, but still focused on the terrified eyes of Pyrites. But I'm me, so I'll say this. I don't demand you like me, but I expect you to be civil. Do we understand each other? Of course, she had no way to confirm or deny his demand, still frozen in a body bind, helpless. But Harry nodded anyway. You might want to warn your family, because I have a feeling that this will not go unnoticed, even if I don't speak about it. And Harry didn't plan to speak to Marvolo about what had happened. But there was a darker shadow in that corner near the passage that connected the common room with the quarters of their head of house, the resident potions master and spy. The man would probably report what he had seen here, regardless of Harry's wishes. Turning to see Septimus Yaxley standing with the 5th years at his back, Harry casually placed his wand back in his sleeve. It's getting late. Let's go to bed. No use to study any more tonight, anyway. It had felt natural to decide this for them all, but a part of Harry was still surprised that they all actually did what he had said, or more accurately, ordered them to do. Once they all had made it to Harry's room, following him in unspoken agreement, and the door had closed behind them, Harry let his bag fall to the floor, the sound of its landing muffled by the nice carpet, and sank down, shaking himself. Thea was there only a blink of an eye later, holding a glass of water in his hand, steadying Harry so he could take a few sips. Took a moment for Harry to realize it, but then he heard Theo murmuring soothing words promising that he was safe, that everything had gone well, that he could relax now. Once Harry felt the small panic attack had passed, he sat back, giving Theo a weak smile and looking around the room. The others had settled down onto his chair, the love seat, the bed, and the carpet. There was a decidedly awkward air surrounding them all, and Harry wished the others had gone before he had recovered. Thanks for your support. He rubbed his neck with one hand that was still shaking slightly. I hope they'll reconsider their actions before they do something like that again. They won't dare, Yaxley said with conviction. The wordless spells at so rapid a pace. I'll wager not one of them is able to do that. They won't bother you again, ere Slytherin. It really is late, and I guess we don't want to invoke Snape's ire. I'll make sure Harry's all right. The rest of you go to bed. We'll see each other at breakfast. Theo kept his tone friendly, but left no room for doubt that the others should leave now. Theo's help was minimal, getting out Harry's pajamas, for instance, but Harry was happy that he was there. Once he was under the covers, sitting in his bed, Harry voiced the question that was burning on his tongue. I did those silently, Theo nodded. You did? Well, shit. He never had even tried to cast something without speaking the incantation. It wasn't even taught before the student reached 6th year. Deciding that he didn't have the energy to think about it more right now, Harry moved so he was comfortably settled into his bed, sleep quickly claiming him, while Theo left the room. Severus had been informed by the wards on the common room of a number of spells cast in rapid succession. While he normally would ignore spells aimed at other students low in potential to harm, such as those now, the short span of time in which this many Petrificus Totalis had been cast hinted at a group, ganging up on an individual, and that wasn't something he could let slide. He was really surprised, then, when he stepped into the common room and saw, not a group standing over an individual, but an individual standing before a group of petrified, older students. He watched the situation play out and was pretty sure that Mr. Slytherin had spotted him where he was standing in the shadows, his dark robes passably blending in. Mr. Slytherin was right. Severus would report the incident, and the fact that the boy had handled it well, to the Dark Lord. Leaving the 7th years where they were, Severus retreated back to his quarters and returned to his wife. He would write a short note in the morning and send it before breakfast. Now he had other things to do.